What a show we've got for you this afternoon. Declan Brennan against Clint I'anson in a money match. I'm joined by Ronan McCarthy. Ronan, we've been waiting a long time for a decent money match, and this one should deliver. What do you think?
Yeah, it's just good to see two top players playing for big money again, because for a long time there, I don't even know who the last one was. I know Mark Boyle was playing a lot of matches, and Tom Cousins, and there was a load of different matches.
Yeah.
But now, all of a sudden, this last couple of years, you've had, I'm not saying bad players, but lesser players than the top boys playing for money.
Yeah.
So it's good, it's refreshing just to see two top players playing for big money again.
Yeah, I mean, you know both the players really well. I mean, certainly you know Declan, taking him under your wing and been coaching him for years and shouting his praises, but also you've played many matches against Clint. How do you think the game's going to pan out?
It's on the day. To me, 2 years ago, I would have had my house on Declan, because he was playing. To me, he was the best player in the world at that stage. But he hasn't been playing just as well this past year and a half. But he's still brilliant. So it's close. It's close. I think Decky's still favourite.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't totally shock me if Clint wins, because Clint's had a good bit of form there recently, winning a competition. So it's a tough match, especially in Clint's own table. It's a tough one to call. Yeah,
you mentioned it being his own table, also his home crowd. There's already a decent few people in. We expect a big crowd for this one. It could be quite raucous. How do you think Deck's going to handle that pressure?
Again, Decky's had a few money matches, but not as many as Clint, and Clint's played all the top boys, so Clint's probably a wee bit more experienced in this situation. So it's really hard to call.
It is indeed.
I think Decky's more talented and more natural pool player, but Clint's got a lot in his favour too, so it's hard to weigh it all up.
So I'm going to put you on the spot. Scoreline prediction?
I'll go 30-26 Deck.
30-26 Deck. Well, there you go. You heard it here. Ronan McCarthy saying Declan Brennan 30-26. What a game this should be. Sit back, enjoy the action. We're going to hand you over to the commentary team, who's David Hine and Shane Thompson. Enjoy the game.
Thanks very much, Nick. And yes, you're right, I'm joined for this one by the safecracker Shane Thompson, Ultimate Pool Professional #1.
How are we doing, Dave? How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking forward to this.
I am indeed. Yeah, I am. It's going to be a great game, I feel.
As Ronan just said then, it's been a long time since we've seen two top professionals play for a good pot. And yeah, a few factors, but who do you think's favourite? I think Ronan's got it right.
I think he could be right, but obviously we're at Clint's home table, his home crowd. I think it's a bit of a coin toss, to be honest.
As per usual, it's been said a lot of times, but it is going to come down to that break.
I think it is, yeah.
Taken.
Yeah, definitely.
And just in time for kick-off, Nick Finn has joined us on commentary as well. Hiya, Nick.
Good day, gents.
I think, Nick, we've just been speaking off air. There's a few factors that certainly do go into Clint's favour. Obviously, first one's home venue. We're at Spot on Snooker Club in Nottingham. He's got his rules, black ball, which is pretty much his game, and also the balk line, which some people at home might not know is supposed to be 20% of the way up the table, but for this game it's 25, and it does vary, but what that does is it helps with the cut break, which is, as we're just about to see, what Clint uses.
And just for Shane, Shane, obviously a race to 30. How important are these early frames? I mean, it's a long old race, isn't it? But you know, it seems they're almost insignificant because it's so early in the game. But how important really are they? How important to establish yourself in the game?
It is very important. You need to get off to a good start, put a bit of pressure on your opponent, and not only that, you make yourself feel more confident and feel comfortable at the table. So yeah, I think it's very important to get off to a good start.
And this should be a good start for Clint. That's a great opening break. Do you see any problems around the table here?
No, I think every ball goes. The yellow next to the red passes to the bottom left, so I can't see any problems here.
Yeah, just first frame nerves, isn't it? And how quickly you can settle. I mean, both these players are so experienced. I'm sure it won't come into play as much as it would with an amateur side of the game, but you know, if you do get off to a good start, like Shane says, it just settles you, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And the player that's chasing, the pressure's on them straight away.
He's still okay, but he's overhit that one just fractionally, hasn't he? Just come further down the table by maybe half a roll.
I think he's okay. I think he can come out towards the middle of the table and play the yellow into the bottom right as we're looking now. And then if he's okay, play the red the yellow that's next to the red up into the bottom left, Shane.
I think he'll screw back and play the one next to the black, and then obviously the yellow that's next to the red bottom left, and then black in the corner.
So it's been probably 3 years since we've witnessed a big money match, maybe even longer. Obviously COVID got in the way of lots of different things, and a lot of attention drawn to this game, and so it should be. You heard Ronan McCarthy at the top of the match, top of the show, just saying, it's great to see two really good players teeing off, and these are two world-class competitors, fierce competitors, born winners. They know their way to the finishing line, and this really is the exact start that Clint I'anson would have been looking for.
Yeah, I think we're going to see plenty of these breaking dishes.
That is Clint I'anson, who gets his first blood, and Clint I'anson, the local man, his hometown Beeston. He's 34 years of age, and his home club, as you can see, is this very club, spot on at Q Sports in Sneinton. And his achievements, there's a long list, isn't there? It's
definitely been shortened, that list.
Yeah, it's an absolute multitude of IPA titles. Even this season, he's been picking off titles and had some success last year as well. Has a lot of experience as a money match player as well. You can see the game there against
Jordan Shepherd.
Yeah, Jordan Shepherd. That's his biggest money match at 44,000. But 44k, a big pot. He did actually lose that one to Jordan. And then thinking back, also he played a couple of games against Carl O'Donoghue. He played here against Mark Boyle, and that was another loss against Mark Boyle. But he's got a lot of experience in the money matches, whereas Declan maybe not quite so much. Could that play a factor, do we think?
No, I mean his last match at Declan's was against Carl O'Donoghue, and that was a little bit of a drumming for Carl. I think he ended 30-17 from memory. Certainly hasn't played as many as Clint, but like you say, the experience is there. Clint's still, 2017 #1, but he's ranked #2 currently, and in a rich frame of form. Also, ex-European champion as well. So it's just too close to call, in my opinion, this match. We've seen many odds been put online about favourites and stuff, but I think it's even money.
Indeed. And Declan Brennan, again, important first frame for him. Shane went straight after that red on the left-hand side. That did have a pocket. He could have landed on it if he needed to, but decided to try and knock it out.
Yeah, I think he was natural to try and knock it out. So I think it was always worth a go. The red still does go in the middle, so it's not really a big issue. I think he's still good here.
Do you think he can get on it from here?
I think he'll get straight on it now. Yeah.
It looks like he's trying to play into it.
I think he is. He's trying to nudge it again, and that's even worse.
Yeah, it did go. It went in the middle. So
probably going to be forced to double it now, is he?
So Shane, if you were at the table there, you would never choose to move a ball.
I wouldn't be moving it if it went. No.
If it went,
no.
And we do hear a lot of top players go about their business that way. Don't move a ball if you don't have to. I mean, it does still double, but unfortunately for the double, I think he's going to have to land top side of it and cut the double back, which means he's going to lose his cue ball slightly.
The yellow's in the path of where he needs to be, isn't it?
Yeah, this is tough for me now.
So just to let everyone at home know that this is a pay-per-view event, and we're going to cut across to the pay-per-view platform after 3 frames. So after the 3rd frame, if you want to follow us onto that pay-per-view platform, it is just £5, and you will be able to watch this entertainment and what a match is going to be. It's a race to 30, so it's going to be a long day and a lot of action for your £5. You can pick up the link, which is Beard Productions PPV. If you Google that, or
is he taking the long double on into the corner, or is he playing the cut up the rail?
No,
he's playing the cross double into the middle. Now then, beautiful shot. Shane spotted that one.
Yeah, it's a good shot. He'll be feeling good after that one.
Yeah,
that's a confidence booster, that one.
Well, we should be looking at 2 frames in, 2 breaking finishes. Can't see the stand. Well, the standard has to drop a little bit, I suppose, but we're going to have plenty of these. A race to 30, like you say, Nick, it is a long day, but the way these boys dish up, it might be done a little bit quicker than you first thought. Players are playing on a blue Hainsworth match cloth, is that right, Shane?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. It's surprising because obviously it does play a little different to the green.
Yeah, you said that. How so? In what way?
So I find it's a tad bit slower. Like there's when you're on a green cloth, you get like an extra couple of rolls at the ball.
So Declan Brennan gets his first frame on the board. He returns the favour, and it's a break dish apiece. Declan Brennan, the man from Mayo Bridge, 5 years junior of Clint I'anson at 29 years old. His home club is the Regal at Portadown, and obviously he is an ultimate pool professional and also won the Series 1 event. And again, last year, a thick, rich vein of form for him. He won the World Rules Pool Tour. And but having said that, I mean, Ronan did say at the top of the show that maybe just gone off form a little bit over the past year or so. He said that he would make Declan a 1-3 favourite for this game 2 years ago, and maybe just not playing quite at the level he was a couple of years ago. But I mean, that really is just picking hairs, isn't it? Because it's you know, it's the difference between being brilliant and being, you know, that one level again above it.
Yeah, I mean, you feel that, you know, a slight dip in form. These guys, when they're playing on their pool series, they're playing usually 1st to 6s, 1st to 7s. So a dip in form is 2 missed pots in a match. It's very, very fine margins at this level. So
not quite having it his own way with this. There's a little cluster of the yellow and red that have converged towards that bottom left-hand pocket. What do you think here, Shane? Would you be going yellows? Because the yellow at the bottom's fairly easy to develop.
I think Clint will still probably go reds.
Yeah.
Just because he could get himself in a bit more control. And if he wanted to, he's always got options to break the red out.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it will depend on whether that yellow at the bottom left-hand side of the table does actually pass. Whether he can see enough of it to pot it. It doesn't look like he can from here, Shane.
No, I don't think it does go.
Yeah, of course, the other yellow towards the one closest to the left-hand cushion is also a problem. So it's two of the yellows that are tied up. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go for the reds here. Does he go straight after this?
I think he can. I think if he can play this one bottom, like as we're looking now, and flick the red or the yellow, and he'll be on the red.
Yeah.
If he hits the red, then he's flicking the yellow out of the way. If he flicks the yellow's going to come away, and he'll be on the red.
Yeah, he certainly won't be playing this with too much pace.
Yeah, the problem was the harder you hit it, the more the cue ball throws. It kind of arcs, and you're in danger of missing out. You've got to play it. I don't think he likes it too much.
Yeah, if you played this really, really hard, you could actually miss the red.
Yeah, exactly.
I suppose, but I don't think you will see that. Ideally, I think he'd like to hit the red.
Oh yeah, you prefer to hit the red.
Yeah,
that's what
but obviously, if he misjudges it and hits the yellow, I think he'd still be on the red anyway.
So he is going a different way.
It's the angle wasn't quite there.
Maybe he's just a little bit too. That's a good shot though.
Oh,
he's okay here.
Yeah, he's okay.
He can go back into it.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a nice angle just to. And again, would you be looking here just to come? He's got to flick the yellow.
He's got a free go here because he's tied those 2 yellows up as well. So
yeah,
I think I'll be going top side and hitting flicking the yellow top on the top side of it.
On the top side.
Yeah.
Very nice. Great result.
Yeah,
what a standard up to now.
Unbelievable.
Let's hope it doesn't drop.
So don't forget, guys, the what you're watching, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, then that is going to drop out after 3 frames. We're going to head across to the pay-per-view platform. So Beard Productions ppv.com is what you're looking for. That's the site. So do please join us on there. As I say, it's just it's £5, and you will also be entered into a prize draw for an incredible package that has been put together. There's
some prizes there.
A Johnny Carr cue and a Sam Sprackman brake cue. There's a set of Armeth balls, some other merchandise from on board. So it's worth entering just for the. So everyone who buys the stream today will be entered into a draw, and one lucky winner will take away the whole package.
Shane and I have paid $5 each just to go in the draw.
Yeah,
we get to watch it for free.
Yeah, I think just that alone, you'd happily pay a £5, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And, so it's a high standard of pool so far, but it's farewell to us to YouTube and Facebook. As I say, Beard Productions, ppv.com. Do not miss the remainder of this game. See you soon.
Well, we didn't expect anything less than this, did we? Let's be honest.
What an incredible standard so far. Absolutely fantastic.
Both players hit the ground running.
So 3 break and dishes to start the day off.
Oh, we've heard, Shane, before that, players sort of view this like tennis. So when it gets like this and both players are breaking dishing, you're just waiting for a chance to, reverse dish, I suppose.
Break the serve, yeah.
Break the serve.
It's not so important right now because obviously it is a long race and you're not always gonna get the first chance off your break. But yeah, it's obviously ideal just to get the first chance is all you can ask for.
Both players, as expected, using the cut break because of that line being slightly further forward. Most players who are familiar with watching Declan, he is a front ball breaker, but well accustomed to using the cut break as well. Clint has always used the cut break for as long as I've watched him. Very, very rarely uses the front ball break. You're a front ball breaker, aren't you, Shane?
Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of a cut break, to be honest.
Do you think you should be barred, like some players say?
I don't know. It's still a skill, but yeah, I prefer it if everyone was made to front ball break, to be honest.
I don't buy that personally. I just don't.
What?
Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of people of the theory. I've heard a number of people. In fact, I've even heard Declan Brennan say it himself, saying that it should be banned. But as all players, as all top players should, you have to adapt. And fair play to him. There's certain players out there who just are staunch against it and will not adapt. But I think that's a huge mistake, because if it plays to your strengths, why would you not use it? It's within the rules of the game.
Yeah.
So
and it is a skill. I mean, I do
Absolutely.
play no way near Shane's level, either of these boys, but I find the cut break very difficult to master.
Yeah.
Certainly to get pace into it without.
Well, I can cut break. I just prefer to hit the front ball.
yeah. Yeah.
If I have to cut break, then I will.
Yeah.
But
Oh no,
obviously-
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, you see me,
Yeah,
you see me
of
play a
course.
lot, Nick. So
yeah.
you know I can cut break a bit.
Yeah.
It's just I prefer to hit the front ball.
Yeah.
I feel like I get more control of the white. So
But you feel like you control the white better from a front ball, because that's the
Yeah.
reason most people use the cut break.
yeah, no. What it is, like you said with the cut break, there's only a few people that can get the pace that you need really to break. If you're on a quick table, obviously you don't really need to hit them that hard. But yeah, I just prefer the front ball.
And the standard continues.
Indeed it does. 2 frames each.
We'll be back in a minute. Yeah, I certainly struggle to get the pace into the cut break needed to open the balls up, and most people use it obviously because there's less chance of going in off with the cue ball.
Yeah.
I front ball break definitely.
But obviously these guys are hitting it hard, obviously because the white ball's a bit further down the table, so they're able to see a lot more of the second ball. But on a regular table, I would say
20% line.
Yeah, then you can't really see enough of the second ball.
And how much difference? Obviously, it does make a difference because you can see more of the second ball. But how much effect do you think that does have? Does it make you want to play the cut break because of the line? Would it change your approach?
If I was on this table now, I'd be cut breaking. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the times now the conditions are so good. You got a brand new cloth, and brand new balls, and if you've got a baulk line that's 25%, then you really are leaning towards the cut break all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
People want to keep that cue ball on the table no matter what.
Well, and if you're getting splits like this off that cut break, then you'd be silly not to.
Yeah. 4 games, 4 breaking dishes. Will Clint make it 5? I can't see too many problems, Shane.
No, I think these reds are pretty easy for Clint. Just working out where he wants to be, whereas which red's going to be his last ball to get on the black. So then he'll just be working his way back from there.
Yeah, it would be nice to leave the one he's going to play now till last.
But I think the 2 at the top of the table will be his last 2 balls. Even just because the red on the left hand side of the table is a bit tricky to get on from the ball at the bottom, so he might even use that as his last ball, just like a stun screw shot back up through the gap of the yellows for the black in the middle. So I think he'll go bottom left, middle, top left, bottom left, black in the middle.
Yeah.
Obviously everyone sees it different, but just...
I think I sit with a lot of the players, and the top players mainly see it the same. A lot of the time I think you're going to be absolutely spot on.
Yeah, he's come a bit short there. He definitely wanted to be on the one in the middle there.
Probably, yeah, take the one at the top now. Lots of left-hand side on the cue ball. Ideally want it to be straight on this red to the middle, Shane.
I think he'll just be screwing through the gap now. Yeah.
Well, is he a little bit hampered?
He's a little bit straight as well.
And does this black pot into the top left-hand pocket, Shane? Because I'm not sure it does.
No, it doesn't. No, I think the left middle is the only pocket for it.
So he's going to have to dig down on this cue ball.
Yeah, he's going to have to cue this really well.
So to keep it 3 out of 3 in perfect pool. First little test for Clint. He's not the biggest of guys.
No, I think he's there. He's got a bit more angle than I thought, actually. He could be alright, yeah.
Absolutely perfect.
Great shot.
And we are going to see perfect pool.
That is a great shot.
It's 3-2 to Clint. We're just going to nip out for an interview. Nick Finn with Johnny Carr.
So I'm joined by Johnny Carr. Johnny, first of all, Johnny's one of our mainline sponsors today. He's made a queue to go into the prize package for all the people that have bought the stream. So firstly, thank you very much for that, Johnny. I've seen the queue; it looks fantastic.
Yeah. I'm bought with this, but
Johnny, I mean, is this everything that you expected it to be?
well, what are we on? 3 and 5 clearances. I mean, don't think you get any better than that, do you? You've got like the best IPA player against the best, one of the best ultimate pool players. So we're expecting this, aren't we? So yeah, it's tremendous.
I mean, you're obviously in Clint's corner, but how do you see it panning out? It's a long race, isn't it? 30 frames.
You can't lose, mate. I made his queue. How can you lose? But yeah, I mean, it's got home venue.
Yeah.
It's got the majority of the crowd on the side, so I would like to think Clint's going to win it. But we know how good Declan is, so.
Can this standard keep up?
I mean, we'll see. But I mean, they are that good, so we'll see. We'll see.
I'm going to put you on the. On the spot.
Yeah.
Score prediction.
Oh, tight, within 2 or 3 frames either way.
Yeah.
But hopefully Clint, so I can fill me pockets.
Yeah. So 30-27, you saying?
Possibly.
Clint?
Possibly.
Brilliant.
Possibly.
Johnny, enjoy the rest of the game.
Awesome.
Thank you again for your support.
Anytime.
We'll hand back over to the commentary team.
Magic. Thank you.
Cheers,
Good luck,
Johnny.
lads.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, everybody viewing today has paid their $4.95, will be entered into a draw and a chance to win one of Johnny Carr's cues. So best of luck. Oh, was it £5 in total, sorry. And 5p's do add up. Yeah, he was asking will the standard relent? I suppose it has to eventually, Shane, but is it getting towards the point where the first one to blink?
I think it will be. Yeah. It's crazy the way they're both breaking is they're just leaving not dolly finishes, but they're leaving finishes that are very, very makeable for these players.
Yeah, I mean, if you splitting hairs, you'd say decks have been slightly more difficult, but not too much more. Like he come to the table now, this is certainly slightly more difficult than the last finished.
Yeah, he's got one kind of tricky ball, but a player at Deck's caliber is not going to be a problem for him, I don't think.
I think if he the 3 balls that are together, if he gets rid of the yellow now, the other 2 may even plant, and if not, he can just stun back and play him into the opposite corner. Shane,
I think they plant now. To be honest, I think he could even play the planting and come up for where he's going to be now.
Yeah, you're right, Shane. Or is he? I think he's just worried about maybe brushing the yellow on the way through.
No, I think because of the planter squeeze, so I think it'll come away from that yellow.
Spot on. A fantastic standard up to now. What a match!
So I haven't put you guys on the spot yet. What's your score predictions?
I'll let Dave go first.
Firstly, Dave.
Firstly, I think we're going to see 55 frames or more. That's guaranteed. Ooh. As we see, Decky just a little touch there, has to be said. He certainly wasn't playing that off the yellow.
So you're setting the line at 55 frames?
Well, I think we're almost certain to see over 55 frames.
He's absolutely butchered that.
He has.
Got
away with it.
Very lucky for that still to drop.
Score prediction, I'm going to go 30-27 Decky if you put me on the spot. But I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Shane?
From seeing what I've seen so far with the breaks and how the balls are coming out, I'm actually going to go... I'm going to go Clint 30-26. But that's only based on what I've seen so far. And the way they're breaking and the balls are coming out.
Yeah, Clint knows his table.
Yeah.
For sure. Your turn, Mr. Finn.
I'm sitting entirely on the fence. But honestly, When this game was first announced, my instant reaction was Declan, and then I started to think about it.
Same.
And I started to think about their form, and I started to think about the home crowd and the home table, and then I just started to just think maybe it's Clint, but for me it was always going to be a coin toss. So when I saw some odds being thrown around, I thought, well, there's some big prices on offer and some value to be had for certain. This is incredible.
Yeah, definitely.
Who's gonna blink first?
That's the question, isn't it? We are getting towards that point now. I think once I found out about the line being at 25 and not 20, I certainly thought we were at an even money match here. And the rules, like I mentioned at the start, yeah, they are Clint's rules, but they don't really come into play when you're playing at this level. When you're at Shane's level, it doesn't really matter what rules you're playing, does it?
I think when you say Clint's rules, I don't really think they are. I think Deck plays black ball rules better than most people. All his money games have been black ball rules. Obviously, the international rules that we play now are kind of similar aspects, but the combination shots and all that sort of thing. So I don't think the rules, like you said, the rules really won't matter. But when you're cut breaking like this and you're getting finishes like this, it's crazy.
It's making the game easy.
Yeah. I mean, if Clint's on, see the two reds that are together now.
Yeah.
If he's on the top one of them two now, I'd be going reds.
Looks tight from here, Shane.
It does, but I think he's on it. It does look tight. But if he plays the top one, yeah, he's going to get rid of this one first.
Taking the one over the bottom right now, Shane. Coming round.
I think he has to. He's got no other shot.
And then he's going to try and find a gap. He could hold the cue ball and play the red into the left middle.
Yeah, I was going to say he could stun this in now and just leave the white where the red is, and he'd be on the one left of the black.
Do as little as possible with the cue ball.
Correct. That's the key. Yeah, that's perfect.
Just making it easy for yourself. Played either of these recently? You didn't play them in. You didn't play Decky in Blackpool, did you?
No, I haven't played Decky since. What event was it? I can't remember what event it was. Probably the World Wars Tour.
And you must have played Clint, but you are from different sides because you were a World Rules player mainly, weren't you?
I think the last one I played Clint was a Supreme Series, the event that he won in the semi-final. He beat me in the semis and then went on to, I think he beat Neil Raybone in the final. But yeah, we haven't really played that much, to be honest. Like you said, we play on different sides of the game, so
yeah. So you're not crossed paths as much as you would have usually.
You never know what the future holds.
Well, it certainly looks like we're going to see break and dish number 7. It's becoming very easy to commentate on, Shane.
Yeah, we're not really having to call many shots because they haven't really had to play anything difficult yet.
Nope.
What happened to the days when balls used to cluster and you used to have to work for a frame? I mean, I could break about 20 times and not get one single layout like they've had here. I get balls tied up every time.
It's many factors into it. Obviously, conditions, you know, the cloth and the balls, but also we're treated to great referees. who get the balls tight every time.
True. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, in all fairness, John has done a good job here.
And that is it's just so important.
I've got to say, John Attridge, who's refereeing this game, is one of the best in the business. That's a phrase that's used and thrown around so easily nowadays. But John is the way he controls a crowd. I've never really seen a referee who he just will not stand for anything. I know there was, when we were here for Mark Boyle against Clint I'anson, there was just a little bit of naughtiness came through, and they were out of the room instantly. Saw the advert there for Dr. Q. It's another very adept cue maker from the southwest. A good friend of mine. I was with him last night, actually. Sam Sprackman. He's do get in touch with Sam if you want. Either I've heard really good things about his brake cue. Greg Batten's been using it with a lot of success during the Supreme Series. Wow. The first dry brake. So it took us until the 8th frame to see a dry brake, and not going to have it all his own way here, is he?
He's okay, I think.
The yellows are gone.
The yellows are gone. He's going to play the yellow onto the red-yellow.
Free ball plant.
At these black ball rules, you can play this. Well, you can play it at any rules,
of course.
Actually.
Well,
but if you wanted to, at black ball, you could have played red onto the yellow. Played the yellow. As long as that yellow comes out. Has it come out far enough to pot? That is the only thing.
I think he's okay, you know. He's just
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think that goes, Nick.
It goes, but it's tight. It does go though.
I think he's happy. Looking at the look on his face, Clint's very expressive in his features, and I think he would have told you. There's a little bit of a frown on his face. He's having another look at it.
I'm right behind it, and it does go.
Shane's got the best view.
It
does go.
It's one of those that's just he's probably going to have to drop it into off the right hand cushion, off the right hand knuckle. But the only problem is with that shot, having to drop that in, he's not going to be able to do very much with the cue ball. And it's one of those you really want to be right behind it as well, don't you? You don't want to be playing this from distance.
Ideally, you want the one over the bag to still be there when you play it.
I think you'll be leaving it till last, would you, Shane?
You could,
you probably could. Second last, would you?
Yeah, no, you could leave it last because the 8 ball's got an open pocket, and it's kind of a big bag as well with the red being there.
Yeah.
So he could leave it last, but I think I would prefer to play it with the yellow over the bag, just so you got a bit of insurance kind of thing.
He's certainly having a good look at it.
Play the yellow below the 8 ball now. Just does that go to right centre? That'd be a good ball to get off the table now if he could, wouldn't it?
To be honest, he could even leave that as his last ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because obviously he has to drop the yellow in past the red, but if he gives himself a nice little angle just to banks the white off the top rail and get maybe 6 or 7 inches from off the rail, then it's kind of an easy pot for him.
Do you know, there's something a little bit refreshing almost about a player being able to take his time over a shot, because it seems like every tournament we watch now, they're on the clock and they have either 30 seconds or 45 seconds with an extension, and it's actually quite refreshing to see, because Clint's not a slow player by any stretch of the imagination, but he doesn't mind taking his time when he needs to.
He's certainly more methodical than Declan.
Yeah,
Declan's more of a natural sort of talent player, and he just plays off a cerebellum.
Yeah,
you'd call it.
Tough to get on to that ball at the top of the table from this yellow now. The red's in the path to get decent position. I think he's probably going to have to leave that till last now.
I'm surprised. I think he's got to go up the table now. I think
he has to.
Do you think?
Yeah, because
how can he get nice on it?
He's going to have to play the gap between the red and the black. I suppose the red that's near the left middle.
Yeah, but the line.
The line's a lot of right hand side, is it, Shane?
Yeah, he needs to put quite a bit on it, yeah.
Quite a bit, and ping it off the side cushion. Not the easiest of shots, this. Oh, he's He's gone the other way. Do you think he was trying to get onto the yellow into the top left there, Shane?
I don't know. I think the red was always a big ball to get in the way. So
this is interesting. He's going to punch this in. He could play this to try and land on the yellow to the top left there, Shane.
I don't know.
That's what he's done.
Not got the pace.
He's not got the pace. No.
This is what I was saying about the difference between the blue and the green. I think on the I don't know how long this table's been recovered for, but on the green you're probably going to get a couple of extra rolls out of it.
Yeah.
I've just been informed it is a brand new cloth, so maybe you're right, Shane. There is a bit of a difference in pace.
And the double's not there either, is it? I think the 8 ball's in the way of the double. Can he play it? No, the red's not even making it a big pocket, is it? You can't go cushion first and then play it off the red, because the red's too close to the cushion, so that's not going to come to his rescue.
And I think the red that's close to the bolt line is stopping the double in the middle as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's got here.
I think it's just a thin cut.
A thin cut, or he might play the double just to try and mess things up for Decky a little bit at the bottom left.
Cue ball's
looks like he's playing a cut though.
Cue ball's horrible here though, isn't it? Cue ball's flying.
No, the double kiss.
Come on, Decky! Handing off.
You can hear the Irish chant, but this will only be a second chance for Decky in this frame. It's just going with serve still.
It is.
So it's like a free go for Clint, I suppose.
It was a free go, but he'll be bitterly disappointed because to get that first break of service, it gives you a psychological edge, doesn't it?
The free goes are the ones you need to get.
Yeah.
So in your mind there, would that hurt if you were Clint? What would you be your thought processes?
I would be quite disappointed myself not to take advantage of not a mistake, because obviously a dry break I don't really feel was a mistake, but you'll be to get a chance when your opponent hasn't missed a ball yet.
The thing is, it's not a mistake, but when there's been 7 breaking dishes, it feels like a mistake, doesn't it?
It does. I remember speaking to one of Declan's friends, I'm sure Stevie Dempsey, and when I sat with him, he viewed a dry break as a mistake. That's how harsh they are on themselves.
Yeah.
Which is just brutal, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I think from a psychological perspective, it's one of those that if you get the camera on Clint, I bet there's just been a shade of a little shake of the head, that was a chance to get an early breaker serve. We talked about it in the tennis parlance of the importance of getting that breaker serve. Just as important in pool.
It is. Well, looks like we're still going to be on serve after 8. Great view of his cue action there, Decky.
Yeah, he gets the ball really nice, to be fair.
So the crowd is just slowly building around the table, watching this game. It's 8 frames under our belt, and there's nothing between the two players, 4 frames each. And as I say, the crowd is just slowly starting to gather. There's now a melee of people around the table. There's the Irish contingent. Just see the
there's only about 9 of them. You'd think there'd be about 90, wouldn't you? Noisy, mate.
And
if this goes close, and I do think it is going to go close either way, the atmosphere is going to be incredible.
Yeah,
what a venue to have a cash game.
It's going to be electric, and I think from about 5 o'clock this evening you're going to start to see this club fill as people finish their day, and as you can see, they're just starting to come. And we've got a big screen with the game on just above our heads. So there's people who can't get the vantage point of the table, just here for the atmosphere, watching it on the big screen. A few recognisable faces in as well. We've already heard from Ronan McCarthy. He's here with Mark Farnsworth. And as you saw, John Rose here as well, looking on with interest, and a few other players. Nathan Ellis I spotted coming in earlier.
Just had a tap on the shoulder from Scott Price, head of the IRO. He's here as well.
Scott's here as well, is he?
Yeah.
Patricia's here as well.
Oh yeah, I saw Patricia
and Lewis.
Yeah, Patricia and Lewis over there enjoying the game. In fact, John Rose over there giving her a hug. I'm envious.
Another referee that you wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of. She doesn't stand for much in the crowd either. I've had first-hand experience of it.
And there's the motley crew that's us. Give a wave, guys, come on.
A face for radio. Didn't quite catch that as planned, I don't think.
No.
Did he catch the front ball slightly there?
I think maybe.
Yeah, I'm not 100, but he certainly wasn't clean. So, how things can change in 2 frames. Now Decky with a chance to reverse dish and break the mould.
Joe, I did notice though the table didn't get brush and iron before the game.
Did it not?
No, they had their practice and then that was it. I didn't see a brush or an iron, so maybe it could be the table slowing up a little bit. Maybe, I don't know.
I think we're scheduled to have 1 break. I'm not sure after how many frames. I'm going to guess at 30. It'd be the usual for a cash game. And we'll see if it's brushing down in the middle. I'm sure it will be. Yeah, I've just been told and informed we are having a short break after 30 frames. So a bit more difficult here, Shane. A little bit more work. Time for you to tell us which way to go.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. Obviously, a couple of tricky balls. Obviously, you've got the red and the yellow tied together on the right-hand side. But obviously, you've got a few balls there that can break them open. So,
well, he's going to play this off the yellow.
Off the yellow and open it up. Yeah. Bit of a risky shot that, because he could have been on nothing there.
Yeah. And I don't think he'll be able to avoid cannon into the yellow he's closest to here. So he's going to be hoping for a favourable kiss. Certainly wants to hit it thin rather than thick.
Yeah, he wants to kind of slide off it rather than hit it.
But if he does judge this off the yellow, every ball will then have a pocket. So what looks a little
whether or not
bit
he'll be on the ball there, that's the trouble. He needs to slide off this yellow.
Looks like he's played with right hand side and he's missed the cannon. And I think, is he on anything?
No, I don't think he is.
This red closest to him, I'm not sure it passes into the top right.
He was quite a way off that yellow as well.
Yeah, I think he played the shot with right hand side, didn't he? Which was through the object ball.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've got to say we're going along at a fair old lick at the moment, aren't we? Like we're in the 9th frame, and the match has been going for 45 minutes.
Brilliant. Let's keep it that
Amazing.
way.
5 minutes a frame.
Fantastic viewing. Some people don't like to see break and dish one after another, but I love it. It's relentless from both players.
There's a little piece of me that would like to see this go a long way and into the evening, though. You know, like a kind of deep evening, sort of 10 o'clock tonight. It'd be nice to still be going, wouldn't it? But I can't see it at the moment.
8 hours. That's nothing.
Race to 30.
Did it go? No, it didn't. I'm not sure that went. The only question here then, Shane, is the yellow that's tied next to the red near the right middle.
Yeah, I don't think
Can
it
he
goes
play
anywhere.
a plan?
Does
it plan?
No, that doesn't go.
It's too close.
I think they're touching ball, kind of, so I don't think there's actually any room for it to...
Now you can see from the overhead.
There you go. You're right. So it doesn't go anywhere. And
is there a shot to play the yellow into the top corner and just try and feed the cue ball through the gap? Is that gap too small between the 8 ball and the red?
I think it is, yeah.
Threading a needle a bit now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I just wondered if it was it's one of those, because even if you can hit the red on the bottom corner, on the bottom corner, on the kind of bottom side of it, you're still likely to go across there and break those out, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a chance, but
the problem is where else do you break it out? That's my thinking.
Yeah, he hasn't got anything round it, unfortunately, has he?
I think the way these balls throw, I think if he played it with a stun screw, he could maybe arc it around the black. Yeah.
Well, to arc it, Shane, I've always found you cue down on the cue ball, so down with screw back.
You'll play it, looking at that angle now, you need to play it with quite a lot of side as well, just to swing it.
You can see him right hand side on it, but wasn't playing that shot. So what's his plan?
I think he's tying him up here.
Is he going to play a little?
He's tying him up.
Little safety shot.
He wants Decky to do the work for him.
Yeah.
But I think Decky can get through to this one near the bottom left as we look at our screens.
Clever shot all the same, because he's brought another ball into the open, which means that there's another ball there that he could now use to develop that that yellow. Just maybe the problem is now is if you develop that yellow from the bottom side, there's a goalkeeper over the top right pocket, so you're only pushing it up towards there.
Yeah, that's a good hit.
Yeah, another a containing shot followed by a containing shot, really.
The thing is, Clint can just develop his balls and leave him where he was. So it's a little bit of a nothing shot, but he's just trying to bide his time, I think, just to make sure, like just to see if he can get a better opportunity.
Shane, do you plant the yellow on the kind of right of this cluster of 3 on the left-hand side, plant it into the one on the cushion to move it out, and then
leave the white
send
where
the
he was
cue ball
before.
where it was?
Yeah. Oh, he's going straight through the gap. I didn't realise there's a gap there.
No.
There's always a gap. I think he played that side again, and the cue ball swerved slightly. But will we see Decky go game?
He's not going game here. If he goes game,
what's he
then
got, Shane? That's the question.
But the thing is, if he goes game, the only thing he's got is a plant, which then removes the ball that he would get to open him up.
The problem is for me, I don't see much else.
I don't see an easy safety.
What's a containing shot? There's.
I think he bounces the red off the top rail, leaves the white dead on the rail. At worst, he's going to be put back where he was earlier on. And
would you be tempted to play that said red over the left middle? Try and move it over towards there?
Yeah, you could bounce it over the middle, but obviously you don't want to put it in any more danger. So I think just bouncing out and getting into open play would be the shot for me.
See, this is why Shane Thompson's the.
Absolutely,
that's why he's the number one.
He's felt like he's had a roll off there, I think.
Yeah, but see the shot that Clint played before, it looked like it drifted a bit. I don't know if that was a side he played it with, but Deck didn't play it with any side there, so I don't know. There could be something going on, but
both players with the same problem, both not wanting to attack.
I'm sure the club would have had this table running perfect for this anyway. So I'm just going to take it. It could be a finger mark, could be anything.
Yeah, I looked across the table, and I mean, you can even see it on the camera. The cloth, you can see the finger marks all over the table already, even from this early stage.
Yeah, you can see it there. We can see it.
You can see them, and it only takes that. Remember, this match cloth is
so thin.
It's a thin cloth, but it's got that really. It's almost like a sharp nap when you're running out your fingers across it. It's almost like a little bristle, and it can really affect the ball.
Yeah,
we've just seen there that yellow just rocked back.
It just rocked in.
Perfect,
Definitely. Yeah.
I think because, like you said, the cloth is that thin, and to get it to play that fast, it has to be thin and stretched out. And when you do get a mark, you are going to get movement on a ball.
I think Deck's got a chance here. If he can play the plant, the red above the yellow and the red together, if he can play the plant and leave the white on the side cushion, see where he's pointing his cue?
Yeah,
he can get the red in the left centre.
I tell you what, Shane, you do know what you're talking about, don't you?
Only sometimes.
Is it?
Because that's what he's just looked at, hasn't he?
Do you think is it in the player's gift to ask the ref to iron the table, or are you just stuck with it until 30 frames?
I think, to be honest,
if players agree, surely then you could just ask them to give it a sweep over.
I think normally if I'm playing a game, the table gets done before and halfway. But I didn't actually see the table get done before, so I'm not sure if that was a request from Clint not to do it, because I don't know, he might feel like he's got the pace of the table while he's in practice. He might not want to have the table brush and iron, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, home advantage is home advantage.
So the problem here is an opener, isn't it? Is he playing safe again? Surely he is.
Well, we have to say it was an error from Decky, that.
Yeah, but he didn't leave a lot, did he? There was a couple of nasty, fiddly little pots that Clint could have gone for, but he could have left that worse.
Well, and what he has done though is I'm just having a quick look. There is a gap between the red and black, but it's pretty tied up now, that red. Certainly not where he would have wanted it when he played the shot. Are you just coming off the side cushion and resting on the one at the top rail here, Shane?
Well, you can't just rest on it because obviously you have to hit a cushion, but I think I think that's the only shot he's got, because obviously the yellow is still tied up, so I don't think Clint would be going after it just yet. But the thing is, if Deck wants to progress in the frame, he needs to try and do something.
I think if he comes off the side and I think he knows if he comes off the side and rests on that red at the top of the table, then it's I think Clint's almost forced to go game there with the two yellows over the bottom left pocket and that ball that he brought into the open to try and develop that problem.
Does that yellow pass into the top left?
He took a chance there, Decky, didn't he? Because he could have left the shot where he was always going to leave the cue ball. This yellow, if it was another inch or two towards the top rail, it may have gone. I mean, I don't think it does go, because if you're taking it now, wouldn't you, Shane?
I think either way, I think he's give Clint a chance at this finish.
Yeah.
Because despite that black-looking tie, I think it passes into both middle pockets.
It does, yeah. Actually, it doesn't go in the left middle from where I'm looking. I'm right behind that middle pocket, so
I mean, he's got the perfect angle to run up into the yellow now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If he'd have had a little less angle, he might have just been able to run past it and leave it for the middle, into the opposite middle. But
he's got to go careful. Angle. He's got to go carefully though, because he could be on nothing after this.
Exactly, he's took a chance there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he
is. That's horrible.
Well, yes, it's not the end of the world, but it's certainly not good.
Do you know what? That's probably one of the loosest shots I've seen Clint play in a while. Normally he's very controlled when he's getting balls out, but
and he's
tried to put
shutting up shot.
Yeah, tried to put some covering fire across over that right-hand pocket, which he hasn't done, but he's got. Do
you feel like this is a key frame even now already, because it's just gone on so long?
It's huge. I think so. Just wondering if the red below the black will pass and cover the top left bag. It does. I think
it does. Yeah,
it does. Just.
See, these are the frames we like to watch as well, aren't they? I mean, we love the crash bang wallop, and we love to see break dish after break dish and that high quality stuff. But there's nothing more intriguing than seeing the odd tactical frame.
Oh yeah, I love calling safety shots, mate.
Nick just loves tension, loves it, tension and drama. And you're right, you don't get that with the break and dish frames. Yeah, so purposely playing this thin.
Yeah, just covering up. Very nice shot.
Slowly taking control, but I think we may see Clint just knock this yellow over the top right, will we, Shane?
I think he might even go.
You think he's going to go?
Well, because if he pots this one bottom left, yellow at the top off the red, opens it all up.
Yeah. And you never know, the red he plays it off may cannon the yellow out as well.
Possibly, yeah. I think he'll just be covering the bag, maybe.
If he's going game, he's coming to the bottom of the table first.
Yeah, he could just end up dollying this yellow over the bag, to be honest, and then leave the white stuck on that red.
Yeah. Certainly neither player would want to be doing this. You certainly wouldn't, would you?
No, definitely not. I mean, to be honest, when there's such a big amount of money on it, you have to just do what you got to do. You can't.
It. These are the ones that make the difference, though, aren't they?
Oh yes, it's a big frame as well. At 4 all.
When you've got two top players, they can all break and dish as much as each other.
Well, that's what they've been doing all afternoon. like I said, all frames aren't going to be like that. Like, you're going to have some frames that are going to take a while, and you have to just be patient.
As far as tactics go right now, neither player really wants to go game, because no player feels confident of getting them.
No.
So here's a question then. What these tactical frames, if the match does go through these periods when you get 2-3 frames back to back, who does that favour?
Probably one for Shane, that.
I think it might benefit Clint.
Yeah,
because
I agree.
Dec's a bit more like, he has to. When he gets in a little bit of a flow, he's hard to stop.
Yeah.
But I think with Clint, he's so like, he loves to get nitty, like in the nitty and gritty. He just loves it.
I 100% agree. Yeah, it was a loaded question because that was exactly my opinion as well. That I just think that while Declan is more than adept in these situations, I think that Clint's probably just slightly better armed, and he's happy to go through these methodical periods of the game where just slow it down.
He thrives more. That said, Declan's played quite a good shot there, Shane.
It's a good shot. I think Clint could maybe
forcing his hand there.
He's left him kind of like a bit of a tempter, really, like to flick off the yellow he's closest to him and pop the one over the bag. But obviously it's not fully over the bag, so you have to catch it right.
He could refuse this by just rolling into the yellow over the pocket. Oh.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
That's clever.
It's a tricky shot, man, because if he would have got a bit more on it, he could have come back and double kissed the white.
And now all pressure has turned to Declan with that one shot. He's got to get, wow.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
I presume he can hit a cushion here. If that's touching ball, this is ridiculously difficult to get out of. What is he going to do here?
He is
just
welded.
Look at that.
Yeah, I think
we've just seen the winning shot in this 9th frame.
Yeah, that really was a great shot.
I mean,
I'm not sure you can get out of this.
I don't think there's a shot.
No.
If he can hit this side cushion, yeah.
I'm not sure he can
He's
get out
gone
of this.
nothing. It's just Declan has played an absolutely brilliant shot. What a touch. Now you see the keen eyes of Decky having a good look.
The trouble is you just can't get enough. You can't. He's trying to dig down and get some kind of slide into it.
The thing is, the pace that he's going to have to play this at is the angle that he's looking at is not going to be there, because the pace he's playing at is going to swerve away from the angle he wants.
Exactly. Yeah.
And being so close to the cushion and cueing down, you wouldn't be surprised to see this cue ball launch up into the air.
I mean, if he gets out of this, it'd be some shot.
Nightmare situations, these.
I tell you what, that was a fair fist of it.
But you see what I mean about the way it swerved away from the angle that he needed.
Yeah. He made a fair fist of it, but ultimately, that little tactical battle has come out in favour of Declan Brennan after that really deft touch to get the...
It was always going to come out in Declan's favour, because we've just spoken about how tactical frames are in Clint's favour. So that was always going to be the way. So you'd have to say first sucker punch goes to Declan Brennan and on to Clint. I've always struggled as an amateur player to go between a tactical frame and then get back into the potting side. I think that's something that the top players like yourself, Shane, seem to master quickly. You know, when you're out your rhythm, going back into it again. I
think it's just something you get used to. Like I said before, you're not always going to have frames where you're just dishing up all the time. You have to get used to just going through the motions, really, and just where the balls come out is where they come out. There's nothing really you can do about it.
The key to it's just controlling your mind, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So it's 9 frames under our belt with this 8-ball, and it's Declan Brennan who takes that first advantage. That first break of serve goes to him, and he now leads 5 frames to 4. It's going to be his break in the next frame.
Welcome back. And as you've probably heard in the background, Declan has dry broken and given Clint a chance to make amends for the last frame, try and level things up in speedy time. Almost certainly will be taking reds.
Yeah,
not easy here, Shane.
Isn't he?
Yeah, reds are definitely the ball. I say one tricky one. It's not. It doubles quite comfortably. If he's playing the 3-ball plant here, it opens up that double even better for the white to. Yeah, that's a good shot. No, he's dead straight on the double. I think he's dead straight anyway. Yeah, dead straight on the double. Yeah, I think he's good here.
It's good.
It's all on this shot.
So that last frame will be virtually cancelled out in Clint's mind now. He'll be thinking, right,
Yeah,
things are level, because this was Declan's break. That's in. Going away from his work a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, he's on the one in the middle. He could even play the one in the middle and screw down.
Screw and miss. Can you miss the yellow?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. I looking at the angle that I'm seeing from where I'm sat, I'd fancy screwing past.
I mean, as long as he just skims off the yellow and doesn't hit it full ball, he's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking at going into the yellow for some reason. Maybe he could be flicking off the yellow and coming back out.
Anything sort of half ball, he'd be very unlucky not to be on it. He's not, though. He's playing with topspin.
That's what I mean. He's going to flick off the yellow, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great. Oh, he's blocked it.
Oh, that's unlucky. Or has he?
Yeah, no,
I think it's blocked.
He's definitely blocked it. Yeah, that was always the trouble with that shot. I think he actually hit the knuckle with it, which is obviously why it's come there. But
work to do. I mean, it does still pass into 2 pockets.
I think if he plays the one top left to get on the one the lower of the 2 for the right middle. Oh, he's on this now. That's perfect. I think he might be able to screw down for this red.
Hasn't done.
I think he's perfect now to play it there. I think he can screw down and use the yellow that's closest to the bottom right cushion, use it as like a target for the white. I think he's perfect.
You think he's perfect?
I think so, yeah. I think he's perfect.
Yeah, down he comes. Doesn't want to go behind the yellow.
Perfect.
Perfectly played.
That's a great shot.
Great shot by Clint.
Yeah. That's what I said. Use the yellow as a target and you couldn't really fail. Obviously, if you go to come past it, he's obviously in trouble. But
and this is just what he wanted after the end to the last frame for him.
Yeah, definitely.
Leveling things up is just perfect, especially with a reverse dish. So hard work done, and 3 of the simplest balls. to level things up at 5 apiece. I mean, it's nice to see we've had a bit of everything up to now. Plenty of breaking dishes at the start, little bit of drama in frame number 9.
Yeah, the breaking dishes, like Nick said, they're all well and good, but it's not going to last forever. You're always going to have a couple of frames where the balls are going to go a bit scrappy, and you have to work a little bit for it, which is what the lads have done. But yeah, I think 5-all is probably a fair scoreline, to be fair. Yeah,
I think so too. I mean, there's been probably one slight mistake from both players, you'd say.
Yeah.
Only very minor.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit short, but shouldn't be a problem here.
Yeah, he's fine here. He just cut the black in the middle and screw into the 2 yellows.
So I'll cut back black. And we will just nip to the studio. Oh, has he got it? Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Wow, nobody spotted that. We're just going to nip with Nick Finn and John Rowe for a quick interview. We'll be right back.
John, joined by former world champion John Rowe. John, I mean, that's a huge amount. I had a question lined up, and then suddenly he's gone and off. I mean, that's a huge swing, even at this early stage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to hurt him, because I thought he played a lovely shot to get on the black. A few shots before, playing to get onto the second from last red, looked really nice. He could have took it another way, but he played it lovely. And then to get on the black, I thought he played a nice shot, because he knew he couldn't get perfect on the black. Left himself a shot on the black, and I don't know if he's maybe a little bit careless with the white ball, maybe, but it's harsh to say that, because he's potted the black, and to go in the middle of that pace from that angle is unlucky still, you know. Yeah. It's only got to be a fraction slightly different, it doesn't go in. So that will hurt him. That will hurt him.
John, what a standard so far. The first 7 frames break dish. I mean, the only thing that's changed is the break's dried up a little bit.
Yeah, you can't knock the standard early on. You know, they're both cut breaking, and maybe there's something slightly different they're doing with the break, or even with the rack. Just makes the ball break slightly different. So they may try to change the break up as they go on through the match, because it happens in most matches, don't they? People move the white ball about if something doesn't go right. So maybe they might try to move the white ball about. But I mean, they have been both having good success with the break from the cut break. So they'll give it a couple of goes probably before they change their mind. Yeah. But like you say, the standard, you know, there's been nothing in it, has it? Nothing at all. So it's good to watch, you know, and even when the balls look good, it's still not easy to clear them up, you know, because there's a lot of pressure out there, you know, a lot of people watching here, a lot of people watching on TV, a lot of people watching in general. So it's not, you know, you can say it looks easy, but they're making it look easy. So that's, you know, what you got to think about. You know, it's not easy to do.
And it's been a long time since we've had a great money match, and this one so far living up to everything we expected it to be. Yeah,
it's quite a long distance match as well, and I expect it to go a long deep into the match. You know, it's not going to be like someone running away. I don't believe anyway, unless one gets on top with the break. You know, if one really finds a nice groove with their break, maybe, but it's a long distance, and it's a long time since I've had many matches of this size. So I think it's going to be a good night.
So what's your prediction, John?
Why'd you have to ask me that for? That's not what I'm here for.
What's your score?
At the minute, from watching it, I just think there's so little. I think that last frame might give Declan possibly a chance to get a few frames ahead, just confidence-wise, maybe. I mean, I think if Declan plays to the best he can play, I just think he's so consistent with his cue actions that he could run away a little bit, but Clint's a proper grinder, you know what I mean? And if it's close, I think it's close as Clint wins. I think if Declan can get a little lead, I think Declan can run away with it, because he's just relentless, you know what I mean? He's just relentless clearing up and potting. And I think, but Clint, when there's that gritty matches, I think Clint's slightly probably favourite, but that just, I've not really answered your question, basically. So I'm sorry.
John's very much sitting on the fence.
Yeah, definitely. I've got splinters.
Thanks for your time, mate.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Back over the commentary box.
Cheers.
Enjoy the action.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Awesome to hear the views of John Rowe, another top player. And I think, like we said last time, Clint really needed it, but things are going in his favour now. Nice breaking dish. Did he front ball Blake there, Shane? Were you watching?
No,
he certainly hit it a lot harder.
No, I think was that not Deck's break? Dry break? No.
I mean, what a gift. I don't think anybody in the room saw that enough.
No.
But that will make him feel much better. Very important, you feel, here to try and get back on serve. One off their break and finish them from this visit. That's what he'll be thinking, as they all are on every frame. And it looks like he's going dry. And a chance to get back to 6-all. Yeah, grimace. Now, next time we see him break, will we see him go to the front ball at all, do you think?
I think if we see him go into his case, then yeah.
Ah, yeah, he's breaking cue.
Yeah.
That said, still work to be done here.
Yeah, I think...
Straight down, attacking the area, but he's clipped the red and gone in off. So black ball rules, for those that don't know. 1 shot, 1 free visit. The momentum shifts are incredible, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They change so quickly.
He needs to get rid of that yellow that's tied up with the red. If that comes out of the way, then these reds are pretty easy for Deck.
Does it plant?
No.
Can he make the plant, or are they too close together?
I think he needs to come bottom rail and kick into it to push the red up. He could play the red is to the right of it. He could play it there, but obviously he just needs to make sure that he's on a next ball. So get the white back out. So obviously you don't know where those balls are gonna land.
Yeah, you're right. Carry made. So you're doing coming round the back for the one closest to it?
I think you just screw it out.
Oh, he's just trying to separate them. Oh, I think he's been a bit unfortunate there. I don't think this red passes. I don't think you can see enough of it.
No, you can't.
We'll still be opting for reds, though. You think so?
Yeah, he should do.
So he looks like he's got an angle to play this one into the top middle as we're viewing, and then come down for this one to the bottom right.
I think it's not ideal to go into it. To be honest, maybe if he's got an angle to play one of these yellows into it, he might even go yellows. Obviously they're a bit tricky, but
always opting to attack the trouble nice and early.
Yeah, you wanna get him out pretty early.
I think he's going to play the red to the right middle and his cue ball into this yellow to try and leave an angle. I'm not 100%. We'll see. He might up yellows. He's certainly looking at him now.
It's a small margin of error there. It's tricky.
Yeah, and when it's not your cloth as well.
Well, obviously Deck would have been here last night, and I know what Deck's like. He would have put in a good 3 or 4 hours last night. Just making sure that he felt comfortable on the table and that he's ready. Obviously, I know he's been practicing quite a bit for the last few weeks. A couple of little Snapchats from him practicing with Stevie, and always in the club. So I know he's put a lot of time in for this.
He's taking some time over this. You don't really see this a lot with Declan.
No, I think it's that's what I mean. It's one of them shots where you need to just make sure that you're picking your spot, because if you're just off angle the wrong way, or he's
like
come too
this.
far now. Yes, it was such a tough shot. I always like to play them off the rail rather than playing into a space sort of thing.
Easier to judge.
Yeah.
So now he's going to have to play this red and come up the table and deal with breaking the red out from distance. Because there's no other choice than to go game.
No. Do you know what? If the red passes the yellows into the bottom right, he might have a chance to clear the ones at the top,
and then
go into the back of it. But I don't think it goes past the yellow. That's the trouble.
You just feel like Declan knows the importance of trying to keep this 2-frame lead already.
Yeah.
Even at this very early stage in a race to 30. Well, we are going up the table.
Do you know what that is? I think that's perfect. You know?
That perfect. He can really dig into this cue ball.
Yeah, because the thing is, he cues the ball so well. He can get enough into this. I think because all he needs to do is hit the yellow. If he can hit the yellow,
it's out.
It's out. So,
and as long as he doesn't land welded on the yellow, it should be okay.
Well, I think the angle that he's coming into, he would end up flicking off it rather than.
Well, obviously not, Shane. Must have been a bit thinner than we thought.
Is that the shot? Into the middle and then into it.
More of a natural angle, this.
Yeah.
But it is possible he might be snookered on both balls. Would be very unlucky to be snookered on both balls.
Yeah, he would be.
Oh, he may curse me if he listens to this back. Is he on this red at the top of the table?
I don't think he is.
We will find out very, very shortly.
I don't think he's on that. Oh, wait.
I think he might be, Shane. I don't know.
I think it's tight.
And, well, he only has to drop it in if he is on it. There we go. This is very, very tight.
I don't think he's on that. I think the only way he's on that is he's got to swerve it.
He's jacking up.
But the good thing is, if he gets it, he's going to be on the red, I think.
These are so difficult. Such distance between the balls.
Great shot.
Great shot by Decky.
Great shot.
And the way he cues this last red's not going to be a problem.
He hits that like he's not even really swerved it.
What a great finish by Declan Brennan. Oh, wow. What has happened there? What? I'm nearly speechless. Has it? We don't like to question the table, but has it rolled? I mean, he's missed that by a long way.
Yeah, he's played it. Do you know, like when I like playing those shots, I like playing them a bit more, with a bit more power and just. But see, with the way he played that, he kind of like just slow rolled it, sort of thing, and that's when if a table is only fractions out, that's when it can go, especially with the finger marks on this table.
So you'd rather play it with even a drag shot, so you can put more pace into the ball.
Yeah.
And reduce the chance of it rolling off.
Yeah, I think he was too close to the rail to play the drag shot, but just
of course,
play a bit more of authority. Clint will be over the moon here.
Oh,
especially after the way the first shot he's played.
Well, he is not letting him have a look, certainly, but certainly letting him back to the table. If there's a gap between the black and the yellow, I'm not sure there is. No, he's going to be playing off the side pocket. There's always a chance this goes close.
I think he's got to manufacture an angle here because the middle bag
is in the way.
Is normally, I think.
I don't know, he's looking quite far down past the middle.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up kind of like, like when you dig down and you kind of arc it.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's got to play here. From that angle anyway, I think that's the way he's got to play it.
I mean, if you want to check it up off the cushion, you'd be using screw back, but because the cue ball's so close to the side cushion, it's not something you'd be choosing to do from this position, certainly. Did seem to slide a bit off that side cushion, Shane, and he does miss it and give the foul away to Clint.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Normally you would dig down on that just to arc the white into the red rather than obviously it sliding past.
We're going to have to see the resilience of Declan early doors here, because he certainly won't be feeling good after this frame. So no problems there. Left middle, left bottom, right middle, and left middle again. And he you know, it's like a Christmas present. These are sort of gift frames, aren't they? You need the opposition.
Clint would be over the moon with this.
He'd be feeling for certain he'd have been 2 frames to the bad. So a couple of chances given to Clint, but he does level things up, and it's 6-all. Now we have a...
do you know what? I've seen that all last weekend, you know. Pat Kelly and obviously all the
Sun Valley girls.
Yeah, all the Sun Valley boys. They won the, I think it was the Interleague weekend at Southport. And yeah, I've seen that little beauty all weekend.
Clint's mascot.
I think they're trying to say that Clint looks like a monkey, but obviously it's a bit harsh, I think.
Been called worse, Shane.
Well, we all have.
Reset yourself, Declan. He's not going to be feeling great there. A couple of errors, it has to be said. And Clint certainly won't be entertaining the front ball break at all. Does hit this well.
Oh, the white was on his way.
Yeah. Now.
See, they're just coming out a little bit messy now.
Yeah, slightly clustered. I think you'll see him go yellows at first glance.
I think that's because the table's slowing up, because the first 4 or 5 frames they were splitting beautifully and the balls just kept running.
What chalk are they both using, Shane?
I think they're both on towel. I think Clint uses a V10 as well. I think they both are V10, which I've started using as well, by the way, for the last probably 6 or 7 months. And it, honestly, mate, I've never seen so much difference.
Really?
Yeah.
You're an advocate, then.
I can't remember the last time I had a kick. I really can't. Or any sort of bad contact.
Our pool players' pet peeves. In a situation like this, are you still looking at attack straight away? Or are you looking to take control and tie up?
I think if my opponent's balls are situated pretty horribly, then I'd probably have a little dip at a finish. But
as he opens these yellows up, though,
yeah,
he's going to open up the reds at the same time.
The yellow that he's the yellow that he's closest to now, if that doubles, then I think I'd be going, because obviously the one over the bag is obviously a link-up ball for the one along the bottom rail, but from there it's pretty tricky now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't double. I think he was trying to kick the red there, wasn't he? So it is trying to tie things up and take control, but I don't think he'd be happy with that. I think he'd prefer the yellow to cover the pocket completely.
Yeah, I think the only good thing about it is that I don't think Deck is on a starter.
No, a very thin cut to middle he won't fancy, I'm sure. And I don't think he's got anything else. He may be looking at playing off the top cushion into the red on the side cushion as sort of a safety shot. He's got a great, a couple of blockers there. That's what he's just looking at. Just playing into that ball there where he's pointing with his cue. I'm personally not a fan at this level because I don't think you're going to gain 2 shots by playing that shot, are you, Shane? Very often.
It's very often.
But then again, what are his alternatives?
I think he could play thin off this red and then kind of rest the white in amongst those reds. I think he might end up leaving Clint the yellow over the bag, though. That's the only trouble. He has to cover it. If
you're Declan, are you happy for Clint to have a go at these?
I think where the yellow is, I think he has to. Yeah, where the yellow is next to the red, I think you'd be happy for him to have a little go. Although if Clint has the angle to play this in the middle and get to the side rail, he could cut the yellow
up into the top right.
Yeah,
that's very aggressive.
It is, but
I don't think you'll see Clint play that personally from watching him a lot.
If he doesn't, then he has to cover that bag a bit more.
He's just playing another containing shot here. And you do feel Clint, like we said before, very happy to slow things down. He'll be Decky that wants to just play break dish pool.
Yeah. Yeah, Decky will want to flow.
So thin off the red, white ball up the table. Yeah, I think he'd be quite happy with this. I mean, he's not going to go at these.
No, definitely not.
But he
needs to get some cover over that pocket, though, because...
Are you playing the plant?
I think you have to.
Plant?
Yeah, I think you have to.
Oh, are you playing the carom? Playing off the yellow?
No,
the white? Because then you risk potting it.
Risk potting it, and then you're on absolutely nothing, and you're pretty much giving the frame. I think I'm cutting the yellow into the red.
Well, it looks like. Well, he was lining up, playing off it, the carom there, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think that's the shot.
Is there any benefit to, if he can hit it, playing off the yellow on the side cushion?
No, because there's enough room there for the red to pass the yellow in the corner. So
really, just needs to take control of his bottom left hand pocket.
You need to get the bag.
He has opted to play that.
That's a riser.
So 6 frames each between these two gladiators of the game. Nothing to choose between either, and well.
That's a riser anyway, it's fine. That's a riser. Alright, okay.
Sorry for the interruptions.
So Declan has to work out what he can do with these tricky reds now.
He's going to play off this red and try and nudge the other one over the pocket. Not quite enough, but better than it dropping in, Nick.
Yes.
And welcome back, Nick, by the way.
Thank you.
Nice and refreshed, I'm sure.
Just finding some more interview victims.
Have you picked one yet?
Yeah.
There's a few in. We have a few familiar faces to Pool fans.
There are.
Mark Farnsworth and Ronan are in. Causing a nuisance.
There's the advantage in this frame. I guess you got to say it's just slightly favouring yellows at the moment, but could all very quickly change with one single shot. That's really, I don't think that's what he was after. Just
no, I think you'll see him play the same shot he did last time. Nick. You know,
yeah.
He kissed off this red, but he risks opening that red up, the yellow up, if he plays that shot again. So opting to hide, run and hide.
Which colour would you rather be at the moment?
Oh, I think I would rather be yellows.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yellows have effectively only got one problem ball. That's why we won't see him open it up right here and now. He really, really doesn't want to move that yellow. Declan will know that. So, thin off the right-hand side. Try and snooker him on as many of these yellows as possible. And unless there's a gap, I think he may have him on all of them.
Yep. And I was just looking at the oh, he's left a gap.
There must be a gap. Slight swerve, but there is a gap.
Quite what he was looking for there. He was just looking for a little nudge on the yellow that's closest to the pocket, just to push it in front of the red that's there.
Yellows are definitely the balls, though.
Yeah.
Very difficult. Declan with that one on the left-hand side. I mean, there's an argument to say he might play that now if it doubles. Yes, it does. And he is going to play it. And he's got it. Now then, is he going to go game?
I think.
Is he going to play this red into the bottom right, Nick? Screw off the side cushion and into the red and yellow with side.
That's exactly what he's going to play.
A lot of bottom and left-hand side. Oh, he's kicked the other one. That wasn't as played, I don't think, Nick.
No.
Didn't quite get into the cue ball enough with the screw back.
And now...
Well, he's still got a little bit of insurance here, Declan. As one of the yellows is still tied up. Problem is he can't take control of this bottom left pocket from where he is. He'd be too thin off this red.
Now then.
I'm very confused by that.
Yeah.
What did I miss there?
Well, the insurance on the whole frame was a red and a yellow glued to the bottom cushion, and Declan has just played them out.
That's what you just moved?
He's just moved them and left Clint this table.
Wow.
Worrying signs, you'd have to say. He's not thinking too clearly.
It's crazy you say that at 6-all.
I know it is, though. Isn't it? That was a monumental hour, really. And from looking like going 7-5 up as a certainty, he's now going to be 7-6 down.
Yeah.
So he wants to leave himself far side on this yellow. There's a natural angle, so he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here. Nice big pocket. Just stun out into the middle of the table towards the triangle area and leave himself a straight black up into the corner to lead 7 frames to 6.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Absolutely perfect. And he does. He took his time, but a mistake by Declan gives Clint the lead. 7 frames to 6.
I think I've seen Clint give it a little fist pump there as well.
He did. He did.
So I can see him saying something now. I think he's just talking to the ref.
Yeah.
A little bit of a comfort break for both players.
Yeah, I think they're having a little break.
Quick bathroom break. Yeah, I mean,
what a turn of events, Nick.
Well, Clint will know. I mean, if you just look back to that frame where he's gone in off, and you know we've gone across and had a chat with John Rowe, and John Rowe said at that point, you know, that could be huge because Declan could now get on a bit of a surge, could go 3 or 4 in front. That could be a big moment in the match. But Clint's just stamped his way back into the game. And
he's just happy, like you said before. He's happy to slow things up, take the tactical frames, and he probably feels his favourite.
Yeah.
So while the players are away for a brief comfort break, take the opportunity to give a shout out to young Robbie Roy from down there in Yeovil. He's a up and coming player, a youngster, just 13 years of age, but he's making a mark around the Yeovil area. And saw him last night. It was the local presentation night. He was there enjoying the evening, and I know he's enjoying the game today. And who wouldn't enjoy this game?
13, you've been loving it.
Yeah.
So he was 13?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Love to see young players come through.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Closely.
Great to see them tested as well, isn't it? I mean, you see young, is it Charlie Earnshaw? Charlie Earnshaw, who's playing on the Challenger Series, 13 years old.
I was going to say Charlie Begley, but he's a little bit older.
And taking frames off some really good players as well. I think he almost caused a bit of an upset, if I remember, in the last event. Yeah, just 13 years old, and he's
a good player, Charlie. Seen him play a couple of times now.
You get it all. I mean, an awful lot of the top players were just superstars as young'uns. The first one that springs to mind was Jordan Church. Just fantastic when he was a kid.
They were. But how often did you ever see those young players playing in these top tours. How good are these kids going to be if they're coming along? And I mean, they're not expected to win matches, but what an experience to face off, to be brushing shoulders with some of the best players in the world. All the players that are there on the Pro Series, you're brushing shoulders with Gareth Potts and Mick Hill and all these people, and then you're going and playing in that Challenger Series. It's just going to be such a great experience, and it's going to bring on their game in leaps and bounds. And let's hope that we see more and more in years to come.
I think as pool just grows and becomes more popular again and again. I mean, he went through what you call when it was extremely popular, when it was in its heyday. I think we're starting to see that again. And with that, we'll get the young kids coming through. It's just fantastic. 13 years of age. Were you a protege?
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I didn't really. I played when I was younger, but I didn't really.
Shane was never a child.
I didn't really take it that serious, to be honest.
He was born at 35, was he?
Yeah, he was born at 35. He's not even 35 now. You see the look. You see the look he's giving.
To be honest, it's just nice to be in a room where I've got more hair than the co-commentator.
I was going to say. No, I wasn't really. I wasn't really active that much when I was younger. I didn't really start playing properly until I was like 16, 17, really.
That's quite late.
Yeah. I was still playing, but I didn't really play like youth county until I was like 16.
Well, to try and dig myself up out of a hole, you've certainly made up for it now, I suppose. You've done all right, haven't you?
Done all right.
Sticking with the cut break, white ball's close but has been blocked.
It's
but he's dry again, and I think we're already seeing the difference in breaks.
Yeah.
Clint knows his table. A little bit of frustration there, you feel, for Decky.
Decky didn't really hit them though, did he? Little bit timid.
Well, it's not natural for him, is it? You've got to say. I mean, I know he can do both breaks, but he's certainly most of the time when I've watched him, he's been a front ball breaker.
I think it won't be long before he switches.
You feel, though, that the pace of the game is being controlled by Clint, for sure.
Yeah,
at the minute. He's certainly taking control as the pace has been played. It's hard because Clint is naturally slower than Declan. Is it something that you've ever struggled with?
No, I wasn't really. I'm quite a.
You're quite a fast player, aren't you?
I wouldn't say I was fast. I can play fast, but
rhythmic.
Yeah, I'd rather take my time, really, especially if I'm playing. Obviously for money or in a big event where I'm allowed to take my time, then I'll do it. But no, I can play quick if I need to.
Yeah, I never watched you and thought described you as a methodical player though, quite smooth.
Yeah.
Like Clint really does take his time.
Yeah.
No problems there, Shane. Even though the yellows and black looks quite a little bit tied up, everything has a pocket.
I think he needs to stun this in and leave himself an angle to play the one in the middle and go up top for the one on the top rail.
So the momentum just seems to be swinging towards Clint at the moment. After that mistake with the in off the 8 ball. A few frames ago, he just looks. He bounced straight back. I think he broke dish the following frame, and incidentally, 8 break dishes so far, 5 to Clint and 3 to Declan. That's starting to be a telling stat, and probably reflective in the scoreline as well.
He's not landed.
It's not landed
where he
well,
wanted. No. That's why I would have probably left myself an angle to go up top of the table, because you can't really fail to get on these two where you need to be.
Just have to reroute a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot.
If he doesn't land right on this last yellow, he's going to have to travel with the cue ball up and down.
ideally he wants to get to the bolt line, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is he's got that wall of reds down through the middle of the table as well, so it really makes that, traversing up and down the table really difficult.
As long as he gets as straight as possible, like there, he can now screw it across and play the black top left. He just needs to get into this a bit and not quit on it, because otherwise he's going to end up probably in the middle bag.
Yeah, this will be easy to dump into the middle if, as you say, if he doesn't commit to the shot fully. It's one of those you almost got to take your medicine. Ooh.
Well, you have to be said, that was played pretty well. The crowd liked it.
Didn't they ever?
Yeah. See Clint's brother just behind Clint there.
Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
His dad's over there as well, isn't he?
Yep.
Clint
Is that also Jimmy?
James? Jimmy and James.
Jimmy and James, yeah. Declan looking reflective. The look on his face doesn't really give too much away. But, I mean, what's his mindset going to be like at the moment, Shane?
So I'm trying to
it's
listen to the
very
chant.
Loud in here.
I'm trying to listen to the chant.
I was just saying, in terms of Declan there, he looked a bit, reflective at the moment. But what do you think his mindset's going to be?
I think he'll still be fine. Like, he knows it's a long race, and he knows that anything can happen, and he can run 3 or 4 himself. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's not panic stations just yet for Deck.
No. Momentum certainly with Clint at the minute, but I mean I can see Declan from where I'm sat, and he looks very calm and cool and collected. I mean, even at he's only a young man. What is he? 27. He's very, very experienced. But I mean, we can see him there. Look,
so far, but so far, so his first 3 breaks, he broken cleared.
Yeah.
Next 3 breaks is broke dry.
Yeah.
Is that going to concern him?
It won't be long before he's getting his break cue out, and he'll be smashing the front, I think.
I'm sure he will have practiced both breaks last night, and he'll have that in the locker, like Shane said. Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt whatsoever after just seeing these, 12 frames in, 14 frames in, that Clint has the advantage on the break. And that's no surprise, really, with it being his own table. Yeah, you feel damage limitation at the moment, Shane?
Yeah, I think because this looks like it's going to be another frame on the board for Clint. All it is a pot off, yellow off the red in the middle. And this frame is pretty much done. As long as he can get this shot right and get on his next ball, then I think he's out.
And how many do you feel? What sort of gap do you think is I mean, things can change so fast, but I always feel a 4-frame gap is a very comfortable. It's 2 breaker serves.
It's comfortable, but I think in a race to 30, I think anything can happen. And like I've seen games where people have been 10 behind and come back and win. So anything is possible, and especially when obviously Clint's solid enough not to make too many mistakes, but at the same time, if the brakes dry up, he doesn't really have to make a mistake.
No. Just to go off topic a little bit, that yellow that's next to the black, Shane, I don't think that passes into the middle.
No, he wanted the red to travel a bit, but
and it hasn't. So he has got a little bit of work to do here. I mean, right middle and then left middle and cannon into the black is probably what's going through his mind.
Yeah, I think you don't want to leave it till last, so that's the trouble. I think
he
can play it now, because if he comes off it thin, he'll be on the yellow near the black spot. So.
Yeah, just below the cue ball now.
Ideally, full ball, like a half ball contact on the low side would be perfect, I think. Yeah, perfect.
That's okay.
Yeah,
and like you said, as long as he hits it on the low side, he's always going to be on this one to the bottom of the table.
You always want to hit it low side, because then you've got options.
Yeah. Yeah, and just mapping out the finish the right way, giving himself options all the time.
Yeah, no, he's took these well.
topping this through if he can't quite cue this naturally. Is the red in his way a little bit, in being a right-hander just for his front hand? Yeah, so just taking the easy option, rolling it through.
Straight, solid kill action.
Yeah, great view of it.
Yeah, he does hit the ball nice.
Simplest of blacks, and he opens a 3-frame lead. He now leads by 9 frames to 6. Sticking with the cut break, Shane. 9 frames to 6. He's praying for a ball here.
Yeah, he needs a ball. He needs a ball.
Needs to give them Irish fans something to cheer about. Great
There's
break, and he has made a ball. He's made 2. And will you look at these?
Yeah, I think if he can play the plant in the middle on the yellows, then he's good.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, looking, he's not got much. That's on. He's got a very thin cut to the other middle. That won't be a very appetising.
Yeah, I won't want to play that. I think if he can get the, I'm not even sure he can play a plant actually.
I'm not sure he can. He'd have to hit that first ball very thin, Shane.
Yeah.
So what looked like a golden opportunity?
It's really not. No.
No, he might be forced into taking this very thin cut. A long plant into the bottom right. That's not nice either.
No.
Has got an easier start on reds, but they're just not the ball.
He's going to play the long plant.
It looks just off straight.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play that. So the thin cut it is.
Thin cut is. Lots of right hand side probably. And he has missed it. That was so thin. And if you do play with lots of right hand side, you risk swerving the cue ball.
Yeah, I think that's what he's done there, to be honest.
He did play it with right hand side, yeah. Tough shot. I mean, you just trusting your eye and playing ball there.
Yeah, I think
you
so.
just don't want to use the side.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to play it beside.
I think it's something you do see the amateur players like myself do a lot. Play with side instead of playing ball.
Yeah, like I've always said it, like you just got to keep things as simple as you can. See, the harder you make the shot, the less chance you've got of taking them.
He'll be feeling great. Everything's going Clint's way at the minute. And to be fair, he's not really made any mistakes.
No, he hasn't. No, he's played really well.
He's in off. Since he's in off, he's just spurred him on.
Yeah, it's kind of focused him a bit more, I think. But in a long race like this, literally anything can happen, and the spell that Clint's on now, Deck can have that as well.
Absolutely.
Obviously, he just needs it sooner rather than later, because if Clint goes too far ahead, then he's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking down the barrel of a 4-frame gap here now, Declan.
Yeah, Clint is looking so confident at the table as well. He's got himself into a nice rhythm. Looking very confident.
And things are falling for him just as, Declan gets to the table. Looks like things are going to change. He makes a ball off the break. And but doesn't land on the yellow.
Yeah.
Things just aren't going his way. So he is going to open a 4-frame lead. Unless something spectacular happens here. we're going to go over to Nick Finn for a little interview.
Joined by Steve Petty. Steve, is this game delivering everything you expected it to so far?
Yeah, absolutely. It's still early days though, isn't it? Very early days, but I think Clint's in form and playing well, so I expect him to do well, so we'll see what happens.
Declan broke Dish's first 3 frames, went dry on the next 3. He would be glad to pop one off the break there, because that must have been starting to get concerning for him, but obviously broken down again, another mistake.
Yeah, well, as you say, it's still very, very early, isn't it? First 30, isn't it?
Yeah, first to 30, yeah.
So, I mean, it's dry breaks are going to come, it's going to even itself out over the distance, so, yeah, I mean, selfishly, hopefully it carries on, but we'll see.
You're up here obviously cheering on Clint in Clint's corner?
Indeed, mate, yeah.
So what's the score prediction from you, Steve?
I think it's going to get really tight. I think it's going to be probably 30-25, 30-26, something like that. 30-26? Yeah, I think
We've heard a few predictions around about that scoreline.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a long night.
It could very well be a long night. Interesting that, it started off with 7 break dishes and it's got pretty sticky, hasn't it? Do you think that favours Clint?
Absolutely. I think obviously early on you're still finding your feet a little bit, aren't you? And I think the deeper you get into a match, the more sort of tricky things become, because mistakes mean a lot more at the end than they do at the beginning. Yeah. But yeah, as I say, Declan's very, very solid as well. So who knows what will happen? But it's been good so far. So let's hope it carries on like this.
Steve, it's wonderful to get your thoughts on the game.
Pleasure,
Thanks
mate.
for joining us.
No worries.
We're going to hand you back over to the action.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, I agree with Steve. Let's hope we're in for a long night. We want to see more of it.
It's nice to see Steve back in the thick of things. Wonder how long it takes before he gets back playing again. Got another big break from Clint.
Yeah, he's just nailing this break every time. The home advantage is definitely showing on the break. Because every table breaks differently, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm sure you've got your own table, haven't you, Shane?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know exactly.
Oh yeah, no, I know how to break on my table at the club. Like you said, every table's different, and when you play on a table as much as Clint and most players do, then you know where you're hitting them and how they're going to split.
Just trying to look for any problems here. I don't think there is any, apart from the fact he's going to have to take the red that's closest to the black before the one that's just slightly further away.
I think he can play that now, can't he?
He can, but I think he would have to screw straight back out.
Yeah.
And obviously you're flicking the black, so...
Yeah. Okay, he's going to take that ball on.
Oh yeah, no, he has to play it now.
Yeah. These are the ones that can bounce out as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
These are exactly the ones.
I was speaking to one of the regulars in here just as I came in. He says, yeah, that is a concern. Because like a lot of the Supreme Winner tables, you play them hard with backspin into the middle. There's always a risk. I think that's why you saw him just take a little bit off it, Nick.
Yeah, he played that at a really, really nicely controlled pace. In fact, there was a bounce out in the very first frame that probably not very many people would have noticed. It was actually off the break.
The break.
Yeah, there was a ball that went into the middle and popped back out off the very first break.
Something we'll hopefully see the back off in the very in the very near future.
Yes.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah.
It's just something nobody wants to see in the game, do they, Shane?
I know they are trialling. They're trialling new cups in the pocket.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So I think it's something that Supreme are looking at, and I think that should be a great step forward, because it's always been one of the criticisms, isn't it?
Just don't want it, do you? Just don't want to see it.
Oh, I mean, they're brutal, aren't they? I mean, Shane had one at 10 each against, if I remember rightly, against Christophe Lambert in a deciding frame. Was that a quarter final or?
It was.
You had one in the Supreme, a really big one against Declan Brennan, didn't you?
Yeah. The one against Christophe was. I think it was a quarters. No, might have been last 16 actually.
Yeah.
It was to win 7-5, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I had a big bounce out in the middle.
But I remember you had a significant one during the Supreme Series, and I think it was in a quarter or something along those lines. not wishing to drag up old memories, but they're horrible when they
are,
at those crucial points of the game, and they always seem to happen at the most crucial points, don't they?
Yeah, they always do.
Hope you haven't cursed him. No, everything looks dead easy for him at the moment, Clint.
Yeah, and even now he can just drop. He's got just the wrong angle, but he can just drop the red in and hold on the yellow. He needs to hit it full ball. He doesn't want to glance the yellow because he might just lose the cue ball.
Well, the thing is, he's bridging over the 2 yellows as well, so it makes the shot a lot tougher.
Yeah.
But the natural angle is full ball into the yellow. So as long as he makes the pot, then he's on the black.
Yeah, I fancy him for this.
Oh.
You thought he'd missed it, didn't you, Nick?
Just that near knuckle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're very unforgiving. If you brush that near knuckle, it was just at the right pace where it just brushed it and took it into the pocket. But well, now there's daylight.
A lot.
Now there is
a 5-frame gap is significant.
It really is. That's a big gap.
Amazing how an in-off for Clint has turned the match in his favour in some ways.
It's like I said, it just made him focus a bit more, I think. Knowing that he'd give a frame away, sort of thing.
And that So a big frame, this one for Declan. He needs to re-establish himself in this game and re-establish himself quickly, because this game could quickly get away from him if he doesn't. A 5-frame lead already. He really can't afford any more mistakes. He just has to take every chance that comes his way. It's definitely not. I mean, it's a big lead, but it's still very, very early doors. But he won't want that lead to stretch out to 7, 8 frames, and then he really is in a spot of bother. Yeah,
you don't really leaving yourself too much work later on. You want to go into the break no more than 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You give yourself too much work second half, then you're under it.
But I mean, we all know what standard this guy plays at. He's of the highest quality, so don't expect anything less than the full fight.
I think he's just the wrong angle, isn't he?
He's just the wrong side.
Can he screw off the side route? I think. Oh no, I think he's close to the middle. He might have to stun it, and I think he might be able to stun it off the side rail. It's a tester.
Yeah, and when you're 5 to the bad, it really is a tester, Shane.
I think he's bridging over the red as well.
Yeah, this is a big shot. Probably the biggest one of the match so far for him.
Slightly hampered.
Ooh, how do you like this one? Oh,
and you felt it, didn't you? You just felt it.
I did feel it. Those pressure shots are just getting to him at the moment. They're just not settled right now. He needs to find his form.
There's still time, Shane, you think?
Yeah, no, of course there is.
Plenty of time.
No, of course there is. I was just saying, and Nick, you want to be going into the break no more than 2 or 3 behind, really, because if you leave yourself too much work towards the end, like if Clint has a break, he's just going to re-energise and he'll come back out fighting again. But you don't want to be going into the break too far behind.
Yeah, if he's 6 or 7 behind going into a break, then it's a mountain in the second half. The thing is, 6 or 7 against some people is doable, but Clint's his break is really working for him.
He's not making mistakes either.
He's not making any. I'm counting 7 breaking dishes for Clint so far to Declan's 3. Yeah. So that's a telling stat.
He's ruthless.
One and Dex 3 was the first 3 breaks.
First 3.
Yeah.
Even though they're easy, still taking his time.
Yeah, he's just making sure.
Well, there's 34 grand on the line.
He'll take the top red now. Yeah, he's perfect.
Been very, very impressive. Well, I mean, leading into this, he's been in good form, hasn't he, Shane?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's been winning events and doing really well. And he just shows how confident he is when he's at the table now. But he's looked so solid from the start, so solid.
The only real piece of I don't know if you call it a poor shot or what you call it was really the in-off. Yeah. Whereas, I mean, he probably played it maybe a little bit harder than he needed to, but that really is one of the only moments that you can point at.
Yeah.
The rest of it was. The rest of it has been pretty much flawless from him.
Oh, look at that beauty!
Who's that fella there?
It's just thanks to Paul in Beer Productions for the poster. These are a few of my personal sponsors. Obviously, Jason Owen Hughes, All Star Sports Bar, AWP Plant Training, Southwest Cleaning Equipment, and obviously the new one, Perceptive Protection, Bruce Cronin. So thanks to everyone, and hopefully we have a good year.
Yeah, indeed. So, a few of the The London contingent have now turned up, John McDaddy and his crew, so they're going to add to the volume from the Irish side, trying to get behind their man, trying to G him up. Not quite sure whether that's going to... whether that's exactly what he needs at the moment, people tearing into his ear. I think he just needs to settle himself.
Well,
I don't think that's going to encourage him.
By the look of Clint, it's not going to deter him.
No.
He looks zoned in.
He does.
I don't think anything's going to affect him.
And look at this break.
He's just got laser focus around the table.
This is surely a 7-frame lead coming, isn't it?
Scary. I don't think any of us saw this coming at the start. Something needs to change. I mean, I'm guessing the break won't be till 30 frames. Is that right?
30 frames. So it's
we've
a
got
long
a bit
way
to
off.
go. You know.
Yeah. Another 12 frames after this one.
Could be an unassailable lead
Oof.
by then. I mean, just look how these have landed. You'd have a good go at these, Nick.
Let's not.
All right, okay. Let's not put it much to them.
I'd butcher this one, mate.
All right.
I'd butcher the yellow in the corner.
I put myself out there. I'd fancy these ones.
Oh, come on. But Shane, from Clint's perspective, is it easy to get a little bit complacent when you're this far ahead, or has he got the focus just to keep his foot on the neck?
It can be, but I think if I know Clint, I think he won't. He's so solid. Like he would know that. Like he will want to win by as much as he can.
Yeah.
He will want to absolutely pump him.
Yeah.
Just not only for himself, just to prove a lot of people wrong, because he's probably seen everyone on Facebook saying that, I mean, Deck can't lose 13-8 prices, and like, it's not a real price, in my opinion anyway. That's not a price.
It's too big.
Yeah.
We said it at the start, didn't we?
We did. Yeah, we did.
That's never a price. Not in a 2-horse race.
Not with somebody of this quality.
No, exactly.
Slightly odd choice of shot there. Thought he'd be playing the one at the bottom of the table.
The thing is, I mean, I think the price, just going back to that quickly, I think the price is only really reflective of Declan's support.
Yeah, and people's opinions.
But also, the Irish, they've been known to like a little gamble, haven't they?
I mean, when the match first came up, just like you said before, I had Declan as favourite, not 4-7 favourite, but favourite. And then when you have a think about it, like you said, there's a lot of things in Clint's favour.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's finished that really nice.
But it's going to be after 20 frames played, it's going to be a 7-frame lead.
Oh,
and he gives it the big uns.
He gives it the fist pumping.
Yeah. He's got a big crowd in now. Look, they're all starting to get a bit noisy, a bit rowdy. They're getting him pumped up.
But the thing is,
his metal is going to be tested here, Declan.
Well, it is, but Declan's got some serious firepower, and I don't think that. I know the fist pump is revving himself up, but it's not meant as anything disrespectful. But you know, Declan could look at that. You don't want to wake the bear.
No, you don't. And one thing me and Shane spoke about before when you were just away is I'm surprised that break here isn't out of the.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yet.
Yeah,
I'm surprised it's not out.
Yeah.
Just give you a little bit of release as well. But
yeah,
I
think
something needs to change.
For me at the moment, you know, Declan's in hibernation. He's over in that corner. His head's a little bit in the bin, and you don't want to give him any reason to change that. And absolutely, he is. You know, he could see that fist pump and go, I'm not having that. I'm coming for you.
Well, Dex made a ball there, and the black's gone in.
The black's gone into a re-rack. It's
horrendous.
Just little things like that are going against him. And
horrendous.
And the old saying in pool is, what comes after a re-rack?
Yeah,
a dry break.
But this is for me why this rule should be changed, and this is why I like it in international rules. Just put that 8-ball back on the spot.
And get on with it.
You know, this is an absolute waste of time re-racking these balls. and Declan now, you know, he's under pressure to make a ball again.
He is. Yes, he already made one in the previous. I mean, it doesn't annoy me to some extent, but if you were a player playing for this amount of money, yes. Oof. Will he go against the grain and make one? Really, really needs one.
Oh, yeah, he's got one.
He's got one. He's got one. And my
you know what?
Goodness, did he need it?
This split is a lot better than the last one he had as well, so he'd be over the moon.
Yeah. Looking at first glance, yellows, Shane? No?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come down to the bottom of the table?
Yeah, it's just all about the first shot.
See, it's funny because I'm looking at that table. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's the red. It's the red just above the 8 ball that's the problem, isn't it? That's the driving factor towards yellows, I think. Because getting onto that red is tricky.
I mean, he can't be feeling good at the minute, so every pot might be a little bit of a test.
Another tester. Oh,
well, it's in.
Well, that found its way in the side of the pocket, though, didn't it?
Yeah,
it certainly wasn't the centre of the
bag.
Didn't
go in clean.
He ain't missing balls on open play, not really. If we're honest, no matter how bad he's feeling, he doesn't really miss balls. Positional errors and maybe the odd lack of concentration, maybe, but missing balls isn't really what Dec's about.
No. But I did say...
It's a swear word, miss.
I did say, don't wake the bear.
Yeah, and a little bit of a spring in his step, do you feel now?
Is this the first frame?
Long balls like that, when you're just
comeback.
queuing them in, they will make you feel good as well.
Yeah. I mean, he'll be fairly stoic. I mean, he'll know that a race to 30... You know, a 7-frame lead is not the end of the world.
No, I mean, Clint's not even halfway there yet.
No.
Long way to go. But you've got to stop the rot at some point. It has to be stopped.
But, I mean, it goes without saying, you'd much rather be sat in Clint's chair.
Oh, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
I think that break cue needs to come out, really.
Declan Brennan stops the rot, and it's a frame back.
Yeah, he reduces the ears to 6 now.
After 20 frames, it's 13 frames to 7.
So different dynamic to stopping the rot, Shane. Clint to break.
Yeah, Clint will be looking for a big break here and hopefully a finish just to cancel that out.
Yeah, so put you back in your place.
Yeah.
And again, he's made a break. And again, they've split reasonably nice until that red has just...
No, yeah, the
he's okay.
Reds are perfect, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Reds
okay.
Right.
And how many times have we said that already?
Yeah. I think he can play the plant on the red over the bag, and then I think he's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought he'd be going up the table first.
Well, he could
go this way. Yeah,
obviously he's feeling good, so that would be the shot if he's feeling good.
Because this is a queuing shot, you've got to punch this in off the side rail.
As long as he doesn't finish straight. I mean, straight wouldn't be terrible because obviously he's got the ball over the bag, but obviously ideally you want some sort of angle.
Yeah, they're the shots.
I think he's finished straight.
Look at that, you called it, Shane. Called it perfectly.
Just got a little message on Facebook for a little birthday shout out to Jack Wall, watching from Tenerife. So happy birthday, Jack.
He's already in Tenerife. He doesn't need shout-outs.
Unbelievable.
Lucky boy.
Unbelievable.
So because he landed straight, as you well predicted, Shane, he's going to have to come down for the one over the pocket.
Yeah, he'll go
Playing
cushion first. Yeah.
And has played it absolutely perfectly.
That is perfect.
He's landed on both. Taking the one to the corner here, surely Shane.
Yeah,
Shane.
Corner, middle, and then he'll just run through for the red top left. Obviously, black bottom left. But I can't see Clint making mistakes. He looks like he's at the top of his game right now.
Yeah, he just looks so calm and composed around the table.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Top this through. Doesn't want a hampered queuing on the last one. It's the only thing that can go slightly wrong.
Yeah.
Just like that. Now makes the shot missable. Don't expect him to miss it, do you? But
you don't. But
it's missable.
Queuing over. I think he might have to. No, I don't. I think he just roll it in. Obviously, we've seen a few. Not roll off, but kind of drift off a little bit. So he might have that in the back of his mind.
Are we going to see a turning point, or is he going to extend his lead back to 7? Is it near jaw? Oh, it is, but it slid in. And an uber confident Clint I'anson goes back to a 7-frame lead and leads by 14 frames to 7. We're going to cut over to Nick Finn. He's having a word with the head of the IRO, Scott Price.
I'm joined by the governor of the IRO.
Morning,
Scott
afternoon,
Price.
evening. How are we?
Scott, did you foresee anything like this?
No, I didn't, mate, to be honest. Obviously, you know, we all know Deck can break big, but the breaks obviously killed him today, and Clint's breaking like a god.
Yeah.
So it's one-way traffic at the minute. So Deck's pinching the odd frame, isn't he? It's from 6-all really, and Clint's just flying.
But it's not at the halfway point yet, so.
No, but obviously
if
he gets too far in front, it's a big ask in it to come back.
It is a big ask, and
but
even now the way he's breaking, that's his 8th breaking dish.
Yeah, and the standard's unreal, isn't it? He's not really, you know, he's not doing anything wrong. He's not really, you know, pushing about. He's just getting everything.
The only thing you can really point at was the in off, wasn't it? Off of the 8.
Yeah. Well,
and that was a 10th frame, and he's put that behind him, and
he's just motoring on, and the crowd's obviously behind him as well. He's got a good following, and he's just flying. That's all we can say. He's just flying, isn't he?
Saw a couple of fist pumps in there as well.
Yeah, he's liking it. He's revved up, and he's going, and he's enjoying himself, and I think that's part of the battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
So we're obviously used to seeing you the other side inside the arena.
Yeah.
How's the referee John getting on so far?
You know what, John's actually done my exam. I know John as well personally. He's a very good referee.
Yeah.
And also, you know, he's a good guy for table, isn't he? So it helps. But yeah, he's fantastic, isn't he, John?
Yeah.
He does a good job. So we're on a bit of a referee's outing. I've got team leader Trish with me today, so we thought we'd just pop over and have a few drinks and watch the game, because, like you say, we're always that side, aren't we? So we thought we'd come this side of the table and have a day out. So yeah, loving it. Yeah.
Great to see you, Scott.
And you, mate.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Score prediction.
30-20 to Clint.
30-20 to Clint.
Yeah, I'm going there.
There you go. You heard it there.
Sorry.
30-20 to Clint. We'll drop you back over to Shane and Dave.
Thanks, Nick. And nice to hear the thoughts of Scott Price, the man that works very hard on the ultimate pool weekends and beyond.
He's definitely the hardest man in the room, isn't he?
Oh, definitely.
Definitely.
100%.
Definitely the hardest man in the room.
Although next time we'll get him a box to stand on when he's being interviewed.
Yeah, we will.
Why have you been like this, Dave?
Alright, so Deck broke and made a ball.
He's made a ball, but again, they're not easy, are they?
They're not.
He's got problems.
I think he'd be fine. He's got the perfect angle now, just to perfect angle to play the red bottom right and move his bad ball. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he's got any other shot.
No, he hasn't. No, but he's landed pretty good. He used to miss the first red though. Yeah, that was the trouble.
Is he going to land one? No.
Trouble.
Has he got any shot here?
I don't think so. I don't even think he's got.
He's touching. Yeah. He looks like he's very close to touching ball. And even more so difficult to see where he's going to leave the cue ball and not leave Clint a chance here.
Yeah, it's tough. He might be able to flick off it bottom side and maybe put the white behind this yellow bottom rail. But even then, if he doesn't get it, he's leaving the world, isn't he? So
it would. It'd probably help if he was touching. I don't think he is touching.
No, I'm wondering, can he play the plant?
I think that's what he's looking at. I think if you're Declan now, you'd be trying to get to that break, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, he's played the
that
plant.
Is a magnificent shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
No foul has been called.
Still not ideal, but
he's not ideal.
He's got to finish.
Yeah, I mean, you can play this up to the top left. Natural angle is going close to the middle, but it just needs to play it at the right pace. Are you topping through, or are you coming backwards slightly?
I'm dropping this in and I'm topping it through.
Ideally, just wants to be straight on this last red or top side of it. Doesn't want to be too far.
As long as he can get to the side rail, I think he's fine. He want a little bit of angle just to come out for the black, because obviously you don't be queuing the black up off the side rail. But
he's judged that well.
Yeah, he has.
And we did see him miss a yellow up the rail similar to this. The red's a little bit further away than the yellow was that he missed earlier. But still, a little bit of pressure on this, Shane. Like you said, he doesn't let you down. Doesn't let you down.
It's a great shot.
And I know you say he doesn't miss in open play, but when you're so far behind...
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, there's obviously pressure comes into it, but hopefully that gets him back going again.
Giving the Irish fans something to shout about.
So that's all that Declan Brennan can do at the moment is just hold on to the coattails, because Clint just doesn't look like making any mistakes, but they will come.
Yeah.
They have to come.
Yeah.
To get to 30 frames without, with flawless pool is near impossible.
Yeah, I mean, we've all watched a lot of cash games, and it's pretty unusual to keep a standard like that up for the whole of the match.
But this period of play now, I mean, we've just had 22 frames. There's 8 more frames before the break. Declan has to win it 6-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5-3 at a minimum.
Yeah.
Say 5-3 at a minimum to go in sort of 4 behind.
Even 4 each is no good to him, is it?
No.
It's too big a deficit.
But winning 6-2 is more than possible. These players are so good, they rattle off.
That's a dry break.
And although a lot of balls have gone over to the left-hand side, these yellers are quite nice.
Look at the look on Declan's face, absolutely puzzled. I think he's only had one dry break all match so far, one single solitary dry break. And he's looking absolutely puzzled at the fact that he's had another one. 5 dry breaks between the two players now. Just 4 breaking dishes for Declan. Conversely, 8 for Clint. But these are the exact opportunities that Declan would be looking for.
Yeah, they're all there. It's just about cue ball control, this.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's about picking the order and cue ball control. Got to be precise. And that isn't the best opening shot, it has to be said.
No.
In fact, I don't know if this passes to the left middle.
No,
definitely doesn't.
Definitely doesn't.
He may not have a shot on here.
And he doesn't really want to play it off the yellow either, because he's pushing the yellow into the reds.
Yeah.
And that just messes everything up.
Can he get through to the middle of these 3 as we look down on the table?
I don't think he can. He might have to play it a bit aside, but...
A little bit of a swerve. I'm just trying to see an option for him. It's probably the best option he's got, Shane. What do you think?
I think he can get there if he
Yeah,
swerves it.
he can turn it over, but that's a tricky little shot. That's nasty, but you're right. It might be the only thing he's got.
It keeps him in the frame, and the reds are not nice.
The thing is, if the red was straight into the pocket, he could play a fairly simple skill shot, but he can't even play that. So you can see he's
playing.
Digging into the ball, turning it over.
Oh, he's played the plant.
Played the plant.
Okay.
Well, he's taken control. He's taken control.
Well, that's the key. I mean, it's all very well break condition, but for Declan now, it's just about winning.
Yeah.
Winning frames.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't have to be pretty. But again, it's another one of those frames. I mean, Clint won't relish this one because the reds are pretty awful. But at the same time, he won't mind taking that sting out of the game. He doesn't mind slowing it down. He doesn't mind a 10 or 15 minute frame now.
No, Declan just wants to fire for the next 8.
Declan desperately needs to find some rhythm. And he can't find some rhythm while they're playing these little tactical battles.
I'm with Shane. I just think the breaking cue needs to come out, personally. I think he wanted to be a little bit further over to the right hand side there, did he, Shane?
I think
to sort of play the cannon.
Yeah.
To come over. Because I don't think there's a skill shot on. These situations, they're not nice if you're on reds, are they?
No, they're not.
They're just, I mean, what do? You almost feel like because there's no safety options that you feel obliged to attack.
Little containing shot, just it's not a bad shot actually. It's kind of forces. It's trying to force Declan into doing something with this.
He might play the pot here. Will he?
I don't know if he'll play the pot. I think he'll just
nudge it out.
He'll just nudge it out.
Well, surely he's just given Clint just a simple little run in behind these two reds, and that's.
And he's tied a yellow up, or has he? We see an overhead. No, he hasn't.
Probably
tied
goes
it up.
to middle, but
I think he goes game here. I think he might go game. I think he'll take this to the middle.
That was a clumsy little shot, to be honest, from Clint.
Go over to the right hand, the one at the top of the table as we're looking now, towards the top right. Then come for the 2 over the pocket and try and get on the one to the left middle. He's not played it yet, so I think you can get through to this. Are you going game here, Shane?
He's definitely on it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going for these, Shane.
If the yellow passes the red into the middle,
yeah, it does.
Yeah, then he's going.
It's got to go game.
He's going.
Now, the 2 that are over the pocket, I think he needs to get rid of the bottom one before he plays the yellow to the middle, because after he plays the yellow to the middle, he may opt to play the plant.
Yeah.
Or he's going a completely different way. Is he playing the plant now? I'm not sure this goes.
Yeah, I didn't
think that goes. Yeah, and that's why I thought he'd go the other way. Still in control though. What do you do here if you're Clint? I mean, you're just trying to tie yellows up.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. I think the red, the 2 that's together, I think he needs to just push the bottom one off the rail and in front of the yellow to stop it going, really, I think that's the only shot he can play now where he's not really going to leave a finish or anything on without deck. bumping it out or developing it.
Yeah, so just nudge this red that's on the side
front.
cushion just over the yellow, just block the path.
Yeah. So also it goes up the top as well, so you have to be careful.
Yeah, and if he plays that shot, he could leave him on that ball. Opting to try and hide again.
Is he playing the long double just to cover the bag at that? No, he's not.
He's trying to hide the cue ball.
That's a great shot.
That is a great shot. However,
the white just rolled back a little bit.
I think, we've seen a lot of that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Nudge the yellow into play, or do you play the pot this time?
I think he has snookered him, but...
Oh, he has snookered him. Yeah, containing shot, and if Clint can't get in this hole, and well, he certainly thinks he can. And he has. Did he? Must have hit that on the way through as well.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah.
Keen eyes from the ref.
Yeah,
giving it the
John
nod.
wouldn't miss that trick.
No.
So now 2 hours and 45 minutes into the game.
Oh, he's playing right round here. Sorry, Nick. I thought he'd be going up and down, but he's not.
Oh, that's a good shot.
That is a good shot.
Nice.
You sort of feel for Clint here, but you feel the longer it goes on, the more of a chance he's going to have in this frame because he's just so far behind at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's in a world of trouble here, to be honest.
These are kind of frames where you just think, I just want it over and done with. Let's just start again.
Yeah, but you don't want to give it him.
No, you
know what I mean?
can't.
Yeah, it's his break as well, isn't it? It was his break,
Yeah.
so he doesn't want to hand back a breaker serve. He's just electing to tie up one of Declan's yellows, just to give him a bit of a headache later in the frame. Maybe just buys himself another visit to the table.
There's just nothing else he can do at the minute.
No.
Clint's whole game plan now is just to tie yellows up. It's just so difficult. Okay, he's got an angle here to disturb if he wants. He can punch this off one or maybe even two cushions.
I think I'm just bouncing the yellow out and leaving the white where the yellow is. You don't want to be risking
Taking
anything.
no chances.
Yeah, you don't want to be risking anything here. Not when you're such a big favourite in a
I'll tell you
frame.
one thing I've noticed, Shane, having you has been brilliant because you have called all the sort of choices where an amateur player would maybe go game. You've got them all right because take no chances, like you said.
Yeah, you don't be taking chances in this, especially when you're so far behind. Like you're trying to call frames back, not give them away just by going for silly chances.
Is he just going to try and plant this red on top of the yellow that's over the pocket? Or struggling to see what else he's got?
I think he's looking at like a double plant. That's what he was lining up there. I wonder if he's trying to play that and then getting on that red, this by the two yellows, yeah?
Yeah. I think you're right.
I think
it pushes towards the knuckle. No, it doesn't.
No,
What a
it
shot.
doesn't.
Oh,
what a ball
my
that is.
goodness me.
And
What a
from
shot.
absolutely nowhere, he may have a chance in this frame.
That's a great
Okay,
shot.
the two over the right-hand side are still an issue. Great shot.
That's some shot.
Good
Brilliant.
vision.
Brilliant. Yeah,
Great vision.
even
Yeah.
to see it.
So neither of the two reds on the right-hand side put into the bottom right, but the outside of the inside of the two reds does go in comfortably into the middle of the bottom pocket. And if he can land on it in such a way to maybe cannon into the yellow, he will have a finish. And he's missed it. He's missed it by a way.
Wow.
Didn't expect that.
No, I didn't. Especially after the shot he played, I thought he'd be pumped up for that one.
You can see the little grimace there. He
Yeah, 'cause
knows.
he
I mean,
knows.
if he could find it, if he could just contrive a way to win that frame, that would have been such a sucker punch.
Even at this stage, you're sort of banging nails in the coffin, aren't you?
Oh,
I mean, he was 7 behind. He's now going to be only 5.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a comfortable lead. And if you'd asked him at the start if he'd take it, he would have done.
But the thing is, as I say, it was just the fact that Declan was so in control of the frame. So Clint knew that one frame he could have just killed so much heart almost.
it would have hurt him so much.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, what's he done?
No.
Well,
He's okay.
He's
is
okay.
He? Is he though?
He is, but what I will say is he was on that ball before he played that
the
shot.
Yeah, I thought he was going to take it first.
You can see the shake of the head. It's those layers of negativity that are in his mind at the moment. It's just feeling. There's just confusion in there. It's just.
And get through to this, can he? Or is he
Yeah,
cutting
I
this
think he
back
can
and
get
playing
through.
it off the red? Is he cutting this back or
Maybe.
playing the other one?
He's cutting it back.
Yeah, cutting it back. Yeah.
Cutting it back, playing off the red. That'll do. Took a little bit of a risk there, but
But even so, I mean, even if he wins this frame, I think mentally, he would have probably, been marking this one down, and then suddenly, just something in the middle of it just starts to go wrong, and it just starts to unravel. And okay, you win it anyway, but it still adds those kind of layers of negativity that.
Declan will be very, very relieved to win this because he was such a heavy favourite, and it's taken some time to get to this point.
Yeah.
It would have been a steal for Clint. But he does reduce his arrears. Still trails. It's now 14-9.
So that's exactly what Declan Brennan needed to do. 7 frames behind he was, and now he's just managed to wrestle that lead back to 5 after that dry break from Clint. A big tussle in that game, but it's Declan Brennan that comes through it.
Tell you what, Deck looks right without a top on, doesn't he? Deck looks right without a top on.
And there we go. Hit that very, very well. They've not split so good. Doesn't particularly have a nice opener on yellows. I think you'd be going for reds anyway here, Shane.
Yeah, he's a couple of little tricky ones. If the red below the yellow goes into the middle, then
everything's there.
Yeah.
Just going to see now. Yes, it does. I would say.
Yeah, look,
I don't know.
Looks tight.
Difficult.
It's just a matter of getting on them then.
Yeah, there's nothing really close to sort of land the cue ball in that position, is there?
That's the problem. That is the problem. Because you've got the 2 reds towards the left-hand side. They don't offer position to anything really apart from the other balls that are up at that end of the table. It's only the one that is in the middle of the table that he could possibly use, the one that's the one that's furthest to the right-hand side of the table that he could possibly use to get down there. But yeah, this is nasty.
Any thoughts of taking yellows there, Shane?
It's a big first shot.
Yeah, well, it's all on that shot, isn't it?
He's eyeing that up, you know. He's eyeing that yellow, and now he's going back to reds. He's looking at where he needs to land to be on that red to middle, and exactly the point I was making a second ago. That red that's furthest to the right, using that one to transition across. So that's his plan, is to leave an angle on the one to right centre.
If Deck was 14-9 up, he'd be taking yellows.
Is he planning to hide here?
Yeah.
Yes, he's hiding.
You can't blame him.
Yeah, where those reds are, I think that's the smart move. Obviously, he's chasing racks as well, so he needs to just not play it too safe, but he needs to just be measured.
Not give anything away.
Yeah, don't want to be giving away.
Don't be giving easy chances.
Yeah, that's it.
Because Clint's shown he's not going to miss anything. Doesn't want to disturb these. That may be good because he may now block the path for that red into the right centre. And has done for sure. So has good shot by Clint. Created another problem for Declan. Can he play this off the yellow? Can he see enough of this red to play it off the yellow?
He can, but I don't know if he could be playing it.
I think he plays this if it goes. It's always going to be on the other red, which is closest to it. Uses the yellow to hold. Or is it just too much of a risk? It's frame ball, isn't it?
It is. I'm not too sure I'd go just yet.
Such a big part of the game, isn't it? You know, your decision making, timing you out is just so important. You feel like though he just needs to get going and needs something to get going in this match. Start the surge back. Is he playing? I think he must be. Off the yellow, and it's in.
What a shot.
Great shot. Now, the only half problem is the yellow on the side cushion. Won't cut into the middle, could land on it to the bottom, and does double.
I wonder if he plays the red on the bolt line. I wonder if he plays it off of two rails and stuns the white back behind the red. It's
ideally, I think he would have liked to have been on this ball that he's actually playing a little bit better, but caught the cannon a little bit thin, the kiss on the yellow. Should pot this, no problem though. And then as long as he lands on something, that's okay.
That's good, yeah.
It's good. Little bit thin on the one on the top rail, Shane, so are we playing the one into the middle?
I think we're still, I don't know.
It looks quite thin from here, this. And you know, he's going to be wanting to play it with left-hand side.
The trouble is, you don't want to be leaving a tool on the rail last because they're hard to get on. I think if he can,
he's stunning across behind the black. Oh no, he must have been very straight on that.
Yeah, I think I would have ran through and then played like a cross double on the red.
Yeah,
if he can play this and go into the yellow, that's by the middle bag, then he can play the one at the rail.
Just don't go in off.
Well.
He's played it in such a way. Okay. Can he play this and use the black as a blocker? It's not a natural.
I heard one of the Irish contingent say perfect, Decky. I wouldn't.
Does that mean he can screw back off this red?
I wouldn't say that's perfect, is it?
Can he screw off this red?
I don't think
screw him behind the red on the rail?
Too much angle.
He can. But
if he's screwing into the yellow, it is perfect.
He needs to screw into the yellow.
I think he just flicks the red, doesn't he?
I think he might be able to pinch it.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
We're about to find out.
He must feel he can.
He doesn't like it.
No, he doesn't. I just think that angle.
You think he's going into the red?
I just think he flicks it.
If he's going into it, then he can play it and maybe try and nudge the red over the middle bag.
I don't even think it's a full ball contact. I think it's just a flick.
I think he's just going to flick.
I don't think he can get into it full ball.
I think he's got to play the one at the rail now.
I think that's why he doesn't like it.
I think he's got to play the one at the rail now, come across twice.
Yeah, and that's
difficult.
As I say, middle bags, but perfect.
Yeah, middle bag and the black is.
I don't think he's going off in the middle, but this is so tough. He's missed it.
Yeah, I couldn't fancy that. It was just, that's a horrible shot.
It's just awful.
Having to play it with that pace to come twice across table, that makes it so much more difficult because you have to hit it perfectly because there's no give.
Yeah,
there's no give. If you can play it pocket weight, you've got a margin of error.
Even worse, he's left Clint the angle just to open his balls up, which he hasn't done brilliantly. Now, will he choose to cover here, or will he still go game?
It's going to go game.
He'll go game. He'll just play the plant on around now.
Yeah.
If he plays a snooker here, then you know he's not messing around.
I don't think
he will do with the red.
I don't think you can ever do that. I mean, you just don't want Declan coming back to the table. There's a red near the pocket. Have to go for the out from here.
And just going back to that shot that Declan had, he was literally probably a couple of millimetres being off perfect.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And if he can screw back straight and miss the red,
it's those margin. Yeah, it's those margin of error. Like I said, that the angle just flicked into the red, and he knew it. He couldn't get it full enough to be able to get it to be able to nudge it over the pockets. It was horrible. It was just in the wrong place.
Just a question for Shane then. The pot that we were saying about where he was screwing back and the natural angle off the screw back was to just flick the red. Are you ever tempted to play the shot with side to turn the object ball?
If I'm going into the red, I'm playing to push the red over the bag.
Right. Okay. So you use a natural angle.
Yeah, just to
and then
develop
punch it a little bit more.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure he could have screwed straight back without hitting the red. But obviously I'm not at the table, so I can't really say whether he could or couldn't. But from the angle I had, I think he could.
That's another big moment, you know. That's another really big moment. This was Declan's break as well.
Yeah. And you felt like it was going Declan's way.
Yeah, a chance to get back within 4, and instead it's going to be 6 again. Beautiful. So well controlled. Look at that. Absolutely on a sixpence.
Nip that cue ball up.
Just delightful.
Effortless.
And for those people watching at home, that just shows what you can do with a cue ball. People think that, a lot of people, club players, may think that, you really need to hit a ball hard to be able to screw it. It's just that shot just shows you it's all about cue action. All about the cue action. He's barely dabbed that ball, and the cue ball's come racing back 4 or 5 foot up the table.
Well, it has to be said, we are sat with someone that has not got a bad one.
He's got one of the best cue actions in the game. Absolutely effortless. Yeah, amazing. So it's Mowgli against the Destroyer, and Mowgli is 6 frames ahead at the moment. He's in command of the game. He's at the halfway point, which is significant as well.
You certainly, when you're having a break at 30, you're racing to 15 in your head, aren't you?
Yeah. He's got there now.
Now he's just thinking,
still 6 to play.
I'm going to be ahead at the break. That's what Clint will be thinking. Whatever happens, I should be ahead at the break.
Should be ahead, unless something goes disastrously wrong.
You can see 6 in a row, but the way that Clint's breaking, it's just highly unlikely.
Hard to see, hard to fathom how that can happen. Recognise that people have been joining us throughout the afternoon. If you have been recently, or you've recently joined us, thank you for signing up to the Beard Productions pay-per-view. Thank you for supporting this stream. Without your support, this cannot happen. And we welcome you, and sit back and enjoy the action. It's been absolutely fantastic so far. It really has. So we just hope that you are joining us to see what should be a brilliant second half to the game. So don't forget the package as well, the giveaway package. For your £5, you've managed to get yourself into a draw.
I can't wait for that.
We're going to draw it. We're going to draw on Facebook, live on Facebook after the match. And one lucky winner will win a Johnny Carr cue, handmade cue, and a handmade Sam Sprackman breaking cue, along with a lot of other goodies.
There's a
set of balls and some on-board shirts. It really is a great package.
My local's hoping I win the balls, I think.
It's superb. It's as I say, worth the £5 just for that.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, thanks so much for joining us for this pay-per-view event. I think it's personally, I think for a £5 it's worth every penny, and it allows us to bring you these matches.
Tying up straight away. You do feel for me that he's got to win the next 2 or 3. If he could just take 3 in a row, the game has a new complexion.
I think that's really, really smart play from Clint. I mean, he could have gone after a tough ball and gone after a tough clearance, but he's just saying, look, Deck, I don't need.
No.
Beautiful. He's basically just saying, I don't need to go for this finish. You need to make it.
And I feel like Decky just hasn't quite fired or gone into top gear yet, and I think that's what he needs to do. Really, I know Shane's a big advocate of timing. I just feel he needs to attack a little bit more, maybe take them half chances, and that's what sometimes you got to do when you're behind. But
got to take the ball by the horns, which is exactly what Clint doesn't need to do. It's totally the opposite.
I mean, you push the boat out, but I suppose it's when you do it. Do you wait until you're 5 or 6 behind and Clint's nearer the finish line?
Yeah.
Or do you do it now and then risk giving away the game completely? Because if you go 9 behind, it's probably game over, you'd have to say.
So he's got this one tricky yellow. It doesn't look like it pots to top left. In fact, I'm almost certain it doesn't. I think it's glued to the red, so it won't go to top left. He could. He's got a couple of balls around it, so he could give it a nudge. He doesn't quite have the angle on the one to the middle now, but he can leave an angle.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do now.
That's exactly what he's done, and he doesn't really need to. In fact, he doesn't want to do much with this. Just a tickle.
Just nudge it onto the black.
Just a flick.
It looks a little bit straight here, though.
If he dropped onto the, if he dropped between the red and the yellow, then he could possibly even leave the one down the left rail as well. So I think he's just got enough angle there.
Yeah, he's punching.
Oh, has that come out though?
Is that okay?
Yeah, he's on it in the middle.
Yeah, he's on it. Yeah. A little bit close to his work, but it should be. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, he's
natural angle will bring him round.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just needs to go off the top rail and back out.
Just got to land on that other ball at the bottom right. It's the only thing that can go wrong now with this finish. A little bit of a positional shot to get onto this ball at the bottom right hand pocket. Mind your work. Doesn't want too much screw on this. Needs to come back the other side. Okay, he's played it purposely, the angle to come over.
Yeah, he could have done with a few more inches off the rail, to be fair.
Hand on the table.
Yeah, you can see the little nod of his head though, and that's an ironic nod. That's left yourself another tester here, Sunshine. So that wasn't a nod of affirmation.
It's like a slow screw shot, this one, Shane.
Yep. Played it perfect.
He's played it absolutely beautifully.
Absolutely delightful shot.
If he'd have chosen where to put the white, he'd have been right on the side cushion. But now he's just got to
he's finished
push
a little bit
through.
straight. But
yeah, a little bit straight. Pushes this through, and then a big screw back shot on the last yellow. He has certainly cued that one well, but the last yellow he is definitely going to have to cue very well.
Yeah, he's, as you say, he's literally just going to have to take his medicine here. He's
yeah, don't try and force this. Just drop it in.
No, there you go. Just looking at he's cueing towards the blue spot, but the cue ball's not going to be anywhere near that. It's just looking at that line.
Yeah, he just wants to
picking the line he wants.
Screw off the side cushion anywhere towards. Oh, you had a little bit more than we thought there, Nick,
just
didn't he?
punch it out, yeah. Yeah.
So this makes life a lot easier, as we said before, Shane. His hands on the table.
Yeah.
This is now sort of 10 out of 10.
Yeah, this is the same sort of shot as he played just now, just like a little screw. Just cue the ball rather than punch it. You want all the side to take as well off the rail.
Yeah. And he's just playing to an area here.
Anywhere in the middle.
Oh, wow. Dear me.
And we cursed him with a 10 out of 10.
Wow. Well, these misses are really going to start to concern him now.
Yeah, he's had a few, it has to be said.
He really has. You just do not see him make...
And he has to look at the cue ball, where the cue ball's landed. I know he's missed the pot, so the cue ball wouldn't have been there, but he hasn't got into it.
But even so, he didn't play it with any conviction. He seemed quit on it a bit almost.
He needs the break, Declan. Definitely needs a break.
You just felt he could really drill into that ball, and you know, a Declan with confidence. I think he nails that pot and brings the cue ball, you know, down just across the blue spot. And
I mean, I did say it was a 10 out of 10, didn't I? He's that confident, really. When you watch him,
but it really felt like it, because it was one. You're playing it with the right side that's going to help you. It's not like you've got to play it with check side or anything. You're going to play it with right side. And it just feels like, you know, when you're cueing well, they just feel easy, don't they? And you just felt that, you know, he was going to get it. But, wow. How's this come out?
This hasn't landed well at all.
Right.
I think he's okay. He can play it as a shot to nothing anyway. He can play the pot.
It's a free shot.
Yeah, he can play the shot down the bottom.
He's got the one to bottom left and just drift the cue ball across.
And he's 1 to 10 to win this frame now. And we're back to that 7 frame gap. And if it keeps going like this, you can't see a way out for him. Well, he's not even playing the pot.
That's, again, probably very, very sensible pull. I don't know.
Has he blocked the up and down?
I don't know why he's not taking the shot to nothing.
I don't like that, just simply because you're letting him at the table. Yeah, the odds of him making this in the middle are low, but
why let him?
The shot's
why
on.
let him?
Yeah,
the shot was there. Maybe he just didn't feel comfortable with that.
Maybe it was a natural in-off.
I was going to say, was it a bit in-off? It may have been that was in his mind. He's the man at the table. He's playing the percentages.
I mean, this is his only shot.
The crowd are building now. There really is a big crowd in here. They're all vying for position, all trying to get.
I don't understand
the table.
this. I don't. Oh, can he make it into the corner?
Yeah, I think it goes to corner.
I like the other way, but each to their own. When you're in that sort of position, it's.
And this
I think if he'd have gone off the top cushion, he'd have got close though.
Yeah,
to the middle.
But this shows the benefit of Clint playing the percentages a second ago. He's gone from being a solid favourite in the frame to having a bunch of dollies just by playing the percentages. So it just proves that he played the right shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I know hindsight's 20/20. You don't really want to let Deck back at the table, but
if I was Declan, though, I would have tried to put that in the middle. I thought his odds of getting it in the middle were higher than the shot he played.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously thinking that if he gets it close, he causes Clint a problem. As it happens, though, Clint's in a familiar position, clearing up with an open table.
Yeah. And this now to re-establish that 7-frame lead
it's
and
just
be
massive,
guaranteed to have a lead going into the break. I mean, what a comfortable position to be in after 25 frames, to be guaranteed to have a lead going into the break. It's just really a matter of how big that lead can be. He's going to want to make it as big as possible. Declan Brennan, though, he has to start. He has to start now.
Yeah, I've said it before. I just think he needs to fire anything. Maybe it's not the break that needs to come out. I just think he needs to go for them half chances and push the boat out. That's my feeling. You're not going to get them frames back off Clint. He's not going to give you easy frames. So Declan breaks off in what you feel again is a must-win frame, Shane.
Yeah, they all seem to be must-win frames for Declan at the moment. Yeah, it's crazy what's going on at the moment.
We're just seeing unforced errors.
Yeah, and you don't really get that with Deck normally. It's normally he's absolutely ruthless. But he's made a ball. He's got a half decent split. I think yellow's are pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah, small issues.
Yeah, he needs to be getting these.
Do you feel that Declan needs to pick up the pace at all? Do you feel he's playing at a different pace because Clint's slowed him down a little bit?
Possibly. Obviously, only Declan will know.
I mean, when I've watched Declan, and when he, when he's in his pomp and he's absolutely flowing, he's a lot quicker than this. In between shots, I mean.
Yeah, I think that all comes down to a bit of lack of confidence, maybe. Like he might be feeling a bit flat, but he needs to do something to pick himself up. Obviously, the break can't come any sooner for him.
No, and it doesn't want to be any further than 5 behind, really, but might not have a choice in it.
Well,
might not have a say.
That's it. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah, he can play this one to middle and
find the gap between the two reds for the yellows. Yeah.
Wants to overdo this, not underdo it.
And the black goes into the right middle as well. Top middle as we're looking.
Nice shot.
Yeah, he's played that well.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't straight on this yellow, which I don't think he will.
No, he won't.
Be no problem. Just what he needed. Has to be said though, looking at him, he doesn't give anything away.
No, he won't give away much. He knows he's still capable of pulling this back. Obviously, he just needs a few things to go his way.
Well, one man that could give us a little bit of insight into his mindset currently, we are just about to speak to Nick Finn.
There he is.
We're going to go across to Nick Finn. He's got one of Declan Brennan's closest friends, mate Mark O'Hare.
His manager, Mark O'Hare. Mark, 6 frames behind. That was a big frame for him to win there. But concerning times, do you think?
I'm still optimistic, Nick, to be honest. I mean, Declan's put a lot of work in, off the table, on the table. Obviously, we're playing in Clint's backyard here. He knows the table inside out. I mean, he's 16-10 up, and what is he? He dry broke once, twice, maybe. You know.
He's had a couple of dry breaks. Declan's had 4. Clint's had 2. Also, Clint's had 8 break dishes. And that was his 5th there. So,
yeah.
So that's quite a big, but a lot of missed balls from Declan. More missed balls than I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. Nick, he's feeling a wee bit of the pressure out there. Nick has a big support here in the arena, and they're all giving it the large. But I mean, we've got a squad over from Ireland as well. There's 25 over here supporting Declan, and I mean, I'm optimistic that he can turn this around. I totally believe in him, and I think let's see how the next 10 or 12 frames go.
The thing is, Declan needs to give them something to cheer for, doesn't he? He needs, because they're a little bit quiet at the moment and they're a little bit reserved. So he really needs to give them something to cheer. So, what's the key to it now for him? Do you think?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm going to be a wee bit biased. I think Declan's the best player in the world in my eyes. He's certainly in the top 2 or 3, but I mean, if anyone can do it, Declan Brennan can do it. I mean, he doesn't really feel the pressure. Like, you know, the crowd are getting on Clint's side here, and they're giving it. But that's part of the atmosphere in these big money matches. So let's hopefully, you know, see Declan's going with the cut break today. I mean, maybe with the blue cloth, that's what's suiting it out there for him. I mean, he knows best. But no, I'm optimistic he can turn this around.
When does he need to change that break though? Because I'm surprised the break cue hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, well, he's continuing with the cut break. I mean, I haven't had a chance to get speaking to him yet, as we haven't had a break. But I'll have that conversation with him and see. But he knows best, you know. Keep my belief and my faith in Declan Brennan. Like, and if anyone can turn this around, Declan Brennan can.
4 frames left until the halfway point. He's 6 behind at the moment, so we know that Clint's going to go with the lead, but Declan really needs to win this passage 3 frames to 1, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to be falling too much more than 5 or 6 frames behind. It's a long way to go, though, Nick. Race to 30. I mean, to be fair to Clint, he's been ruthless off the break, and he hasn't made too many mistakes. I think 2-3 mistakes the whole match so far. There has been a couple of pressure pots there for Declan, and yes, he has missed them, but if anyone can turn this around, Declan Brennan can. Come on.
Indeed. Yep. Come on, indeed. Mark, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the game.
Cheers, Nick. Thanks very much. Nick. Go all right.
Thanks very much, Nick. Yeah, still plenty of time in this for Declan, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, he's on a finish now. I don't think it's the colour set that he wanted first out, because I think he was trying to... Oh, wow.
Oh, unbelievable. I mean, he was given a foul off the break, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he wanted yellows, didn't he? But I think he just played a bit of a loose shot for his free shot, and that's it. But
a show of emotion as well from Declan. Yeah, shaking the head. Is not happy. Clint will play yellow onto red, and has a very, very nice table. That has to go down as a big mistake there, Shane.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he's on that red. It looks pretty tight for him, that. I think he might have to go
the one
in the middle now, yeah.
He's okay, though. You have to be pretty precise with these, but...
Yeah, I think it's just all about this shot now.
Yeah. And we're going to see 7 frames. He had his chance there, Declan. I think that's will be the frustrating thing for the Irish fans out there, and the English fans that are supporting Declan, I suppose, that he has had the chances and he's not taking them at this time. Just what will the damage be at the break?
Yeah, it's not looking good for Brennan fans at the moment.
Any worse than sort of 18-12, you'd be fearing the worst, would you?
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, you don't want to be going into the second half with too much hard work to do. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for him second half.
We asked Marco here during the interview there whether he thought the break cue should have come out by now, and he said he's not had a chance to chat to him yet. They'll be talking about that at the break, and wondering whether that's the right strategic move.
Well, the thing is that the break might be too late.
Yeah, that's a problem,
especially when Dec's missing the chances that he has already.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about it quite a lot, but the main difference has been the balls that Declan's missed. He's missed it. He got ball in hand in this frame, and missed a chance that you'd expect him to get most of the time, and it's just handed the frame again to Clint I'anson. And 2 very simple balls will see him extend his lead again to 7 frames.
He's buzzing. He's feeding off the crowd. You can tell he is. Looking at the crowd as he walked around the table, Clint's got a. You can always tell when Clint's playing well. He's got this kind of pomp. His he just kind of bounces around the table almost. You just see him.
He's aloof a lot of the time.
Everything just lifts. Look, he's engaging with the crowd. He's smiling. He's there. Like, look at that. He's just absolutely oozing positivity. I mean, his head's up, looking around. He's alert.
I should imagine, Shane, there's nothing quite like it, is there?
When you're playing well and you've got a nice big crowd around you, there's no better feeling when you're in the arena. But
so was that the ninth break dish for Clint?
No, Clint went in off in that.
Oh,
frame.
he went. Sorry, I missed the start.
Decky had ball in hand, made a bit of a mess of him, and then Clint cleared up.
Because I was obviously over there talking to Mark, so I missed that. Wow, that is a huge error there.
Yeah, it was a bad error, it has to be said. Yeah.
Goodness me.
Has he returned the favour?
That cue ball.
No.
That cue ball was.
Okay, so what are we playing here, Shane? Are we playing yellow? Are we playing red?
I think
red
if he's got a nice angle on the red,
which
he has, but it's a bit of a tough shot coming out of the knuckles of the pocket.
Is the yellow to middle not the opening ball? All the yellows are there.
I think where the 8 ball is, I think you want reds.
Really. Oh, of course. There's me, you know.
But if he can play the red across the rail and get to somewhere where the yellow above the one over the bag is, then I think he'd be happy.
Looks pretty straight on this.
No, I think he's right. I'm sat right behind him on the shot, and he's got a nice little angle for this.
Just a push out. Okay. So the only sort of half problem, boy, is the one at the boat line, is it?
Yeah, but I think he may be able to play this one in the middle and maybe nudge the red towards the top rail.
Okay.
And then obviously I'm not sure what sort of angle he's got because I'm sat the wrong side, but
play the red to middle now?
Yeah.
Doesn't he?
He's
the red just above it.
He's looking at playing the one near the black. Oh, I think he's looking at the one playing near the black. And then coming round the back of it for the red on the boat line into the same pocket.
He can't play that.
I don't like the red to middle because I think the other red's in the way of the angle that you want to be. But you can't bump that ball on the bulk line full ball.
No, you can't.
Can you?
Yeah. You're missing that red.
That's why he's here,
This
Nick.
is why Shane's number one.
That's why he's here. You'd like to disagree with him, but we just can't.
No. All I can do is hope and pray.
Needs a nice kiss and hasn't had one.
All I can do is hope and pray that the shot goes my way, and then I can just go, told you so.
I've tried it 3 times, and I'm currently 3-0 down. I have been keeping count. Is he on this one to the middle?
I'm not sure what he played there.
No.
Half ball kiss to land on it?
No.
Has he got a shot here? Can we see?
Surely not.
I don't think he's on anything here.
I'm not sure what he's played there.
Hasn't got much option here other than to put the cue ball into the top left-hand corner pocket, into the jaws.
Could he have played the cannon? Could he have been playing the cannon onto the yellow and just got it wrong?
Maybe.
That's a big way away from where
he's got it very, very wrong if he's playing that.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got it a big way away from anywhere. So I mean, whatever he was playing, he's had a howler because surely you wouldn't play the cannon the red.
He's just going to have to put this into the corner, but if he leaves any sort of shot on this yellow, it goes into the middle. Needs it to run.
No.
I don't think that's any good.
No, he's on it. He's on it.
I think you can pot this into the middle and come round the back of the black for the next yellow in the left centre, Shane.
Yeah, I was just looking at Deck's face as he walked away there, and
sorry.
he's not happy.
Nice, stood up in between shots, something we've not seen yet. I think he can punch this in.
Yeah. He'll pot this in the middle, stun off the top rail.
And he's got it. Now it's a long plant for the frame, is it? Well, does the black pass?
Not what he's left though, is it?
I think the black passes into both pockets.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think he's on this yellow anyway, isn't he?
He could play it cushion first anyway, can't he? He won't want to, but he could. He's got that as an option if he wants.
I don't think he'll play this cushion first.
No, he's not playing cushion first.
It's just too far away. Yeah, he's on it. Shane's right again. Again. Annoyingly, again.
But he's
that well.
Yeah.
executed that very well.
I don't think he would have. He didn't want to take this one near the baulk line. That would have. He would have wanted that to be his last ball. So may choose to play this one to bottom left if his natural angle isn't enough.
No, natural's not enough. I think the white might be flying a little bit there. That's the only trouble. So I think he might play the one top left. Yeah.
Yeah, well played.
Lovely. And the
ideally he wants the one bottom right last.
Yeah, I think he can play this and screw across.
On and off, anywhere in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
That's not perfect.
It's not, but I think he can just top it off the bottom rail, or even
use two cushions,
swing it off,
swing it round, maybe 3 cushions.
But the thing is, isn't it one of those you can just take? I mean, he can pot this from the blue spot if he needs to. I mean, that's
what I mean. He can
just
take
your medicine,
top it off the one rail and come straight up, or you can go 2 or 3.
I like the 3 cushion shot here. I mean, you're nowhere near the enough.
I say you don't need to get this close, do you?
Well, he doesn't.
No. But you there. I mean, you just got to back yourself. He's looking at the angle to come across into the right-hand side of baulk to play the 8 ball into top left. Wow.
I think he's screwing off a 2. Yeah. That's a great shot.
That will do.
I mean, yes, indeed, it will do. But my goodness, I just felt that was one that could have gone wrong.
Could have gone behind the red, yeah. He's just telling Declan, I'm feeling good, if he didn't already know. As he rolls the black in. And did anybody predict this?
And did anybody have the winner on the Grand National is the question.
Which was?
I believe it was Noble Yates.
Did he act?
With Sam Cohen on board. Any of you lads had a Noble Yates?
No,
not for me.
This is the point where you can just take a look at it and go, wow, how did I not pick that one? It was a big price.
A few outsiders each way.
I think it was about a 40 to 1 shot looking at where it is in the betting. So.
I did have a 40 to 1 shot, but it wasn't that one.
Typical. No, nor me.
A little bit of a lottery.
Didn't have it in the sweepstake either.
Noble Yates.
Wow. 18-10. What a game.
And look at this for a break. First glance, I think yellows are the set. Yeah.
Yeah. It's every time, isn't it?
He's just knowing where to hit them.
Yeah. Making the game look easy.
It's like we said before, on your own table you should know where you're hitting the ball and how to hit the break.
Clint just asking for, I think the object ball, I think the yellow's just got a little mark on it, a little fleck of chalk or something.
Yeah, John's earning his wage here. Hasn't really had much to do.
No.
He has. You know what? We haven't noticed him at all, have you?
No, he's one of the better refs I've ever known. Always
a sign of a great ref.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he's using a glove to clean the ball, but not actually wearing the glove.
Yeah, it's rare, that, isn't it?
He probably took them off ages ago because he's not had to handle the balls at all.
No.
As you say, he's not really had to do a great deal.
And yet again, we're witnessing Clint with balls in the open. I think, does the yellow The only that's a slight problem, I think, does go into the left middle.
It goes left middle, yeah.
So it's not a problem. 19-10. I mean, whatever happens in the last frame before the break, Clint will be feeling like it's nearly job done. Would you be feeling that way? You'd be very happy, wouldn't you?
I'd be over the moon.
I mean, you'd be. Even Clint probably felt this wasn't going to be the scoreline after 28 frames.
But the thing is, I mean, Mark O'Hare's got a job now that he needs to go and earn his wages. He's Declan's manager. What do you say to get him up?
Well, change a few things. I mean, what you can change, like we said, is the break cue going to come out? Is he going to play a little bit quicker?
I mean, you say that Clint in his mind is going to feel that most of the job's done, but from Declan's perspective, how does he now approach that second half? I mean, he just in his mind has to think, I have to take every chance that comes my way, and I have to hope that Clint starts going dry and making mistakes.
And take the half chances, I feel. You just got to, at this level, I think you've got to take every little half chance you get.
I mean, he's a fighter. He won't give up until that last frame's on the board. But
there's no way he's giving up.
This is one-way traffic at the moment.
Yeah,
it's a masterclass.
He just looks unstoppable, to be fair.
It's a masterclass. Yeah. Absolute masterclass of Paul.
There's no chinks in his armour, Clint. Nothing.
I mean, if you look back from that one mistake that he made, going in off at frame 10, it's just been a roller coaster of one-way traffic since then.
Since the in-off.
Yeah, so he was
in-off for Clint.
He was 6-4 down at that point. So since that point, Declan Brennan has won 4 frames.
Scary stat. That's a scary stat.
Clint I'anson has won. So where are we now? 19-10. Yeah. So Clint I'anson has won the last 19 frames, 15-4.
That's remarkable. But you had maybe, I don't know what, 4 or 5 errors from Declan, along with the break dishes from Clint. That's what happens at this level.
Makes a ball.
Makes a ball, and Reds look okay.
Yeah, Reds look very nice, I think.
Think this red passes?
Yep. Yeah, I think he's okay here.
May even play it first ball, maybe second. First or second, Shane?
Yeah, second.
In the middle.
Yeah, second.
Yeah.
You're going to be high on it, that's all, if you play it second, aren't you?
Yeah, I think... I'm not sure playing it first is the right way to go.
No, I don't.
It looks pretty tight past there anyway.
I think he may be forced to come back for it,
Maybe that's all I'm thinking is if he plays this one over the bottom right pocket, he's going nowhere with his cue ball when he pots that one in the middle at the bottom.
He's going to take it first, I think. I think he's pretty much forced to, because if he doesn't play this now, he has to come back for it, and he doesn't want to come back down here.
This is tight. It is tight.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Nice. Little flick on the yellow on the way past.
He's okay here. He's still on the one at the top right-hand pocket and the top left as we looked at the table there. So I think he'll take this one bottom right now and then work his way up the table, Nick. And I know we've said it a few times, but he just has to win this last one. Any sort of hope in this match. Even if he wins it, he's got to win, 19-10?
Yeah.
Well, that'll be some comeback.
He has to pretty much reverse the scoreline from the first half.
Exactly. Yeah. Very difficult the way Clint's playing and the way he's breaking.
You've got to say, I mean, the way Clint has played, it's near impossible to imagine how Declan can reverse his scoreline. I don't see how he keeps Clint in his chair long enough to beat him 19-10. He has to play the pool of his life.
Yeah, but he needs Clint to play the worst pool of his life. That's the trouble.
You can't see it. Not with the Clint's recent form and what he's shown today as well.
give a shout out to the 8 Ball podcast team, the ultimate 8 Ball podcast team, and Scott Ryan, who I know is watching. I don't know if Dan's tuned in today, but Scott certainly is, and I'm glad you're enjoying the action. It really has been top quality. It's been an absolute masterclass from Clint I'anson. I have loved every minute of it so far. It really has been such a long time since we've had a chance to get back into watching these money matches, and they are an absolute delight.
He's a fellow pool fanatic, just like myself, Scott.
Yeah.
Did a bit of comms with him the other week and had a fantastic time.
Do you know, for me, this is. I mean, I love tournament pool, but there's nothing quite like a big money match. There's just nothing like it. You don't get this kind of atmosphere with anything else. And okay, it's a bit one-way traffic at the moment, and the crowd are all kind of partisan. The Irish have been muted. You know, they've just not had a chance to make a noise yet. And you know, how can this play out in the second half? How is it going to pan out in the second half?
Yeah, what can his team do to change this?
Yeah.
What can they say to him?
Absolutely. And well, it's been thrilling pool in the first half, especially from Clint I'anson. Declan Brennan is away for a break. He needs to work with his manager to work out how he can find a way back into this game. But for now, it's going to be a break. Thanks to Dave and Shane for that first half, and we look forward to joining you back in about 20 minutes to half an hour. As soon as the players are back and ready, we'll be back with you. We can't wait for that action. Do not miss it. And welcome back to Spot On Q Sports at Sneinton. This is a money match between Mowgli, Clint I'anson, and the Destroyer, Declan Brennan. And Clint I'anson is holding all of the cards at the moment. He is in the driver's seat. He is leading by 8 frames at 19 frames to 11. Realise that there's quite a number of people that would have joined us through that last half an hour period. So welcome to the stream. You are you're joining us for the second half of the match, and what a match it's been so far. I'm joined by David Hine on commentary. Dave, I mean, it really has just been I'll say it again. It's a masterclass. It's hard to describe it as anything else.
Can't fault him at all. This is virtually an impossible task, but where do you begin?
So I had a chat with Ronan McCarthy during the break, and I said to him that Clint's not really done anything wrong, and he said he hasn't had to do anything. He said he's not had to pot a difficult ball yet.
Nope.
He said, and that's all credit to him, because his cue ball's so nice that he's not getting himself into trouble. But he said Declan's handing it on a plate for him, absolutely handing it on a plate. Too many mistakes. You know, this is a player that we just recognise as being ruthless.
There's been probably 4 or 5 very uncharacteristic mistakes by Declan, and when you couple that with Clint's break, which seems to be near on perfect. He's only had, I think, 2 dry and 1 in off in the first 30 frames, so 15 breaks. It's a tough task for anybody. Yeah, he's been relentless.
And here we are in frame 31, and also joined on commentary now by Shane Thompson. Good afternoon, Shane.
Afternoon.
And it's just more of the same now from Clint, isn't it? I mean, he's back at the table. I did see him in the bathroom. He was he sidled up next to me in the urinal.
That's enough of that.
I said to him, "How you doing?" I said, "Stupid question, really." He goes, "Yeah." He said, "Doing really well," but obviously he said it's not done yet. He said, "I know it's not done yet." So he's still fully focused on the task in hand. He knows that he can't step off the gas.
Yeah, Shane said before he'll want to murder him.
Yeah,
he'll want to beat him by as many as possible.
Yeah, you never want to come away from a match feeling like you give a few frames away, or you want to win by as much as you can. Especially like I said before, when you've got the whole of social media saying like you can't win. You got to kind of stick it to them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think those of us who watch an awful lot of pool, and certainly those within the pool community, would never say that.
It's the things you see, isn't it? Like,
yeah, you do see some.
For the last 3 or 4 days, all I've seen on Facebook is Clint, like Dec's big favourite, Clint's 13-8. You know what I mean? It's silly, really.
Needs to get into this cue ball.
Yeah, it looks like they've brushed it on the table as well, so I think that you're going to get a few extra rolls out of the white ball.
Could he avoid using a cushion here, Shane, to sort of take the middle bag out of play?
No, he needs to use the cushion.
Yeah, you can see there. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Jesus Christ.
3-1.
But you see what I mean about how quick the table is now. The table's a lot quicker now.
Yeah. How much did he grip that? And he did use a cushion, the top one. Fair enough.
4-0.
There we go. 4-0. No choice but just to drop this in and take the semi-difficult black, but you just can't see him missing. Starting off where he left. Oh, he's punched it in.
Yeah, he just had enough.
Lovely shot. What a lovely ball.
That just shows what confidence he's got at the moment.
You know where he's at.
That just says it all for me. That one single shot just shows exactly where his mind is at. That was absolute perfection.
It's just perfect for him, isn't it? He's come straight back out and just hammered another nail in. Said, there you go.
Yeah, just another frame, and that's 20. He's 2/3 of the way there now.
Declan would be thinking, I'm going to come out, I'm going to try and, win the first 8, 6, 2, 7, 1, and Clint's just gone, there we go. Well, I'm sure you can hear the crowd in the background. There's some noise. It's got an awful lot busier from the break.
Yeah, walking in a wonderland, and the man is walking in a wonderland at the moment. He's now 9 frames ahead.
And now we see the difference in the break. Yeah, he's connected well. He's potted a ball, but there's problems again.
But conscious that still not picked up that break cue, still playing with the cut break.
Yeah, I mean, like Shane said, I mean, how much difference will that make? I mean, will he get enough chances to even get close to this match the way the moves that Clint's in? But, I mean, what can you do if you're Declan Brennan? What?
Oh, this is horrible, isn't it? Look at the table. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not when you're trying to claw frames back.
So much so, he's not entertaining it.
Probably rightly so as well. This is not a time to be chasing. Well, maybe he should be pushing the boat out, but it's just so difficult for him now.
You feel that, I mean, this frame, not a perfect opportunity, but he has to sort of take the game to him. I know it's a bit of a broad statement, I suppose, but, I mean, you're so limited on options when you're so far behind that you sort of feel that maybe you have to sort of take them finishes out that you're not supposed to get and then ride your luck a little bit just to try and climb your way back into this game, give yourself half a chance. But I don't think that's Declan's style. It's not how he plays. I think the yellow between the red is completely sandwiched and doesn't pass into either pocket, so may choose to pot this one into the middle and go into them. It's just a horrible table, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not ideal.
I mean, where would your head be at if you were Declan here, Shane?
I think his head would be in the gutter, to be honest. He'd be disappointed with how he's played. But we have seen stranger things. I mean, I can't see it myself today, but you never know. I think Clint's been way too solid for him.
Just to put it in context now, he needs to win more than 2 frames to every one of Clint's.
Yeah.
How? The way Clint's been breaking, how is that possible?
You can see Declan bringing his game up, 2 or 3 levels. The problem you've got is you can't see Clint's dropping. I mean, you're going to see surely a couple of missed pots, but you're not going to see a drop that drastic, not from someone his quality. Game face is well and truly on, has been from the start, and it doesn't look like going anywhere. Just trying to give himself a little bit of insurance, and has done. Trying to create a hole and put him in it. Well, you can get to the one by the black, but I don't think he'll want to play that. I think he'll play off the top cushion into the red and the yellow, Shane.
Yeah, the yellow at the bottom of the table is a bit still tied up, isn't it? So he's not really giving Deck much of a chance at a finish, but I don't think he'd want to be giving him any chance, really.
Yeah, just going to come off the top cushion. Will need to hit a cushion after, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, he hasn't played that one. He's come up and down to play this pocket. I think that's going to drop in, is it?
No, it's sat.
Perfectly played.
You owe me 90 quid.
Declan in a world of trouble.
So he's got ball in hand.
Even with ball in hand. Well, he's got to get rid of the red behind the black.
No, I think he can play the black onto the red, clear the red, offer 2 rails, nudge the red and yellow apart.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of the table, see where the red and yellow are together?
Yeah.
I think that could be a 3-ball plant for the one along the rail.
So put the cue ball sort of at the top of the boat line as we look.
Yeah.
And then come over and separate the red and yellow together.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he's looking at this, Shane. And there has been, I don't like disagreeing with professional players, but there's been a couple of occasions where he's played a strange shot choice for me. And it looks like he's just trying to take control. Yeah. And I think that red still might squeeze past there.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it.
And he's not playing a 3-ball plant. He's going to try and hide again. Should be quite good this time. He's got a better angle to get it tight. That's good. The only question here is, can he hit a flat cushion? Is there a gap between the yellows? Looks to me like there is.
That could have very easily, if that yellow had moved across another 1/4 of an inch, that could have easily been a re-rack.
Re-rack, absolutely, yeah. Okay, so now, do you think he'll go your shot? He'll go your way?
I think you have to.
He is playing your shot. So a bit of left-hand side, kiss them out, and that is quite nice.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to play the 3-ball plant now, because the one that's over the right bag, he can play and move the red.
Which he's playing now. Still needs this yellow to land in a potable position. Right, okay.
That's a good shot.
So great. Very well controlled.
See the eagle-eyed John Attridge looking sternly on. Very good referee. Controls a game and a crowd very well, as well as anybody I've ever seen.
Come up the table there because of the way that yellow's landed over the bottom left, sort of half blocking it. So we're going to go the roundabout way. Might play this. Well, he's probably going to play the one in the middle. If he comes back, he may play cushion first. Right on the.
Come around the back of the red as so. And a frame back. 8 frames. Clint I'anson leads 20 frames to 12. And it's going to be Clint's break in the next frame. From his perspective, he will just be looking to hold his serve. I mean, as a bare minimum, if he can hold his serve, then he just serves out the match, and that's pretty much just needs to be his target now. Potting off the break, keep taking the chances that come his way. He can afford a mistake or two, but he won't want any. We mentioned in the first half of the match that he will desperately want to. He'll want to win this convincingly. I mean, I would imagine that, you know, there's a few people out there who would have just been questioning Clint in a money match, and you do also wonder that if he does go on and win and lose this match, obviously not now, but before the game, if it had happened, off there. if it had happened that he somehow lost this match, then you wonder where his money match career goes, because he's lost a few recent ones.
He has. That's just going back to the game. That's incredibly unlucky to going off in that way. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, he's in a rich vein of form, and he's just continued this. And I was speaking to a guy called Shane, who's claimed to be his best friend outside, and he just said all we ever wanted for Clint was for him to bring his tournament game into a cash game scenario.
Yeah.
And he never has. Yeah. He's never brought his AA top game. He said he's never seen Clint play like this in a cash game before.
No.
He's been phenomenal. It's the old saying that games aren't won on paper.
Yeah.
Perfect for Decky though. He's won the last frame convincingly, and he's had the first opportunity in this one, and there doesn't seem to be many problems here, Shane.
No, the yellows are pretty nice. It's just a case of getting on the one this tight with the red, because the one by the black goes in both pockets.
I think that, just get on it. It does drop into the middle.
Yeah. Might be able to get on it straight away now.
That's a poor shot.
Yeah.
Has he got a shot? Has he got anything here? I'm not sure he can cut this back into the middle.
No.
He can maybe play it off the other yellow into the middle. But yeah, again, it's another mistake, it has to be said. That's what he's looking at, playing it off the yellow. I thought he was going to bring the white further down and play the one next to the black.
Yeah.
A big shot. Can't afford to give away any frames, and this would be viewed as a frame that was being given away if he misses here. But he hasn't. He has recovered. Good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's played that really nice.
Now needs to come down for the one next to the black or the one next to the red. Unnatural. Yeah, he's come a bit further. Probably play the one next to the red now, Shane.
Yeah. He's played that kind of like a two. Oh.
Yeah, I'm giving up calling shots on Declan.
That's fine. He'll play middle, and then black.
Come back out.
Yeah.
So he's made this look a little bit more difficult than it should have been, but he has made a better start to this half. Still trails by 7 though. It's 20-13. And the Irish finally have something to make some noise about.
But I'm trying to think back. That's the first 2-pack in I don't know how long from Declan. When was the last time he won 2 frames back to back? Has he in the entire match?
Yeah.
I don't think. I'm trying to think back, and I don't think. He broke Clint's serve early doors, didn't he? To go 6-4 up.
Yeah.
So it would have been then.
Must have been.
So that's two packs, which at this level.
I wasn't offered a pen and paper when I came.
What, for some stats?
Things are short. Got all this equipment and no pen and paper.
I've got my notes on my phone.
Good break. And these have opened up quite nice. Is he on a nice, easy opening yellow? He's certainly on a yellow. Probably wanted something a little bit easier maybe here, Shane.
Well, from first glance anyway, it doesn't look like he's on anything easy.
He's got one in the triangle there. He's looking at reds. Reds? Oh yeah, because if he clears this bottom left-hand pocket, the other red will go. Yeah. But I don't think he can. If he plays that shot, I'm not sure he can avoid the cannon on the yellow towards the triangle area.
I don't think I'll be playing that first shot though.
I'd like to take the opportunity again to welcome viewers, recognising that people are still joining us as we head in towards Saturday evening. Welcome aboard the Beer Productions production of Clint I'anson against Declan Brennan. And again, don't forget that we will go Facebook Live after the conclusion of the game, where we will draw a winner, and that one winner will win a package. Apparently not a package, apparently several different prizes.
Individual prizes.
Oh, there you go.
I'm not sure a new Johnny Car Q would be any good to me, but I still want it. Yeah, that was the clean pot that he had, the open ball pot, and a good pot.
So Paul just laid an egg behind me when I said it was a package, but there you go. I'm allowed a mistake.
Only one that's a question is the one next to the red near the black. I think it does pass up into the corner. Maybe we can have a look.
It doesn't go up in the corner, no. It goes bottom right, as long as that yellow that is close to the deck's hand is out of the way.
Which I'm sure it will be shortly. Can you see the table, or are you just better at looking if it goes on the screen or not?
No, I'm just looking at the screen. I can't. There's too many people in front of me to look at the table.
Has he tried to move it there?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Now this is awkward. Do you choose to take the one over the pocket here, just because it's a much easier pot?
No, I think the one over the bag is a bit of an insurance.
I don't know, because if he's still going to have to... Yeah, it doesn't go, you're absolutely right. Yeah, good queuing. But now all your eggs are in one basket anyway, because he has to take it now.
Yeah.
Does he has to take the one to the middle next then, does he?
Yeah, he'll go, yeah. One over the bag, middle, and then he'll probably stun up past the yellow and the red. He might even go... Yeah, he needs to screw above the middle bag now.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error here, though.
No.
You get too much into this and the middle bag comes into play.
But he can play it in such a way that if he goes into the yellow, he'll clear it for the corner anyway.
He's played it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Lovely cueing by Declan Brennan. The Irish trying to put a spring in his step, get him going a bit.
So,
just a bit of awkward cueing there with his bridge hand over the pocket. Shouldn't be any issues. Nice and soft.
And a simple 8-ball for 3 frames in a row. And the deficit now down to 6. Suddenly the Irish are finding their voices.
Their passion. Oh,
Drinks going everywhere. Don't mess with the mulligan.
You can't believe this noise is being made by only about a dozen Irishmen. Atmosphere electric. Can Clint silence them? Again, a beautiful break. And how have they split this time? Not bad at all.
Lovely. Yeah.
I think, Shane, I get the feeling you sat here thinking, I now want to play on this table.
I'm not actually a real fan of the blue, to be fair. Also, I know it's Hainsworth match, but it's just the colour of it. I'm not really a big fan of it.
I disagree. I like the blue, me. Well, anything's better than green. As far as I'm concerned. I like the blue, like the grey. I think the blue contrasts well. Personal choice. But, you know, you've told us that the blue plays slightly different, so, and if that's the case, then... I mean, a colour shouldn't make any difference, but...
I don't know what it is with it. It's just, it just plays a tad bit different.
when you play as much as you do, I suppose you notice it. I was speaking to someone the other day that says when they get a table, you obviously usually when you lift the table, the roof of it, it's clamped on one side, isn't it? I mean, it's clamped on one side, but it's hinged on one side, and you can get something to adapt that so it's the same pressure all the way around the table. Because I mean, do you even notice that sometimes when you're playing?
Yeah, like sometimes you hear the sound of the thud of the cushions, but most tables nowadays are clamped all the way around. So obviously it just depends what sort of club you're in and if the owners are a pool player. I know,
I think that makes a massive difference.
Yeah, I know John Rowe's club and obviously Lee Kendall's club. I think they're all
immaculate.
They're all clipped all the way around. So
my local clubs are not owned by pool players, shall we say?
Oh, okay.
To go to my local pub, who is a massive pool fan.
Yeah.
He actually has the one that's the same in players. You know, the Supreme match.
Yeah,
he has that in his pub. Just can't see any issues here. He's going to play the yellow to middle off the red, clear that pocket. As long as the red that he plays it off doesn't tie the black up even more so.
I don't think he needs to play it off the red. If he just drops it in, he'd be on it into the corner.
Plays the yellow into the top. That's what he's done. Don't move anything if you don't have to.
Yeah.
Golden rule. I mean, he's aiming for sort of a scoreline in the first 8 of 6-2, Declan, minimum. So just needs to make sure he lands slightly low on this last one, shouldn't be a problem. Just so he can stun up for the black in the middle. And has landed low, so he can screw up.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And shouldn't see any problems with this black. And there is no problems. And we're just going to go to Nick Finn. He's got a very interesting character with him, Mr. Mark Farnsworth.
Now joined by the 2019 World Champion, Mark Farnsworth. Mark, great pleasure to have you over here. Thanks very much for coming. This game is just starting to find its voice now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think two fantastic players. I'm good friends with both. I think on paper beforehand, Decky was probably slight favourite myself, and I think a lot of other people, but Clint's been so professional all through the match. Decky's missed a few balls. He's been a bit twitchy, hasn't been his usual self, and Clint thoroughly deserves to be in front.
Yeah, so the Irish was just starting to find their voice then. Declan managed to run a 3-pack, and they were just starting to just find themselves and find their voice again. And then suddenly Clint's managed to just get that frame, and he's given it the big one at the end. He knows how important that frame was to stop that rot.
Yeah, Clint, to be fair to him, he's been absolutely fantastic from the beginning. I think the first 7 frames were dished from the break. Decky didn't do a lot wrong, and Clint just took over the match, and his professionalism has been fantastic. I don't think he's had to do anything difficult, but his positional play, his manners around the table has been a lot better. Decky's personally speaking, he's not the player he was at the moment. I don't know what the personal reasons are, whatever, mentally, but he just doesn't have the same. He doesn't have the same conviction of what he did a couple of years ago, and Clint at the moment is taking full advantage of that.
But we saw a glimmer in those 3 frames of what he is capable of. Can he still come back?
The way things are going, I think Clint's big favourite, because he's just handled the occasion a lot better. He's took his chances. He's never looked like missing the ball. Decky's been a bit twitchy on a few balls. His patterns haven't been great. He's around the table. He's been very jumpy. He's been very edgy. Jumping off a few shots. He's been down on a shot, jump back up, which is not normally him. Whereas Clint has been so thorough. You kind of knock him at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I can't have you across in the commentary booth without asking you: is there a money match lined up for you at some point?
Well, I'm always, to be honest, I've lost a little bit of the buzz after the World Championship of the IBA, but I love the atmosphere of a money match and stuff like that. So this sort of environment with the bigger productions and stuff like that, I'm open to play more or less anybody. Yeah. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But we'll see what happens.
The challenge is out there.
Thank you.
So there you go. He's happy to play anyone, and we're happy to have a big pot. We'd love to see it. Love to see you back out there, Mark. Absolute pleasure to talk to you. As always, thank you very much for coming over and joining us.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
A man that knows what he's talking about, Shane.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world.
Interesting, he picked up on something you and I mentioned a little bit earlier, and that was patterns. He mentioned that some of his patterns were maybe the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just, I don't know, maybe because I'm not sure if Deck realised how good Clint was going to turn up.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody expected this.
Well,
I mean, he'd have beaten most players.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the way Clint's played shook Deck up a little bit, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, he's not, like Mark said, he's not been his usual self. He isn't the normal Deck that we all know, that's for sure.
No, he's just not firing, you'd say.
Yeah,
firing's about the only word.
Obviously, it's hard to carry on what you're doing when your opponent is playing the way Clint is, but at the same time, Deck's allowed him to play like that.
That said, he's in a much better position now. Just thinking, can I get to 25-21? Can I get to 25-22? Somewhere around there.
That's
got to be the target. But he's going to need some help, and he's had none off the Clint I'anson break so far. Where's the cue ball? Now then, these are not easy. This is all about how you use your free shot at the beginning. And I'm sure Shane's going to tell us exactly what he should do.
So, ball in hand.
Yeah, ball in hand. That free shot it's the most important shot with black ball.
Yeah, he's not really like the last few times that he's had ball in hand, he's not really took full advantage. He needs to start really. Let's try and have a little look.
Even though they're so tough, you just feel like you want him to attack. I know the odds are against him getting them, but
yeah, attacking here is
dangerous. Right?
Yeah, because they're all the whole cluster is situated in a way that you can't get them all out in the same shot.
So you're looking at just try and open as many as possible.
Yeah, I think. I'm not sure if he can plant the red and yellow that are touching near the black. If he can plant the yellow down to near enough to like the bottom rail, he might be able to use that later on to break the red and yellow up that's over the bag.
I think he's looking at here playing red onto the yellow, and then coming to the top cushion, into the bottom cushion. Sorry.
Okay.
Into the. I think that's what he's just looked at.
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
It could be the best way, to be honest.
Now he's looking at something completely different. Yeah, he's just going to pop this and screw into a pat and take a chance. Where's his cue ball?
Oh, wow, what the hell.
Well, has he got away with this? Can he cut this yellow back?
He has got away with it.
And, you know, like we were saying before, as Nick joins us, this is what I feel he needs to do. Take the game, take a little bit of a chance. Yeah. And if he gets these, the Irish are going to go wild.
Yep. He has to push the boat out.
Yeah.
6 frames behind.
Is he on the jaw? I could just see Mark Farnsworth peek his head through.
So the one close to the pocket he's not on, I don't think. But the
can he cut this back?
He can, but it's so thin.
He's just got to get it. He's got it. Is he? That's a favourable kiss off the knuckle.
Yeah, he's on the ball.
This is what I was saying, Shane. Took a chance. I know, don't like clattering into the balls, but he sometimes got to do it.
He has to take his chances. That's the thing.
These
Any chances at the table, he has to take it.
And he's okay here because the yellow looks like a problem. He's got a ball around it to get close to it. The ball that's closest to the black, he's got a ball over the bottom left-hand pocket. It's just this angle. Looks like he's topping this. They're playing a cannon on the red next to the black. He'll take that, Shane Money, he'll take that.
He's actually played that really nice, to be fair.
Yeah, he can just bump this on and off the cushion, the gap between the two reds. Yeah. Well, between the two reds and the one red, I should say. Interesting interview there with Mark Farnsworth, Nick.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It's
didn't get what you wanted.
Wow, no. I think, I don't know, it's
there's nothing like a cash game up in Mark Farnsworth's club, I should imagine.
No,
them boys love it up there.
For sure, and you know, what a position to be able to be in, to say I will play anybody in the world.
He's not bothered.
It's amazing, isn't it? Imagine being that good.
Just fantastic. And
imagine being that good.
I highly doubt there's many queuing up though, are there? Let's be honest.
No. Do you know the game for me is Mark versus Tom Cousins.
Haven't they already played? Have they played?
Possibly played in the.
I'm sure they played.
Possibly played in that.
I'm not too sure.
In that 5k a man or 10k a man thing. They may well have. Yeah, in fact, I think they did play in that, but it wasn't an out-and-out money match.
It
was a final, wasn't it?
It was a final of the King of the Hill thing.
King of the Hill.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew they played.
It wasn't an out-and-out kind of like, you know, full-on money match, but yeah, it was a.
Tom is probably. I feel. I mean, Shane will tell us he's probably one of the worst to play against. He's so nonchalant round the table.
Yeah. Mark said that. I know Mark's gone on record saying that. You know, he travelled to Tom as well. So.
Right. Okay. What about you, Shane?
What's that?
Anything lined up? Anything in the pipeline? Any offers?
Nothing yet. I think. Obviously, the guy that arranged my games, Ian, is trying to sort out the rematch with Ian Ali, but obviously not many dates free at the moment because of obviously everything going on. But as soon as a date comes available, I think we'll be getting it on.
There was a cheer as that ball found its way into the pocket, but I guess it was just a difference between a dry break and not being a dry break, but it hasn't really done him any favours. It was the last ball moving on the table, found gravity and went into the pocket, but as I say, it's not really
helped him.
No.
So Shane, you just mentioned you may have a rematch. Was there a clause in the cash game for a rematch? Was it agreed before the game?
It was just a gentleman's agreement sort of thing that we would play the away.
And will that be with a start again?
It will, but obviously it'll be revised and sorted out.
Well, the guys are.
Will you get a start this time?
The guys are in the room today, so.
Yeah, they're in.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We just needed Ian Smith here. That he could have negotiated the game.
Yeah, he's getting old. He's not allowed out on a Saturday. He's getting old.
He's too old, mate. The trouble is, it's pension day on a Tuesday, and he's starting to run out of cash by a Saturday. So,
all right.
And they only let him out the home every now and then.
I'll let him. That's not the best shot.
That's a strange shot, and first time we've said that about Clint, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, he's basically said, go on then, have a go.
Yeah, and have a go he will, because these yellows are not too bad.
No, the one that looks like it hasn't got a pocket does pass into the top middle as we were viewing. Something in his eye, or a bit tired. You ever struggle with fatigue? Or is it just adrenaline gets you through?
I'm actually not that bad with it, to be fair.
Yeah?
I feel like the more the game goes on, the better I get. So
right, okay.
Yeah, I've never really struggled with any of that. Obviously, sometimes when you're at a tournament and you're playing over a whole weekend, sometimes you can feel a bit a bit dead on your feet towards the end, but no, in a money game, it's more like the adrenaline gets you through rather than anything else.
I mean, it's a long old haul, isn't it? I mean, I know you've won plenty of tour events and stuff. If you win one of them, you could be playing 7, 8 matches in the I mean, you're a professional, so you get drawn in a little bit later, but even still, it's a long old day.
Yeah, it is. Especially when I'm playing the first match of every weekend as well. So.
Yeah, you get to open things up. In the number 1. Good shot. I think he's pretty much perfect on this ball to the middle. Yeah. Making sure he brings the cue ball away from the cushion here a little bit.
Yeah, as long as he can get to the centre of the white after this shot.
Is there a little bit of more spring in his step, Nick? I certainly think so.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever need a lift, the Irish fans definitely give you that, don't they?
Well, I mean, when you think he was 9 frames down,
and now he's only 5, and it looks like 4,
and it could any moment be 4.
Yeah.
So he's pulled back 5 frames from that deficit. It's just 5 in a row.
I was saying to Shane when you were just interviewing Mark that you're aiming for 25-21, somewhere around there.
Yeah. No, it's not 5 in a row, is it? It's
it's 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think it's 2 3-packs though.
Yeah.
So 3-pack and then Clint won 1, and then another 3-pack. So he's pulled back 5 frames, and you're going to hear the fans now.
You said it, Nick. You said it when the deficit was 9. He won't give in. He won't give in. Won't give up. There's no towel being thrown in here.
And just shows his class.
Well judged. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball here.
What kind of price could you got on
when it was 1911?
But you get some pretty good odds.
Aye.
Anyway,
well, he's landed a little bit awkward there.
That's skinny.
Shouldn't be a problem.
I think he's running into the red anyway.
It's just a thinner snip than he would have wanted. I think he looks okay actually on the. I can see the table. Looks okay. Looks better than it does on the screen. Yeah. Oh, he sneaked in and look at the reaction.
Look at Declan's face.
It's
just like they're all going absolutely mad.
They're going mad. You'd think they won it, honestly.
And Declan's just sat there calmly, taking it all in his stride.
Ice running through his veins.
Do you think the atmosphere is just starting to warm up a little bit, chaps?
Just brilliant, isn't it? It makes me wish I'd booked a hotel and I wasn't driving the length of the country afterwards. And the Irish are now singing the same chants they had sang at them. I mean, Shane, I don't care who you are. If you're sat in Clint's chair, I know you're winning and you're playing well, but you can't ignore that.
No, you'll be feeling it a little bit.
You've got to feel that.
Well, it was only 20 minutes ago. He was 9 frames ahead.
You know, I'll tell you a little story now. And it was about the guy that you just interviewed, Mr. Farnsworth. And I know we all know how good he is. But once I watched him play, and it was in an IPA final, and he was playing Scott Gillespie. And it was in a hotel, and being in Glasgow, the place was packed with Scots. And he was sat in his chair, and for the whole hour and a half, he must have had, I don't know, 20, 25 people, no more than 5 feet from his ear, screaming down his ear, and I mean screaming. And it was one where Scott played a ridiculous shot off the jaws and came across and potted a ball, and the fans were there and everybody was in Scott's corner, and Farnsworth stood up and won, and it was probably one of the most impressive victories I've ever seen, just because of the atmosphere. How you cope with that in your ear so close and still perform to your abilities just separates the best from the very, very best, in my opinion.
Sorts of men from the boys, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I think, some players are just of that ode where they prefer the crowd against them.
Has he just done enough to get that yellow out?
I think he's got enough there.
This is a huge frame for Clint, by the way.
It's massive.
It's
massive.
an absolutely huge frame.
From
Do you know
1911
what?
to 2117.
I'll put it out there now. If Clint doesn't get these and Declan can win the frame, this is how big this is. If Declan wins this frame, he goes favourite in the match.
You think he's favourite if he wins this one? Well, I mean, they're all there for Clint here. And from what we've seen, we can't see him not getting them. But
absolutely should get them. But and I know that's a big statement because
he's still behind.
Because he's still 3 behind. But
you just feel the atmosphere's changed that much.
The momentum's changed. The atmosphere's changed. The whole mood has changed. His demeanour's changed. His mindset's changed.
Well, he should get these from here, Nick, but does have to play a bit of a shot here. Just to get that cue ball up the table, and I'm not sure what angle he's got. He looks very straight. I've just stood up and had a quick look at the table. So he's got to find a line.
Yeah, he can screw straight back out, I think.
Yeah, he could. He had a little bit.
Lovely.
That's a great shot.
That really is nice.
Yeah, he's played that really nice.
Yeah, cue that beautifully well.
This is where you're earning your money.
With pressure on. The pressure is on him.
You've got to drop this.
Even tell you how much he'll be feeling it now.
After the Irish screaming.
He's still absolutely in control of the game, but Declan Brennan's on a charge.
Straight in the heart.
I think Clint will be giving it some after this finish, just to get himself going again.
The last frame he won to go to 21, he really did give it the big one. We're going to see the similar reaction from him here. His crowd are going to give it the big one, I can guarantee.
Will he give it the shh sign, do you think? That'd be brave. Well, not one Clint, but the Clint fans are making it known.
Oh, honestly, Paul doesn't get any better, does it? It really just doesn't get any better. We love a money match. We absolutely love
There's just
a money
nothing
match.
quite like this, is there? Nick?
Don't get me wrong, I love a tournament, but this is just...
This is what it's all about.
Oh, man.
That said, from 1911, the score is 6-3.
That was a huge frame, though.
Could have been 7. Could have been 7-2. You're right. It's like goals being scored at each end, Shane. The fans go up every frame. From
Yeah, that's it.
I don't think it's going to let off, is it? Didn't catch them great, has made a ball. And yet again, we've said it before, they never seem to be that easy off Declan's break.
I think he could play the plant yellow onto the red in the middle of the table.
Just having a look what he's got here. That's it. Reds? No, yellows.
Yeah, he's playing the plant. He's playing the plant.
He's playing the plant yellow onto the red.
And then maybe be able to flick the red out. Yeah,
Lovely.
Great shot. That's a great shot.
And now every ball has a home.
It's a bit thin, but he's got a shot. There's a shot.
He's okay though. He'd be very unlucky not to land on another red after this shot.
So the key to the frame now is just the one down the rail.
Leave that till last, Shane?
Yeah.
Close to the black?
Well, yeah, because if you finish straight on it, you've got it in the middle or in the corner. So.
Snuck in, held well. I'm going to be dead honest, I didn't see this coming from the break. Really didn't.
That's what I'm saying, anything can happen. Obviously, I didn't think it could, the way Clint was breaking and the way he was playing, but obviously things are starting to turn a little bit.
Yeah, get 4 behind and then 1 breaker serve and then you're only 2 behind. Do you feel you really are? Declan is really showing his character here.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we all
There's
knew
a lot of players that could have thrown the towel in. I mean, and you know him, so you knew that was never happening.
We all know he's not ever thrown a towel in.
No.
He's always. Is he on that now? If he's on the one down around now, I think he's going to play it. I don't think he is.
Yeah, if he's going to take the other one, is the yellow on the side cushion coming into play? Because he was going to want to top it and bounce it off the side cushion.
No, I think he'd be all right.
He's screwing back here. Is he going the long way around? Screw around off 2 cushions? Oh, off 1 cushion. He can really get into the cue ball. This is difficult now. He's going to have to take the one down the rail. If you're going to play that, surely maybe a touch aside.
Yeah, you
bring it over to the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, I would have.
This is massive. No, but he has covered the pocket.
You say that, but I think there is a gap there. If Clint can play this one top left, and then the one down the rail to
run it down.
Up, yeah.
I agree there, Shane. But he's got to check the gap before he plays it, obviously. But if he doesn't get it, if he doesn't get the pocket, we'll see. Is he going to tie him up behind it? Might put him in the hole.
No, I think he's just playing. Yeah.
I think he's putting it. Well, he's definitely putting him in the hole now because it's too close to the yellow. I don't know if this was his plan, but it is now. The words "any contact" come to mind here.
Any hit.
Yeah, any hit. I mean, giving away your free shot is just brutal when you've got such a ball disadvantage. Has he got it? Looks like he's going to get it.
Yeah, good hit.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's put the red safe there.
Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted it there for sure. But the most important thing is he has made contact and not given away that one free shot. So Clint trying to pick where he is going to snooker him, pretty much. Unless he does feel like Shane said earlier, there is a gap. Just getting onto that ball to play behind the red's going to be quite difficult though.
I think he can play the one in the middle, cut it back and then travel up there.
Yeah, but we can see it's not that easy, that is it? We can see how far away it is from here.
It does look far, yeah.
Yeah. Not the easiest of shots. I mean, if we're going to say pot that ball, you'd probably be taking it long.
Yeah.
Knows the significance here of this visit. Doesn't mind leaving them on the one over the pocket, I'm sure. The problem is it's that far away, you can just nudge it right into the pocket. So she's just playing to hide behind this.
Oh.
Well, that is a bottle of chips. I am confused.
That's more of a, I'd rather let you go for him.
Yeah, he's definitely not going for them. I mean, if this ball doubled...
Do you know what?
Do you think it does?
No, I'm just thinking... Oh, it's a bit thin, actually. I was thinking if he was able to pop the red and screw into the the yellow close to him, full ball, he's opening that up.
That's what he's looking at.
Yeah.
That's high risk. I mean, surely this red that he's going to hit will probably stick to the cushion, snooker him on the red.
It's going to hit it half ball and then both of them will pop out.
Well, I'm definitely
I
not going against your
I think he has
prediction.
To play it.
May have been just nudging the other red out me. Well, here we go. No, and he's gone in off. Even worse. It was high risk for me, but Shane, you spotted it. And who am I to argue with Declan and Shane Thompson? It hasn't worked out. So, I'm sure no chances will be taken here. The difference between a 4-frame lead and a 6-frame lead at this stage is far bigger than it was earlier. And there's no way you should ever be losing a game of pool when you have 6 balls on the table and your opponent only has the 1. I think you're going to see Declan play this ball reasonably hard. And I can't see how he's going to fluke it. Up and down, maybe? But even then, he's not got too many open pockets. Just a horrible position to be in when you're a pool player, this.
Yeah, and Clint, even now, realising that he can't let Declan back in, so taking no chances whatsoever.
No, he wants Declan to open that yellow up. Which is exactly what he has done. I don't think he'd be letting him back to the table this time.
Yeah, no mistakes here. You don't foresee, and again another huge frame. That rally from Declan that was threatening has been quickly put to bed in these last couple of frames, and suddenly it's advantage back over to Clint.
Well, I believe, I'm not sure if he's missed that on purpose, Nick. Because I don't see why he would, because yes, this is odds against, but he's given Declan a shot here. And the roof will come off if this double goes in.
I said no mistakes here. I was already counting this one off. Couldn't see.
That yellow was that easy. I presume he's missed it on purpose, but I can't see any advantage of leaving Declan this opportunity, so I presume it's a mistake.
Yeah.
And here we go. How close is it? No, it's not close.
That was a big one. That could have been a turning point in the match. Could have been.
Yeah, no mistakes to be made now. 6-frame advantage restored. I still believe that he will be eyeing up sort of 25-20, Decky. Preferably, 24-21, but... mistakes are being punished.
Yes, indeed. And Clint instantly turns around and he's heading out for a bathroom break. So the adverts there for a couple of our primary sponsors from Johnny Carr and Sam Sprackman. Thank you for the generosity, putting out some prizes. So Clint re-establishes a 6-frame lead back from where we were 4 frames ahead. Wins 2 frames back to back, and those are a couple of key frames. So now just 7 frames away from the finishing line. And he's back and ready to go. Declan is just returning to the arena now. And it's going to be Clint breaking in frame number 41. You see that familiar cut break, full ball into the yellow. And this one is going to be dry. Indeed it is. And again, things just not easy for Declan. Got the red tied up in that cluster of yellows on the left-hand side. And there's it's going to be a problem. There is a ball just below the 8 ball that you can use to develop that, but it's a horrible ball to try and get out. May just go straight up into it now, so he's had a go, but it's still stuck in there, and that was always the problem, because there's 4 or 5 balls around it. It makes it really difficult to try and punch it out. And now suddenly that really is a tricky ball to try and get out. I mean, he's got the ball along the bottom rail. I don't know if he can manufacture an angle to try and come back into it, but it's a horrible little pot, isn't it? And it's hamper queuing as well.
Yeah, it's he's the wrong angle, isn't he? But just feel like he's trying to just chase tough finishes now, just to try and get himself going.
Yeah. The trouble is here, it was hard to see much of an alternative, wasn't it?
Yeah. I just think the game's starting to get a little bit away from him now.
He's going to run for cover now. Well, he's left. Clint.
Yeah, he'll just develop this yellow and leave the white at the top of the
just
table.
Run off the edge. Try and get the cue ball in behind that yellow.
That's perfect.
That's a lovely shot. Delightful. Right under the cushion as well, which...
If Deck can cue this in, then he's got half a chance.
Really are getting towards the business end of this match now. 23-17, a possible 18 frames left after this one. That's cued that really well.
Yeah, he cued that very, very well.
And now he's left an angle on that ball that you mentioned just below the 8 ball.
But he's got to watch out for the pop out there, that's the trouble.
Yeah, but also it's not guaranteed to get this red out.
That's a great shot.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's a great shot.
Delightful.
Very good shot. You see the side on the ball here, just pulled it into the gap.
Yeah.
Great shot.
And that's another really good point, actually, is, the guys at home, and look at that shot, and, you may just be playing it to develop a shot, but actually he's purposefully played that with side to give the cue ball the best chance of getting out into the open, because if he'd have played it with opposite side, it would have probably checked up and landed behind the yellow, so he's given himself the best chance. And now it's an ABC finish to pull back again within 5 frames, just keeping himself with a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
He'd still make Clint a firm favourite from here, but it keeps him with an interest. The Irish need to find their voice again. Still looks very well focused. He's probably got just a little bit more angle than he'd want here. I think he'd like to leave.
I think the more worrying thing for him is whether the black goes.
Yeah,
because it looks very, very tight.
Taking the much more difficult pot. Still fairly simple at this level. Don't expect him to miss, but probably wasn't his initial plan, but it just left a little bit more angle. He clearly feels. Just coming to look now. Can he just screw? Yeah, he's looking to run the cue ball across the table and back over. Oh, that's no. That's just a misjudgment. I mean, the 8 ball clearly doesn't go into left centre, but I don't know why he's played it that way. Misjudged it by quite some margin. I guess he was backing himself. If he just gets past the yellow, then he can play the 8. Does it pass into top right? Probably would.
Yeah, it would have gone top right and in the middle.
And in the middle, yeah. So he's underhit that by quite some margin.
Yeah, by probably about half a foot.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he's got a chance here. He just needs to.
Yeah, you expect him to go close.
That's in.
It's in. If you didn't already know, it's definitely in. I don't think we saw it on our screens.
Very nice. Very nice. Got himself in trouble, but got himself out of it at the same time. So
give them boys anything to cheer about, and they will not let you down.
5 frames in it.
He's got to get within 3. He gets within 3, it's game on. It's Declan to break. What he would give for a Clint I'anson break right now. It's hit them very well. Has he got a ball? Where's the cue ball? Oh no! As soon as he looks like he's going to get going, something goes against him.
Ouch. Ouch,
yeah,
look at that.
Kicked and kicked again.
It parked. It was that double break, wasn't it? That we see Liam Dunster play so often. The cue ball comes to the side cushion, then comes back into the pack for a second.
Yeah.
For a second split open, and the Reds come around and kicked it straight into the middle.
That said, Nick, yellows are the better balls here, but that red is blocking the black. And because of that, he may opt for reds, Shane.
Well, he's got a free shot, so he could move that.
Yeah, he could move the black.
He could move the black. He could pop that red.
Move the black.
I quite like playing the black onto the yellow down the rail.
Yeah,
and then the black comes off the rail, and then yellows are there.
Yeah,
nice.
See it so quickly, these top players, don't they? One thing I always noticed back in the day when we used to comment on the IPA Black Bowl was the lads that have been playing it all their life. That free shot, they see what to do with it straight away. I know Shane's a World Rules player, but straight away spotted it, what to do. And that is the right shot.
Yep.
Will Clint see it the same?
Sort of depends on what colour set he wants to go. So obviously he's probably thinking that red being over the pocket with the black there is a bit of insurance.
That's the other. That is the other argument, I guess. Is he's got that insurance policy of having that there, so that might enter into his thoughts. But I mean, you shouldn't be thinking negatively now. You should just be backing yourself to clear these, surely. But that's exactly what he's doing. It's going to go for reds. That's lovely as well.
That's a great shot.
Beautifully controlled. Just a lovely little stun on and off the cushion, nudging that red out to make it much more accessible.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
Just brushed the cushion on the way to the pocket, but played it at a dead weight pace, so no drama. The pocket was always going to accept the ball. And now faced with what can only be described as a fairly elementary 5-ball clearance, all the hard work in the frame done. Pretty much did it on that first shot, just nudging that awkward ball out into the open. And it just shows more than one way to skin a cat. Shane saw the chance very differently.
Yeah, more of an attacking way, but arguments can be made. Yeah, if he hadn't have got these, then he's got the insurance.
Yeah, but both ways equally effective when you clear the table, and it looks for the world that it's going to be another frame on the board, and this was a big frame for Declan. This was again to pull back within 4. Just can't get that momentum, that continuous momentum that he needs. We've had little spaces, little sporadic times where he's put together 3 frames, but when you really need him to be able to fire,
he's done a bad piece of luck there, and it has happened twice.
Exactly, yeah.
At least twice. When you think we're going to get a surge, he's going to get close. He's been kicked in off, and then Clint's mopped him up as he's been doing all day. And we're going to be back to a gap of 6. Just can't seem to get within 4, so it's always comfortable for him. Oh well, he obviously couldn't avoid. He couldn't avoid the cannon on the black, and now he's snookered without a natural angle off one cushion. I mean, how much backspin can you apply here, Shane, and try and make this ball?
If the cloth is new, probably not much, but if it's an old cloth, he can get a lot of grip in this.
I'm not sure how much this side cushion you can see. Can we go back to an overhead view?
I think I would prefer to go off the right corner knuckles, well, top left as we look now.
Off the knuckles?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's tough either way.
I think you can see sort of like all of that top side cushion, between the top, middle and the left corner as we look at it now. He's not entertaining it though. So
no. Well, playing this way,
he's not going to pot it.
Playing this way, he can't possibly pot it.
He's saying, there you go.
I tell you what,
can you pot this down the rail?
That's a pretty clever shot, isn't it?
Well, he's forcing Declan's hand here, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's going to say a horrible opening shot.
Take this one down the rail, or take the one you're closest to down into the bottom left-hand pocket as he looks at it.
I'll be honest, I like that. He's again playing the percentages. He's got the luxury of 5 frames, being 5 frames ahead, so he can afford to play the percentages a little bit. But I really like that. He's just playing within himself and not trying to push the boat out.
He's just piled it on him.
Yep. Yeah,
piled it.
There you go.
Executed perfectly as well.
Have a big heap load of pressure on you on this shot.
Yeah.
Have a go.
And this isn't nice, whichever way, whichever shot he picks.
Basically, if you're good enough, Fair play to you.
I think he's got to take the one he's closest to for me.
Because otherwise you have to play 2 good shots. Because you have to get on that ball after.
Is it just a consideration in his mind that if he takes the one down the row, if he misses it, he could. There's more chance of snookering.
Yeah, but
it's only a one cushion
like
escape.
Shane says, he's still going to have to play another good shot. This is the ball for me.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
We'll know before he does. No, a long way away, it has to be said. Yeah. And there's been a couple of crunch shots, and he's missed more than he's got.
Yeah.
And Clint, we just can't argue with shot selection.
No.
He's been brilliant. And he opens up a 6-frame advantage and leads by 24 frames to 18.
And you notice that the few times where Clint has had the option to push the boat out or play the percentages, he's leaned towards playing the percentages, and it's come out in his favour.
It's experience,
every time.
Nick. It's experience.
Yeah.
I think Shane said at the beginning, right at the beginning, Clint's very experienced at playing the top players for cash. He's been here probably more than Declan, maybe.
Do you know, the more you think about it, the more you realise how clever that moment was. Because, look, I mean, he's 5 frames ahead. There's an argument to say, do you know what? I might as well go for this. I might as well go for it.
Yeah, I might as well push out, because if I get it, it'll really hurt him.
Because if I get it, he's going to be in pain, and if I don't get it, okay, you know, I'm still 4 frames ahead. But it just played a really clever little shot and just said, go on, have some of that sunshine.
All the pressure.
Yeah, all the pressure is now back on your shoulders, so lovely.
Extremely impressive. Thinking clearly.
Perfect gameplay. You know, if you're looking in, you know, in terms of a game of chess, you know, strategically played a blinder.
Yeah,
you've got to say it. Not really put any steps wrong. He's had his pieces all in the right place, and you know, and he's getting towards a position of checkmate. It's closing in.
His patterns and his tactical play have been superior to Declan so far, and couple that with his break, and it's been superb from him to now.
I was really interested in what Mark Farnsworth said during that interview, in that he felt that Declan's patterns were really poor.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, he's really been struggling with them.
I'd mentioned it a couple of times to Shane. Always a bit unsure when you comment on pattern play when you're not a top player yourself. But I was a little bit confused by a couple of shots, and nice to hear that, you know, not only Shane but Mark agreed as well. It's just such a massive part of the game. It's what the top players pride themselves on.
Again, well, left himself a little bit tricky here, but. He still has a shot.
Yeah, I think this red does cut to the bottom right-hand pocket.
Yeah, I think the trouble is the cue ball's going to be.
If not, he can play the one on the board line with relative safety.
I was surprised he went into it, to be honest, because it went in the middle. So I was a bit surprised he went into that.
Yeah, I think this is the right shot. Even if he misses this, he's not going to leave too much. You don't feel. He has missed it. Has he left the pot? Can he get through back down to these two near the triangle area?
He's left the gap. I'm sure he has. Maybe just the edge of the 8 ball's in the way, but, well, there you go. Maybe just the 8 ball's in the way, just the edge of it. Close.
I think the 2 yellows that we're talking about in the triangle area, I think he can get through to the bottom one. Can he see enough of it to pot it? I'm not sure. If not, he's going to have to try and tie something up, you feel. Maybe this yellow that's on the side rail, just knock it down onto the other red.
Well, if he just left the cue ball in the middle of the bottom rail, then he's not going to be leaving very much, is he?
No. I don't know. I wouldn't want to leave him anything. Looks like he's playing a pot here. A good shot.
Indeed, he
Great
is.
Shot. Bit unlucky there. Would have hoped to have cannoned his problem ball.
Yeah.
Still has a shot, but could have gone a lot better for him.
Yeah, but that problem ball is going to remain a problem ball because he doesn't have an angle to get it out off of this shot. He's got an angle, but the red's in the way. I think the red's in the path, or is it? Can he just miss the red and come
back up? I don't. Well, if he bumps it, he's going to have to play the ball he bumps, because them two that are lodged together, they don't pass into the middle pockets. Yeah, the harder he plays this, the more it'll swing towards the red, so doesn't want to hit the red here. Have you called it?
He could just.
I don't think that's enough,
no,
and I don't think he's got a shot here, Nick.
No.
Can he manufacture a plant to the right middle? It's not nice, is it, Shane?
It's not nice at all.
But I can't see much else, unless he's on the one that's in the middle of the table. It's difficult just to see from here. Just stand up and have a little look. No, he's not on that one. Not on that one at all. That's what he's looking at, trying to manufacture this into a plant, into the top middle as we now look. You just felt all the way through this match that, yes, Declan has broken cleared, of course he has, but in general he's had to work harder for his frames. It's felt like a little bit of a struggle. A safety. Where's he going to put the white? Where's he going to put the white? That is a very clever shot. It hasn't left a lot here at all. First is who? Well, I don't know where he's going to leave the cue ball here, Nick. Can't be meant. He's played the pot. That was nearly outstanding. And a very clever cue ball. Yes, he's left a chance, but this isn't very nice.
No.
He's clattering into the yellows. He's not going to want to play this, Declan.
That's a nice shot.
He may not have a choice, because look what he's leaving. Well, as suspected, he's had to play it, he hasn't got it, and he's left the finish. Let's punch this in. Doesn't want to be straight. This is certainly a nail in the coffin here. If he's 25-18 up, he's severe heavy favourite. Very, very heavy favourite.
Nick, can you count that? Make sure it's on there.
So this another frame ticking by, and
John, how do you keep doing it?
I don't know how it.
Thank me this time. Thank me.
7-frame lead with just 5 more required, and this lead is really unassailable now.
It really is. We're going to have to see something very, very special from Declan here. You felt it might come. You felt it might come at times, but every time Declan's knocked on the door, Clint has just shut it in his face. So, the simplest of blacks. Listen to the Nottingham crowd as their man goes 7 in front. It's 25-18. We'll be back in a minute.
7 frames ahead.
And we said it once before the break, the impossible task starts again.
Oh, Declan.
Oh, he's gone full attack.
He has gone,
missed
yeah.
his opener.
Had to go full attack there, and well, what can you say? You feel the writing has to be on the wall now. Needs a favourable split, but that's not it.
Definitely not.
No, so probably just going to have to play a little safety here. Just play off his yellow on the side, perhaps, and run in behind it. I can't see any attacking options from here.
No, he hasn't taken any chances, Clint, whenever he's been given the opportunity to play one or the other. He's chosen the right shot. You do feel for Declan, you really do. But Clint's been by far the better player, has to be said.
So you think this red cuts back?
Oh,
did
turn left a little bit.
Yeah, so close. So close.
Yeah, looks on.
And well, Clint finds the plant.
What options has he got here, Nick? Not a lot.
No, there's not a great deal, is there? It's maybe. Well, you can see the one to middle. What's he seen here? Oh yeah, the yellow to opposite right, and just screw back into the one on the cushion. Key to the frame here. This could open up everything, and does. Wow, brilliant.
I think he's going to have to take the one nearest to the pocket here.
So, referee, you can see in the background, having no nonsense, saying to the lads, stop it now.
No, we haven't heard much from the referee in terms of controlling the crowd.
No,
maybe
the crowd have been good, to be fair. They've been raucous, but you expect that.
Raucous but be well behaved.
And nothing wrong with that, absolutely nothing. That's exactly what you want in a money match. The Irish, they just haven't had a massive amount to cheer for. Just a few glimpses when Declan looks as if he's wrestling his way back into the game, but hasn't been able to keep that momentum going. And again,
8 frames ahead again. One simple ball. And it's there. And the Nottingham crowd believe the job is nearly done.
Yeah.
He requires just 4 more frames to take the pot. As we see Declan leave.
Yeah, Dick gets up and he's going out for a bathroom break, and it really is forlorn stuff for him now. He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
The fight has looked on at so many points, but I mean, I do feel for him. The in-off wasn't his fault, and then it's just turned the other way. And Clint's he's just never dropped. His standards never dropped enough.
Yeah, he's been pretty relentless. It's been pressure all the way, but that break is a killer.
someone a little less, but the person a little less because of pizza. Like, get a bit of cushion. That's just like...
It's all about keeping the start. It's all about keeping the start.
Fucking at the end, you was coming back strong. You know the first thing about it is...
See that seat you sat on when you all left? There was a brown ring on it. That was you.
That last frame. But the last... Remember, I think, did you play a...
So a little bit of an unplanned interval. Both players needing a little restroom break. But we're back. Clint on the home stretch, needing only 4. And that I was going to say ever successful break, but I don't think the ref spotted it here. The black's in, John. The black's in. There we go. He's got it.
I think John was looking at it thinking, what are they looking at me for?
I know. He's got to pick reds or yellows here. Why is he looking at me?
Brilliant.
So we will go again. (12-3). Can't see it.
No, you really can't.
Oh, they didn't split well.
They did not.
I think he'll give John another look here. Well, he hasn't. He hasn't looked at the ref, but I would have been doing. They did not come apart well. That said, Declan will want red balls here and hasn't got an easy opener, I don't think.
Not sure he flushed them, though. I'm not sure he absolutely caught them flush.
He didn't come apart the middle of the pack, though.
No.
Not at all. If you can hear a lot of background noise, it's because we are right behind, and I mean literally behind, the Irish fans. And they are not the quietest bunch. Karen, got it. Landed on a ball. Well, kind
of a fashion, but he's tied up that red on the right-hand side now.
He has. He may have a shot here where he can play a pot and disturb that. The red and the yellow that are close together near the middle, he may be able to play the red that's next to them into the top pocket and top through and disturb the red and yellow together. Not the easiest of pots, not even sure if you can see enough of it. Isn't doing that, so it probably wasn't on. Have a go. Now, if he can pot a ball here, I don't think he can actually, but if he could, every yellow does have a pocket. It's the red that's tied up, not the yellow. Come back up. Won't be throwing in the towel, that is for sure.
No, he won't. But in terms of where the game's at, I mean, 21-17, you just felt that
game on.
It really was game on, and at that time I said if he can manufacture a way to win that frame, Declan could, then I felt he may go favourite, and it was like a huge momentum shift. But it just shows how professional Clint's been. He just steps up to the mark and says, "Nope, I'm stopping your nonsense."
And that was the one where he did a perfect break and got 2 kicks and went in off.
Yeah.
And he looked like he was going to fire, and that sort of ended it.
Yeah.
Clint then, took the next. I think it was 2 out of 3. He's trying to nudge this red, is he? No.
No, he was trying to get the cue ball right in behind that red and yellow, but just come up a little bit short of pace. And has he left something here? Has he left Clint this yellow through
into the corner?
Well, either that or is there a gap? to the one in the middle of the table, kind of on the blue spot. Can't be a million miles away from being able to pot that, you know.
Well, I'm just having a look over because that shot, we're right behind that shot. I don't think he can get that one.
No, you're right.
The one up into the top, I don't think that one goes either, actually, Nick. It might do. No, I don't think it does. Oh, well, is he going to prove us wrong?
He could.
Oh, my days.
Wow.
Thread the needle.
Wow.
Make us all look very silly.
Well, I'll make you. I mean, I called it, but...
Oh, fair enough. I would say I'm just not used to feeling that way, but that would be another lie. Especially when you sat next to Shane, calling every shot right every 2 seconds.
So I couldn't resist that one.
Can we get the...
I think he's got an angle here. He can punch up and get the tricky ball out. Ooh.
I don't think he needed to do that because that passed. I mean, he's still on this. It does pass into the bottom centre.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's
he could have landed on that into the bottom corner though.
Yeah.
Now it looks like he may have to travel in and out of balk. I'm not sure. Might be able to hold it.
I think he does have to travel. Just that I was going to say he has to miss that knuckle on the way up because that knuckle was going to play big, but he controlled it really well.
What a superb shot that was.
That's lovely.
Lovely touch. No problems now, Nick. 0. We'll take the one that's on the blue spot, I'm pretty sure. Can roll it in or can screw back for the one he's closest to. Just deciding now. He's took his time, but he's always made the right decision. Yeah, choosing to run through. Take these 2 at the bottom. Now, he wants to be as straight as possible on the second yellow at the bottom. Make the path up the table as easy as possible. He's going to use the red. Screw off the red.
The red plays big here, doesn't it? Can he get on and off the cushion?
Yeah, he's fine in it. He won't be able to get as close as he may have wished to, but he's fine. No, as long as he's not bridging. As long as he's not bridging. Now that is a problem because he can't screw back, and I don't think he can push through.
No, the red's...
He's too close.
The red's in the way. What does he do here?
Does the black pass into the bottom left?
That's tight. That is tight. Do you know what? I think it does.
We should be able to get a camera angle right behind that.
I think it does.
Look. We're going to find out very shortly if it goes into this bottom pocket. There we go.
Oh. Can't even call it now, can you?
It's not a full pocket.
I think it might just sneak into
off the jaw.
But having said that, it's one of those you need to be right behind it, and he can't get right behind it.
Definitely can't get right. Is there a double? Is there a double into the bottom right-hand corner? I'm not sure.
No,
is the red on the side in the way?
No, it's all in the way.
Yeah, I think it is. That's what he's looking at. Well, he's decided. Here we go. He's going to try and screw this back. This is uber difficult.
I mean, how do you even do that?
I mean, we all know, obviously, an English 8 ball, the cue ball's slightly smaller than the object balls. It makes it even more difficult. You want to be 6'6" with giant hands for this. And Clint is not 6'6", as good as he is. I don't think he's got much option. He's thinking, if I stun it in, how thin will the black be? Because the black is quite a fair way past the middle. Maybe he thinks a cross double.
He'll do well to play this and not foul on the red as well. I mean, it's so easy to.
This is so awkward. I mean, if he pots this normal, his white's just travelling straight into the red. I'm sure our eagle eye ref will have eyes on this. There's a clean shot and a clean pot.
Honestly,
now he's got a cross double. He's got a cross double.
That's brilliant. Brilliant. I think he can cut this, you know.
Well,
I think
he can.
I think he can cut this.
I think he can.
Yeah,
you're right.
That was a brilliant shot, by the way. I cannot express the difficulty of that shot. Huge.
What a fantastic clearance by Clint I'anson, and he's really giving it the big uns now. What a celebration. He clearly feels it's job done.
He feels the lines there now. Edging in closer to that line, getting his crowd going as well. What a shot this was. What a shot that was.
Technical ability, 10 out of 10. Superb. I'm not sure who won that last one. Superb.
Wow. Do you know what? It's in some ways it's almost disappointing that it's not closer, because can you imagine how this crowd would have been if it had been at 27 each?
Oh, it'd have been brilliant.
It would have been ridiculous.
I don't know if there's a rematch clause for a game back in Ireland. I hope there is. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, why not?
I'm sure things like that line will be back at 20%. I'm pretty sure about that.
The line will be back at 20%.
No, the line will be back at 12%.
And you won't be getting any 13 to 8 action either.
No, definitely not. It's just been a professional display from Clint. It's been an ultimate professional.
It's a great way of describing it. Ultimate professional. Could that happen in the future, hey? Could that happen in the future?
Well, I've spoken to a few people that are in this room that are certainly considering it. The money cannot be ignored.
So, but desperately wants to be.
I'm not sure if he'd be short of a penny or two after today, though.
No. He's probably had a nice little bet on himself as well.
The only person that's happy about this finishing early is my missus, I think.
Yeah. Goodness, it's 8 o'clock.
Yeah, he's gone on. He started at 2.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 hours. I thought we'd be, getting towards the end, even if it went a bit closer than this.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I think it's
races to 30 can really take a.
Clint has controlled the pace of the game, though.
Yeah.
I would be very interested to find out if there's been a rematch clause with this game.
Yep. I know a man who would know.
Does his name begin with an M?
Oh, it begins with an R. Ronan McCarthy sat right there. He's going to know.
Yeah, he'll know. Go on, ask. So we have been informed that there wasn't a rematch clause, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think there will be one though.
I think he'll be offered. Clint.
I think there will be. Yeah.
Will Clint take it?
I think
he'd be silly not to take it.
He'll be over in Ireland, you'd think.
I think honestly, this whilst it won't seem like it at this moment in time, I think this could be a really, really good wake-up call for Declan, because, let's be honest, anyone who's a pool lover and watches pool closely will know that Declan has not been firing on all cylinders.
No,
Ronan McCarthy said it.
7 out of 10 probably for Declan's standard.
He said it to me just earlier. He said, that he's got a lot of focus off table and maybe hasn't been he said it right at the top of the show. He hasn't been as good,
hasn't been as clinical
as he was a couple of years ago, and this could be a great wake up call for him, just to say, do you know what, that wasn't good enough for me. That was not the standard I expect for myself. I need to go back to the drawing board, get on the table, and put in the hard graft. And I'm not saying for 1 second that he hasn't grafted hard for this match.
Oh, no,
I am sure he's putting the hours on the table. But what
definitely.
I mean is, over that longer period of time, over the last year or so, he's had a couple of results, but this is a guy that 2 years, 3 years ago, we were saying this guy
he may dominate. As Clint screwed it off.
He has gone straight in off.
Well, he's made a big deal of it. It's very unlucky, but it doesn't hurt quite so much when you're so far in front. I know what you're saying, though, Nick. I know what you're saying. There's such fine margin at this level, but Clint was certainly in a rich vein of form, and he's just given Declan nothing. There's maybe been one frame I can think of where it's he's sort of put it on a plate for Declan. Other than that, he's had to work for everything all the time.
Yeah.
And yes, he has had a little bit of bad run, but when asked who's been the better player on the day, there's only one answer.
Yeah, for sure. Too many mistakes from Declan. Too many mistakes from him. You can look back and say there's at least 6 or 7 missed balls, sloppy positional shots, and it's not what you expect from him.
It's not what he expects from himself.
It's not what we've been accustomed to when we're watching Declan.
No.
And as I say, I'm not trying to be harsh here. I don't think I'm telling tales out of school. This is only the conversation that I've been having with Ronan earlier. But I really think this could be a great wake-up call for him. That actually, I really do need to put the hard graft in and get back to his brilliant best.
I mean,
and that's when we'll see a rematch.
We'll get Shane's opinion shortly, but I'm sure he'll confirm that playing against these top players, to stay at number 1 like Shane did and be the best of the very best takes a little bit of run, but an awful lot of dedication, Shane.
Yeah, you need to be putting the time in, and obviously I know Deck probably has, but obviously sometimes it's just little things can not go your way and puts your mind in a different situation. I mean, so it's like leading up to it, he's probably played the best of his life. You never know, but when it comes to the match environment, it's a hell of a lot different than playing in the club.
Oh yeah,
I guess he needs to walk away from the game and say, has he been dedicated to the game for the last 12 months or so? If he can look himself in the eye and say he's been dedicated to the game for the last 12 months, then you just take the loss on the chin. If you say, right, I could have put in more effort over the last 12 months, I'm not talking about just the preparation for this game, because he will have put in the hours. I'm talking about the dedication over the last 12 months or so. And if he thinks maybe he hasn't, then that's something he can work on with his manager.
Yeah, I mean, when you play at this level, there's just so many players out there. If you're not firing at 100%, even if you drop to 90%, you're just going to get found out. You're not going to win the big tournaments, and you're not going to beat Clint I'anson at his home venue. You're going to have to be on top form.
The thing that is very, very much in Declan's favour is that he's got Ronan McCarthy in his corner, and Ronan McCarthy is one of the most seasoned, if not the most seasoned money match player,
the GOAT of cash games
in and around the UK. So many cash games and so good at it.
Won them all, lost them all.
Yeah,
just done everything.
Yeah, and he'll tell Declan how it is. He'll.
Oh yeah, he won't sugarcoat anything.
No,
he'll tell him straight.
No, and I think that's a great thing, having him in your corner. He'll bounce him back.
Yeah, we want to see him at his best. I'd love to see a rematch over there.
Look at this front ball break.
How odd. We've been talking about all match, and then Clint gets it out at the end.
Why would Clint get that out?
That is very, very... Maybe he's just exhibition in. He's just trying it out.
His
practicing.
break's been brilliant.
Maybe it's a new break.
So that cue's it's the Predator, isn't it? I mean, he's got the Predator cue, the American
9-ball cue.
9-ball cue, yeah. He uses
I know
cue.
he gets sponsored by Fury Q, so it's probably one of their ones. But
it could be.
There's a lot of
there he is.
There's a lot of cue makers that are doing these.
Carbon
fiber. Yeah. So there's a lot of them doing these shafts now.
Who is that? I mean, I assume it's not Predator because it would have the panther. Miscue. We'd have the panther along the side of the cue. But wow, not what we expected. I'm baffled. I'm absolutely baffled.
His break has been just the best part of his game.
It's been sublime. And then suddenly he goes to a front ball. If anyone was going to do that, you'd expect it to be Declan.
Yeah. I don't think he needs to move anything here. I think that red may drop into the right middle. Not an appetising shot, but a natural path round the table here, really. These two at the bottom, the two on the left-hand side, and the one at the top. And there you can see, I think it does pass. And leave that as his last ball. Oh, he's just landed a bit straight here. He's going to now have to take this ball into the... Well, he's got a couple other pockets, but the right-hand side of the table.
I know we're not too interested, but these football results today: Everton beat Man United, Brighton beat Arsenal.
Did you have an acca?
No, I didn't. No, I don't. I'd never bet on football, but I mean that's there's a couple of results that.
Yeah, so I think he's the right side of this red, just to come down to the... Well, this is odd. He's queuing down. You think he just pushed through here? He's a bit more angle than I thought. That's okay.
I think he's putting a double.
Yeah, is he going to play the double?
I think so.
I think that drops in the middle, but either way. It's in.
Well,
just needs this cue ball to hold up, shouldn't be a problem.
Still going to be 7 frames adrift after this win, but I guess it's giving the Irish something to cling on to, something to cheer on.
'27.
Oh dear. Poor fella, look at the look on his face. He's just, you feel for him. Absolute hero. But any time he's managed to get some momentum.
It's just gone wrong for him. He's such a class player. But like you say, every time he looks like he's going to get back into it, he's run into a little bit of bad luck. But he has missed more crunch balls than Clint. And this looks like another nice open table with no problems.
Some
overexcited.
Somebody shouting
Clint
game on in the
I'anson.
background.
I mean, I came in at sort of like 11:30 and there was, you know, a load of Irish guys drinking already. They don't hang about, do they? There we go. I don't know what's going on in the background, but only one thing's for sure, it's not affecting Clint. Just slightly the wrong side. He's going to put a little bit more pace into this than what he probably would have wanted to. Asking for the white ball to be cleaned. A lot of money at stake, and when there's a lot of money at stake, you know, the tension in the room does get a little bit high, doesn't it, Nick, sometimes?
It can do.
These events.
It can do, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing serious going on here, but handbags at dawn.
Don't even think there's anything going on, is there? I don't know what's...
Something or nothing.
I haven't spotted anything.
Anyway. Actually, I think he can just roll this in, he's fine.
He's just got the right angle, can just...
Yeah, he can just drop it in.
Yeah.
I thought he may have to punch it, but he doesn't. But he has punched it in. And Clint I'anson is soon to be on 28, needing only 2. I think if you're Clint now, you just want to get it done, don't you? Just get it done, get it over and done with.
Yeah, yeah.
Every frame, if he does lose, would just be viewed as time wasting. Just let's get it done. He really has been superb.
You saw his release of pressure when he got to 27 frames. I think he just realised that was
he just let
that was hard work. Hard work was done at that point. You know, Decky at that point would have had to have won like something like 11-2. I mean, now it needs to be 10-1. As I say, you feel for Declan. He is an absolute warrior. One of, without doubt, one of the
world's best.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's just unfortunate. We have to say what we see. Unfortunately, we all know, but we have the pleasure of commentating on Declan Brennan on a regular basis, and we know how good he is. Yep. But today, he's just not been as good as he usually is. And Clint's been there to punish him. Frame number 49. And every prediction I've made today has gone the other way.
That was an epic fail because you said guaranteed to be over 55.
I did. I just can't believe we're not going to see 55 frames. But games aren't played on paper, Nick.
Well, I mean, Declan now he has to keep Clint off the hill, doesn't he?
Yeah. USP may got half a shout, but you know, an awful big mountain to climb. This is nice and open though. Shouldn't see any problems here. We should be at least heading towards the 50th frame. Where were these breaks 15 frames ago, Declan will be thinking.
Yeah.
How different things could have been if he'd had this break at that moment. What was it? You said 16?
Yeah, 21-17, I think it was. Yeah.
So watch Ducky just mop up these last 3 balls to take us in frame. I'm not sure I could play pool for 5.5 hours, 6 hours.
These guys still look fresh.
I know, amazing.
Properly fresh.
I feel tired after commentating for 8 hours.
Do you know what? It's really great to see Declan just taking out that clear. I mean, it was a simple clearance, but he's not letting his head drop.
No, nope.
He's you feel it's making the scoreline respectable at the moment. You feel that way. Stranger things have happened, I guess.
I was just thinking that. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Well, they have. Let's be honest, they have. But you could. The hardest frame to win is the winning frame, as they say. So Clint's still got to do that job, and as long as Declan can keep him off that line, he needs to keep him off the hill. Needs to break and dish here. It's a must.
I've been watching Clint a long time, and the pleasure of commentating on him before, and he's not someone that struggles with getting over the line. I don't think we'll see that. You never know, but I don't think we'll see it. And now I've predicted it's definitely going to happen.
And this is not what Declan needs. That red just hanging, teasingly hanging over that top left corner pocket. Doesn't find its way into the pocket. And, well, Reds look pretty decent, I've got to say. They all have a pocket. And he can leave the one next to the 8 ball until last if he wishes to. He probably won't.
He doesn't really want to.
No, he'll probably take it as the next ball after this.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, he can't avoid the can't kiss on the black, but he's got 2 balls over pockets at the top.
Yeah.
This is Clint I'anson climbing onto the hill.
Just about the pace here, because you're going to push the 8 ball towards the pocket. I think he's probably okay. He can just stun into it full ball.
Soft screw, I think.
And just just take his medicine, leave it longer. It's slightly hampered, you can see.
Scott Bridge over 3 balls here again.
Yeah. It's one of those, if you bridge your hand, if you put your hand over that front yellow, then it's too short a bridge, and this is too long a bridge.
He gets this easy. There we go.
Just dabbed it. That was nice.
Everything that he's had technically that's been quite difficult, he's got it every time, hasn't he? Wow, he's got into that.
I think he'll play the skill shot here.
Showing off?
Yeah.
Yeah? Exhibition stuff?
Oh, he's not, he's just rolling it.
Yeah, beautifully cued.
Again, the cue action, just a dab of the cue ball, and it's span back.
His timing,
4.5 feet.
Yeah, his timing.
Yeah, he just times the ball really well.
He's on the hill.
He's on the hill.
He needs one more frame.
Just one more push.
Declan Brennan, the maths is simple. He needs them all. So again, thank you to our sponsors, to Johnny Carr and Dr. Q, and they've both made a couple of stunning cues which will be given away at the conclusion of this game. We'll go Facebook Live and we'll do a random number generator and announce those winners. So I think there's 4 or 5 prizes up for grabs, so we'll have 4 or 5 winners, and that will be on the conclusion of this match. So do keep an eye out for that on Facebook. We'll also we'll let you know, of course, but do tune in. Who knows? We may even get a chance to do a little interview with the winner. Who knows? We might be able to get Clint across into the interview room.
He's not won yet. That's dangerous.
That is dangerous.
That is very dangerous. I mean, yeah.
I never do that. Do you know, that was a horrific slip up.
That was.
But yeah.
Oh dear me.
I hope that one doesn't come back to bite me.
Yeah.
Goodness me. But it is a mountain, isn't it? A mountain, a veritable. Wow, it's an Everest. So again, Clint's just popped out for a bathroom break. He probably doesn't need to even go to the toilet. I think he's just gone out to compose himself. Maybe just splash a little water on his face. And
I should imagine, Shane, playing a cash game, your adrenaline is always there at the start, fades in the middle, and then definitely will come back at the end.
Yeah, he's definitely pumping now.
Yeah. And you, if you're that pumped, you just can't play. I certainly can't.
Yeah, no, you've got to take time and just step away from the table for a sec.
Because even with such a big lead, you're still going to feel that pressure. Will this be the last break-off we see of this match? Again, front ball break. He's made a ball.
Well, it could be, you know.
And look at these yellows.
Yeah, I think that's a game over. Also, don't want to curse the bloke, but I think that's it. I think it's just a case of playing the yellow off the yellow, and then we're done.
He's been superb from the start, and his break has definitely been superb. The adrenaline will be pumping. So yeah, Shane, I think you're right. Just yellow after yellow. Oh, he's playing into it. He's tried to move it, and he's made it worse.
I mean, he's still got a chance here. He just played a one over the bag and go into the red. Push the yellow up the table a bit.
Always going to be on the one in the opposite corner.
Yeah.
And again, just to reiterate a couple of thanks, I would definitely like to thank everybody who's joined us, everybody who's purchased this stream over this weekend. It's just not worth doing without you guys, and we wouldn't be here if you weren't tuning in. So thank you again for supporting this event, and it just means that it gives us faith that we can go onwards and upwards and capture more games for you, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah,
just capturing the big games to bring to your living rooms. Also, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank David and Shane for joining us in commentary, but also to the team, to the guys who have put in so much effort to make this a perfect streaming event over the last few days, and that's to Paul, George and Frank. They've worked tirelessly over the last couple of days to get everything to absolute perfection, and I've got to say, what a production it's been. It's absolutely top drawer. Yeah, superb setup.
And no spoilers, but there has been a talk of a few very interesting games on the horizon.
There has. There was a money match that's been arranged just in front of us, which I'm certainly not going to say anything about because I'm sure the guys will want to announce it themselves. But
deposits have been taken.
Deposits have been taken indeed. In fact, the deposit's in my pocket.
And it's going to be a huge match. Big game.
A huge match. Absolutely belter. Talking about belting, this has been a belting performance from Clint I'anson. Just sublime from start to finish. There's very little.
Congratulations.
You can say.
Superb by Clint I'anson. The tables are up. The shirts are off. What a performance.
Ow. Well, the crowd say it all. For Declan, all he can do is go away and regroup and just realise it wasn't to be for him. It was just one of those days.
It's a 50-50 game on paper.
Everyone knows the quality of that guy, and he will 100% bounce back.
He's one of the world's best, and he will be back.
And let's hope there's a rematch when he's,
I certainly feel the terms will be different next time. As soon as I found out about the balk line and things like the cloth and stuff that he didn't know about until last minute, it has a massive effect. And I'm not saying it made a difference to the game. Clint is by far the better player, but the terms will be different next time, I'm sure. And there's no doubt
if there is a game, then hopefully
we've not seen the last of Declan Brennan winning a big cash game. That is for sure.
No, definitely not. But for now, it's Clint I'anson all the way. It's his moment. He is the victor and wins a lovely prize pool of £34,000. And his backers are crowding round him, enjoying the moment, and he can enjoy that adulation. Wow, what a performance from him!
Awesome
what
atmosphere, awesome match.
Some game.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Really do appreciate that. So we are going to try to get through that crowd and get Clint across to find out his thoughts after that match. It would be good to hear from him and get his initial thoughts after the game. If we can do that, we will. I can't guarantee it, but we will definitely try. So please do stick around for that. And but for now, we're going to sign off from the commentary booth. It's been a pleasure to bring you this game. We hope that you've enjoyed everything. We'll leave you with the scenes of rejoice from the team in Clint I'anson's corner. They're a happy bunch. Goodbye for now.
Reds. So I'm joined by Clint. Clint, let's just start by just getting your initial thoughts after that game.
Yeah, I'm just over the moon to win. This is probably the best preparation I've ever had for a money match, to be honest. Played a lot, and I've just been playing really, really well. I thought coming into the game, I just thought if my break works, then I feel confident I'll win. And
do you know,
my break it did, and it didn't work. I mean, I think the breaks are pretty even, to be fair. I don't know all the stats and stuff, but probably, I don't know.
I counted to about 10 break dishes for you. You doubled his break dishes at one point.
Okay.
You were on 10, he was on 5, I think. But I mean, I described it as a clinical performance. It's one of the most clinical performances I've seen. At the halfway mark, I was talking to Ronan McCarthy, and he said, Clint hasn't had to pot a difficult ball, but all credit to him, he's had the cue ball on the string. He hasn't had to pot a difficult ball.
Yeah, that's my game all over. Declan's probably a miles better potter than I am, but my positional play is probably what won me that game.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So if you can get the white where you want it, you don't have to play a tough shot. So.
Did you expect it just a bit more resistance from him? Because there was a few uncharacteristic mistakes from him that you don't normally tend to see.
Well, you're playing a race to 30. You're always going to make mistakes. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't know. I weren't really concentrating on him, to be honest. I was just concentrating on myself. I just thought, like I said, if I break well, the way I've been playing, I would win. And that's what happened.
So the last time we were here, obviously the game against Mark Boyle didn't go your way, but you righted that this time with an absolutely sterling performance.
Yeah, Mark Boyle played fantastic against me. I mean, I missed a few, but there's not a lot I could have done in that match. To be honest, he played unbelievable, and he broke really well. He was just a great performance from him. Just have to take your hat off to him sometimes. It is what it is.
Yeah, Clint, as I say, that was a majestic performance. It really was one of the best I've seen from you, and it was a pleasure to watch the game.
Thank you.
Any thoughts on a rematch potentially, or just enjoy the win for now?
Yeah, I'll enjoy the win. Maybe we'll see what happens. Potentially there was no
clause.
No clause, but we'll see.
Yeah.
If I can get enough people to go over there, I might do. But if I can't, then I'm not going over there.
Just on that note, I mean, just a quick word for the crowd you bring. I mean, what a support!
Oh, yeah.
Vocal all the way through, and they kept you pumped right up as well, didn't they?
Probably that's another reason why I probably won, because of them. So just like to say thanks to everyone who come out and supported me. If it's not for them, I don't know, probably lost the game.
Yeah.
They get behind me so much and give me so much confidence. It's fantastic.
Clint, as I say, absolute pleasure to watch. Thank you so much for having us up here to see the game.
Thanks
and cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Enjoy your win.
Thank you.
So that's it for now. We're going to say goodbye. That's the end of the action, obviously. We hope you've enjoyed everything this weekend, and we'll see you at the next game. I don't know when it's going to be, but we'll be there bringing you all the action.